What's poppin', players? Welcome back to a Two-Penny Game Club, your monthly video game book club in which I, your host, Tavin Bothell, alongside my dear friends and co-hosts, say hello to the people, Connor Elliott.
Hello, how are you all doing today?
Hey. And say hello to the people, Phil Shoemaker.
What's going on?
It's me. He's here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Two-Penny Game Club, your monthly video game book club in which me and this fine panel of judges come to you at the beginning of every month and we review and rank a video game for your enjoyment. Play along with us as we play throughout the month. This month, we are doing Metal Gear Solid. And of course, at the end of the episode, we will rank Metal Gear Solid amongst the other games we have played in the game club. We have done games such as Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VII, and my dear beloved Severed. Man, what a game Severed was, wasn't it, boys?
It was good. You can see how good last month's episode.
Yeah, that's what we did last month is we reviewed and ranked Severed.
Mistakenly put it above Pokemon Soul Silver.
No, Severed, better game.
I don't know. Last week I had y'all convinced.
I on the piggy bank, yes, you had us convinced of how good Pokemon is. And it's a good game. We said that. It was a good game.
Yeah.
It's just not as good. Just not as good. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, Metal Gear Solid 1. It released in September 3rd, I believe. Yes, September 3rd, 1998. Sold around 6 million copies. That's a huge hit for 1998. And has a Metacritic of 94 with a user score of 8.4. Normally, I don't care to include the user scores. Today, I thought it was probably a little bit worth it bringing in that because I think it's a little. I think the true score should be somewhere in the middle of those two. 94 is a little high. 8.4 is a little low for me, but I wouldn't go much higher.
There's a thing Metacritic does where its older games are generally rated a lot higher than you'd think they were.
Especially the classics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially those.
This is indeed one of those. Metal Gear Solid, of course, coming out, blowing people away for its cinematic quality for the time. Its high quality voice acting for the time. And I think the voice acting still holds up, but we'll get into each of our own individual reviews here in a second. And of course, just kind of like breaking down barriers of video games. And I think something Kojima's really good at is taking the player outside of the experience of the game and getting meta with it. Psycho Mantis is a great example of that. The torture sequence is a great example of that. And there's a bunch of other moments in the game where Kojima reminds you that you are a person playing on a controller, pressing plastic buttons, and sort of the joy of breaking out of the box of keeping you immersed in the experience. I think he does it in really tasteful and really fun ways, in my personal opinion. But we'll get into that here in a second.
Yeah, like when they all of a sudden put up nuclear testing footage of explaining the details of the plot.
That's definitely because they just couldn't do it in Engine. That's 100% why that is. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the biggest Metal Gear Solid fan at the table here today. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is my favorite video game of all time. These first three Metal Gear Solid games is one of my favorite trilogies of all time. And so I've got a lot of high praise for this game. Of course, I'm going to try and remain as objective as possible because it's me. I don't like to just, blow smoke up a game's ass for no reason. But spoiler, I like this game. In fact, I like it a lot. Is it one of my favorites of all time? I don't know. Maybe not. Depends on what day you catch me. So I think my opinion here is the least entertaining opinion at the table, personally. Connor, this is your first time playing Metal Gear Solid, at least all the way through. You played about half of it back in the day, a few years ago at this point now. But you had never played it all the way through. Phil, this is your second time playing the game all the way through? Yeah, because we, of course, played it so many years ago. It was our first entry into our old Twitch series, Hype, Have You Ever Played, in which me and Phil sat down on a Twitch stream for hours and hours upon a day, had very long live streams, and we sat down and we played games that someone had never played before. So I had played Metal Gear Solid, Phil had not, so I showed him that game for the first time. He played it. We played it all in one day. Which probably not the wisest choice now. Looking back on it, probably should have had some breaks. Eventually in the Hype streams, we broke it up and we would do like 3 hours for a game, and then we would switch to a different game, and we'd have multiple series running at the same time. We didn't do that the first time, and Metal Gear Solid was a victim of that. It was also one of our first pieces of content, so you can go back on the channel and go watch Phil's entire playthrough. It's up live on the channel right now. Is the quality good? Yeah.
No.
No.
Let me just tell you right now. No, it's not.
It's not.
But we didn't start like giving ourselves breaks like that, like in terms of switching games until
Jack and
like
Daxter's the one that broke us.
it was like the 5th or 6th game. Yeah.
Jack and Daxter, we played all in one sitting. I think it was all in one sitting, right, Phil? And
Just about.
Me and Phil got heated in that stream. It came to a point to where we had to have a conversation of like, all right, we need to break this up because one full day of all of this is driving us up the wall. It's driving us crazy. Yeah, I think we did like I know we did obviously the first Kingdom Hearts, which again, not a good choice to play that game for 9 hours at a time.
For you as a newbie, no, I can play the game all day.
Anyways, so and then of course, Phil, this is your second time reviewing Metal Gear Solid for the channel. Of course, we did the After the Hype review, which is live right now, which was Phil's first ever podcast, I believe, if I'm remembering things correctly. And we had not been doing this for very long. So again, the quality, very low. But if you want to go see our first blushes with that experience, they're up on the channel now. Please, I'll drop some links in the description. Why not?
Before we had video.
Yeah, no, we didn't have video. We didn't have good mic balancing. It's bad content. It's really bad content. But you got to start somewhere, you know? And Connor, since it's your first time playing Metal Gear Solid 1, which one was you? That one. I want to start with you, my friend. And you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, usually I just cut to the one for people's individual reviews. But I thought it would be fun to have reactions on screen as we say things today. So here we go with this angle right here, which we have.
Now how am I going to pick my nose? All right, come on.
It's the one like freedom he had on this show, and you took it from him.
Connor, what was your experience and what is your review of Metal Gear Solid 1?
Time for me to tear this game a new asshole.
Son of a bitch.
First of all, it looks like absolute shit.
Okay, come on.
It looks
terrible.
Not that great. Now, at the time, it was revolutionary. It looked, like never before seen, crazy, almost like real graphics. And even though it definitely shows its age, and this game as a whole shows its age in a number of ways, the visuals, they hold up enough. They never hinder gameplay. You never really can tell, you never get lost at what's going on screen. So, and a lot of that has to do with the directing style of Kojima. That's really one of the things that carries this game, I think, potentially in all ways. I'm not super familiar with the creative process of this game, but it has what we know as the Kojima style nowadays. And seeing it for the first time back in the day must have been pretty profound because it's very narrative focused, lots of dialogue like you would expect from a movie, which, as everyone kind of knows nowadays, the director Hideo Kojima loves movies. And you see it done in the presentation of this game very well. The long cutscenes that'll occur, the long conversations, for most of the game are engaging. You sit there and you listen to every single word. I did. It peters out after a while. In fact, the dialogue of the game kind of becomes very heavy-handed and forced. So do the themes of the game, but this is the later half of the game when a lot of the clutter comes into play. So going back to the very beginning of the game once again, the thing you notice is that it controls well enough on its own, but when the parts all come together, particularly when it comes to fighting action, it does not perform all that well. It's hard to know where you're shooting sometimes. A lot of it has to do with the fact that it's an old game, but also the people that rep it a lot, like Tavin, have played it many times over. So the controls, you can overcome them if you have any problems. So they're not terrible controls whatsoever, but it leads to combat that feels generally lacking. And you just go through, there's a mechanic of running and shooting at the same time. It doesn't perform all that well. I'm assuming if I tried it, doing it more and more and more, I'd be able to, narrow it down a bit better, get better at that mechanic. But at that point, you're kind of incentivized to sneak around, which the stealth, it functions well in this game. The AI are pretty stupid and easy to avoid. You can flip one, and then they'll forget you're there even after they stand up. Tavin told me that. It really does just completely nullify their ability to do anything at all. And so the stealth is nice at first, but after a while, you're just breezing through it to where the stealth doesn't really give you any problems. The difficulties come from the boss fights, which are, well, they're good enough boss fights. You know, none of them really wow you. Mantis definitely would back in the day, particularly with how it read your save file, but the limitations in technology kind of take that away. Even if I would have been, you know, this run through wowed by the fact that he's doing that at all in the first place. But, you know, the boss fights are few and in between, and some of them are very fun. Like, there's a fight with a helicopter. That fight sucks ass. It's easily the worst fight in the entire game. Yeah, undoubtedly.
The worst?
Undoubtedly.
Okay.
Yes. Just because it's so slow and monotonous, and some of these boss fights, to take advantage of them, could be that way, but that's a skill issue. I'll chalk that up to a skill issue. You know, I'm a Dark Souls player. I'll respect that. Before I get to the rest of everyone else's takes on it, going back to the narrative, I said the writing was nice. It really has a quirky feel to it. You know, you immediately become enamored with Snake. Even though he's dropped in the middle of this adventure, he's this legend, and everyone references how legendary he is. And there are games to base that off of. Even without those experiences, you're left liking Snake a lot. His hard-boiled attitude, as well as the fun characters you meet over codex. Mei Ling, your saver, who you call to save the game. Just a nice, fun proverb she gives out that are always kind of one thing you look forward to when it comes to simply saving, which most games can't do that with a simple mechanic that generally is just you go to a menu, you save, done. Resident Evil was the last one to do something as interesting, and I think this one is far better because it doesn't require taking up inventory space.
You got to make sure to listen to all of them every single time.
Yes. Hey, it's good at first. It goes. Yeah, she starts repeating them after a while.
You just skip it.
No,
It's like,
I literally skip it every single time. I did not listen to a single word she said.
Damn. Well,
that's crazy.
You know, Campbell's a fun character. Otacon, the bromance, the beginning of it, you see why people took with it, because it is just a fun dynamic that they have going on. And the plot, to get back on track on that, it goes interesting places. I was spoiled on a lot of parts, so I imagine someone coming through the first time around would be a lot more hooked on the narrative. But, you know, I found it entertaining despite knowing pretty much everything that was going to happen, with the main issue being the, you know, heavy-handed talking that comes later on that kind of hinders the narrative at that point. But you're pretty hooked on it at that point that you kind of just are able to push past that part and get to the end of the game. But overall, the experience was an enjoyable one. And considering the age of the game, that shouldn't be as likely as it was in this case. But I really enjoyed most of the time playing this game.
Phil, this one. Jumping over to you, my friend. How did you feel this time with Metal Gear Solid 1?
Well, Tavin, I'm happy to report that this game is fucking terrible.
I fucking hate you.
No, I'm totally kidding. I actually really had a good time.
You got me.
Honestly, got me too. I was like, damn.
No, I'm totally kidding. This is almost a night and day experience that I had this time as compared to my experience back in 2021, which is now 3 years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a really good time. It took a long time to get used to, like, not so much the language of the game. That one I was already relatively familiar with. It was more just the, like, nuance of like, okay, I got to be this far away from this person in order to like, not alert them and knock them out, right? I have to what was I looking for? Tavin would come across all the time and be like, "Hey, use the codec all the time. It's like your perfect in-game guide to the game." I just use Google. It's fine. It's the same speed, if not faster, to just use Google. The only time I really needed it was to go back and get the sniper rifle for the Sniper Wolf fight.
It's just so much more fun in the codec, though.
It is way more fun in the codec.
Is it?
Yes.
All right. Well, you know, I had a good time running around this base. I didn't feel nearly as, like, shitty towards this game in general, and, you know, I gotta say I like this game, and I'll probably end up playing it again. Which is crazy to say, coming off of the review from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Where I vowed to never touch this game ever again in my life.
Have you revisited that review recently?
No.
No, I listened to it the other night. It's rough, like just in terms of quality. But like, you were trying to cut it slack, but at the end of the day, it did feel like you didn't enjoy your time. Even though you said it at the beginning, but you were like, as we got deeper into the review, you were like, I just don't want to ever touch this ever again. And so just to hear that you enjoyed yourself this time is a good time.
No, I really wanted to hop on Connor whenever he talked about how it's a skill issue during the Hind D fight. It's not so much a skill issue; it's more just a patience issue. You know, it's literally just like.
Well, his point was that fight sucks, but every other fight is a skill issue.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. That
okay,
fight
I misunderstood.
Was just it's too slow, boring, and the content of what you were doing in that fight is lame.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I very much agree.
We can dive deep into it in a minute.
When we get into bosses, I kind of want to talk about like favorites and favorite moments and stuff. But yeah, I had a much better time this time around with this game. Did not take me upwards of an hour to beat Gray Fox or the Cyborg
Thank
Ninja,
God.
as you know him.
For those who don't know, and if you want to go back and watch the hype playthrough, Gray Fox took us 2-3 hours to be, probably closer to 2.
Was it that long?
It was a long time.
I was gonna peg like hour 15, hour and a half.
I think it's in the hour and a half to 2 hour range. It was a long time.
Longer or shorter than Rex, you think?
Rex was faster.
Rex was faster? Jesus Christ.
Rex was probably the second longest fight that you had, but yeah, Rex was faster.
I just think this version of me playing through this game just shows how much I've grown in the past 3 years. I've really stepped out of my previous very small shell of speaking of shell, how about that big shell from Metal Gear Solid 2, am I right?
Hey, boo, you don't know what that. Oh yeah,
I do know what that. I know exactly what that is.
Funny occurrence that, I'm known as a really good button masher in our group of friends. Probably the best out of us, at least.
I could give you a run for your money. You know who can't give you a run for your money? This fucking guy right here.
Connor can't even look at the screen while he does it.
I saw that
in the edit. Can I put it up on the thing?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, great.
That'd be pretty funny. Tavin, you're ridiculous. I will beat you any day of the week.
I can.
But no. So in the torture sequence, you got to button mash, and my technique. I hold the controller differently when I button mash, right? Or like I kind of alternate with it for a few, like because I for whatever reason changing it just a little bit changes like how tired, like it's like slightly different muscles, so I'm not as tired doing it. And so I had done the first couple normal, just fucking button mashing, and then for like the third one, I switched and did this with another like way, and my thumb accidentally hit the guide button or the map.
touchpad.
Like, I don't know what's it called.
It's called the touchpad.
Yeah. And that's the give up button for the torture sequence. So I gave up and Meryl fucking died.
Oh no!
I did that 5 times, and each time I was just like, boot up the game again. She's not dying because of a stupid modern commendation.
Good
I just
man.
screwed it over.
God.
Good
And
man.
I was so cocky going into it too. Tavin had asked because I was like, hey, I just got captured. I'm about to be tortured. Tavin was like, hey, you saved right before, right? I was like, nah. Who do you think what do you think this is? What do you think this is? And like, I didn't fail due to a skill issue. I failed due to fucking fat fingers. Like,
fat fingers are just as much of a problem as a skill issue. That is a skill issue in its own.
It is.
You know what I'm saying?
You can't accommodate for it.
Is.
So just to be clear, Phil, you got the Meryl dies right off at the sunset with Otacon ending.
Yes,
which is different than your first time. How did you feel about that in comparison? I know you probably don't remember the original ending too much, but how did you feel about that ending?
I really didn't think it was that different. The only thing that was different in my mind was the fact that there was someone different on the back of my
it's mostly
snowmobile.
The same. It's mostly like they have a cute moment where they laugh about their first names, and I know Snake and Meryl kind of have that moment too, but it's the first time both of them tell each other's names, I believe. Or does Snake already know Hal Emmerich?
No, because that's how they introduced him. They said, "Hey, go to Hal Emmerich,"
Yeah,
and then he was like,
he
"I'm
already
Otacon."
introduced themselves as Hal. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It stands for otaku.
And then it's mostly the same scene. They just kind of swap some stuff, but there is some minor differences in dialogue and conversation of what happens. But the theme is the same of like live your own life. Fate is not predetermined, especially not based off your genes and stuff. Yeah.
Tavin, just before we move on to like where we're going next, I don't know. You already gave your like review basically, right?
No, I still gotta go.
He's just going
Oh,
last.
okay, so before we get to you, I just want to talk about how the fact that the flip of the circle and X button is just the bane of my existence in this game. It's oh my god, there's so many moments where I would okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that, and I hit X and it just cancels out whatever. Like I'll be in a menu changing something up. Like I think during the Mantis fight where you have to change the second controller port or whatever, I okay, cool. I'm gonna switch to the second controller port, X. And then I still can't do anything to him. So fuck, I hit the wrong button, so I have to go back and do it again.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the Otacon ending, you get the
stealth camo.
The stealth camo, and I hit fucking X to confirm my save file, and it's gone. Mm-hmm. It's just gone.
Which, did you save
I can no longer get access to the stealth camo without playing through the game again.
Yeah. So there is a new game plus to this game in which, depending on your ending, you either get stealth camouflage or the infinite ammo bandana. Obviously, we got the Meryl ending, so we both got that. But I also fucked up like Phil did, and I pressed X by accident. But of course, I already have a save file with everything unlocked already.
We hit the platinum for this game, Tavin.
Yes, I do indeed have the platinum for this game. Is it worth the platinum experience? No. And then you save, and then if you go back and reload that save, it starts you at the beginning of the game, and you have that item in your inventory. Yeah. So you can play the game with invisibility or with infinite ammo, or both if you play it through another time and do the other ending and so forth, which is, I think, really cool. Moving on to my review. Yeah, the fuck did you get over there?
I stayed the same.
I literally moved it for you. You did stay the same. Did I not change you? Maybe I didn't change you.
Oh, you did.
Anyways, I don't know. I'm gonna cut that out. Hopefully, because I'm gonna come through and edit things. For my review of Metal Gear Solid, I'm a huge fan of this series, so I have an innate bias to it. I grew up playing these games. Of course, Metal Gear Solid 1 was until recently the least accessible of the original trilogy. So my first initial experience with this game is the Twin Snakes remake, which I enjoyed when I played it at 16, 15, something like that. But, looking back at it and looking at footage of it, and I haven't played it in a long time, but I'm sure, like, just looking at it and how I see it now, it's like, it's definitely the inferior version despite the gameplay upgrades. I think this is, like, if you put yourself back in 1998, I think this is a clear masterpiece and one of the greatest PlayStation 1 games you could ever play. And it definitely had it was definitely part of the conversation of greatest game of all time when it came out. However, we are, someone do the math for me, 26 years later, something like that. Is that right?
26, yeah.
Yeah, 26 years later. And yeah,
I know that because I'm 26 now and I was born in 1998. So
okay, there you go. Yeah. The game doesn't hold up in every possible way that it can. I do think as an overall package, this game has the most aura, the greatest atmosphere, and it can still be held in that conversation of greatest atmospheric game. Like when you're playing it, you're in that world. Like Shadow Moses feels like a real place. And just the mood of the game, I still think can enrapture players and really bring us into the world of Metal Gear Solid. I still think this is the greatest entry point for Metal Gear Solid. If you ever want to play, just start here and play alongside the series as it evolves from here. The gameplay is simple. Is it a little clunky? Sure. for first-time players. There is an amount of time of adjustment, but in 1990s, that's how every video game was. Is you had to learn the language of the game, you had to learn the feel of the game and how it played. I think Metal Gear Solid is an easier entry point than video games like Resident Evil 1 or even Final Fantasy 7. Arguably even Chrono Trigger, but I would probably give the edge to Chrono Trigger just because it's such a classic RPG setup.
Can I just say real quick, like, I'm actually really glad that you say that, because I actually really agree now, having like the chance to like look back at my time with this game, the second game, and the third. And you would think that of course, obviously the first game is the best entry point, but that's not always the case for every other game. Kind of like you just said. Like, I honestly do not see myself going back to play the original version of Resident Evil again. Or I guess it's not the original, of course. That's the GameCube remake. But even still, I don't see myself going back to play that game. I did not really enjoy that game as much.
Yeah.
This is very much the best entry point to a Metal Gear game.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. Is it the best in the series? No. I still think it's. I mean, easily it's still top 5 if you include every video game ever. I still think it's. No, I really like Peace Walker. So maybe not top 3 for me anymore. I do think of the original trilogy. It is arguably the weakest of them, just in every position you can argue, whether it's gameplay, whether it's story, whether it's writing or boss encounters and things like that. One thing that I still think it is really strong in is character. I think it introduces its characters very well. I think they are all charming and charismatic. Are they well written? No. Just across the board, no. I think Kojima is a great storyteller. I don't think he's a good writer. I think he needs other people in the room to make his ideas, one, make sense, and two, have them come across in the way that he wants them to. Now, I still like this first trilogy of games better than anything he's done since, and I think that's because the team he had around him knew how to sort of bring him in and have him work in the ways that work best when talking at least to a Western audience or just talking to a general popular mainstream audience. I think that team he had with those first 3 games works the best. Phil, you mentioned it briefly, but yeah, there's a learning curve in the game of like, okay, if I want to choke someone out, I have to be standing still. So I have to run up to them, stop moving, and then hold them. But if you come at them at the wrong angle, or if you're too close, you're gonna get caught, which is ridiculous. Connor, you talked about the absurdity it is to like, you can run up behind them, flip it onto the ground, and then keep running, and then they're just gonna, stand up, and do the dumb little look.
Oh,
as if
I guess
nothing
I tripped.
happened.
Oops.
Yeah, like literally, it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. It truly is.
Someone leave a banana peel over here,
and it talks about them as like they're genome soldiers.
They're the best in the world.
I forgot about that. That's so funny.
You're like these guys are fucking morons. And you're right. There are times where like you're aiming the gun and you don't know what you're aiming at. You don't get to see everything. Like the screen's not zoomed out enough, or like the maps are too big for where they have the camera set in some of the environments. I also think this game has a lot of great ideas, but it doesn't really commit to any of them. And I think that's because of the length of the game. It feels like it can't commit to these ideas. It feels like every room has a gimmick, and you will never see those gimmicks outside of the one room. For example, guards can see your footprints. Guards can hear you walk on in puddles or on grates. But they're only realistically going to see that 2 or 3 times throughout the game. There's a room where you can't use your weapons, but it's only the one room, and you quickly realize the one ideal path to get through it, to get through it the fastest. So is it really a challenge?
It's so fast, too. Like, there's no reason to go any other way in that room.
Yeah.
Like, it's just stick to the right, go, like, stick to the wall. Do you avoid
what's
the camera?
funny, Phil?
It's easy.
You know what's funny, Phil? It's actually easier to go to left.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. When you said, I thought you just misspoke with directions for a second.
I went to the right every single time.
Yeah. Oh, left, you just have to dodge one guy, and then you can get past it entirely.
I go to the right, sneak by the cameras, and then I hide behind the box so the guy goes the other way.
Yeah, going left. If you rush straight to the elevator going left, you just have to flip the one guy who's on the railing and then call the elevator, and you got it.
You don't even have to do that. You can just get there quick enough.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
that's where all the speedrunners go, as they go left and stuff. So yeah, but undeniably, everybody's first time in that room, you go right. And then you learn, you're learning rooms and stuff. There's one room with toxic gas. There's one, there's you do the rappel minigame once. There's one room that's cold. There's one room that's hot.
Like that rappel me game. Like I know I was being an idiot when I played it like a few years ago on height, but I still don't know like how to avoid these things. Like on my from my inputs, like I'm totally missing these like things of exhaust that are shooting out and hurting you.
Yeah,
but I wasn't avoiding them. I was still getting hit by them. I had like literally a sliver of health with like not using a ration.
I've played this game probably a dozen times. I can't tell you the secret. Speedrunners know how to get through it. I don't. I think it is objectively the worst part of the game is that repelling minigame. It's awful.
Yeah. It's bad.
Yeah. There are Claymore mines, but realistically, you're only going to come across them 2 times. And even though there are like 7 or 8 encounters where you could come across them, but realistically, you're only going to see them twice.
If you're clearing rooms, I could see you running into them like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Just because like there's a random Claymore mine in I think that first or second elevator room. Like and there's like a ration in like the bottom right corner.
Yes,
and
that's what I'm mentioning.
Right
is you're gonna see them in the minefield, obviously.
Yeah.
You might see them right before that first sniper wolf battle, but it's so easy to avoid those.
Right.
And then in that elevator room. But they are spread throughout the game in multiple areas. Like you can see that like there's like 7 or 8 encounters where you can run into one, but you're likely not going to. And yeah, I just think that this game has so many great ideas. It's bursting with creativity, but it doesn't really take advantage of it that well. The story, I think, on paper is good. I think it's fun, it's entertaining. It's that cheesy 80s action movie that it's clearly drawing inspiration from. It is so clearly Escape from New York. It's so obviously with the name Snake.
Yeah.
It's so clearly Die Hard. It's so clearly like any Arnold Schwarzenegger movie ever. Like it is 100% those things. But it does try to have maybe a little bit of a deeper conversation with its themes. I don't think it handles them very well. And certainly at the end of the game, it gets super heavy-handed. And you're like, Jesus Christ, these characters aren't even talking like themselves anymore. But I think its intro is phenomenal. I think it's one of the most iconic and just one of the best openings to a video game ever. With the operatic music, the intro, the way that they play with the camera angles, the way they establish the scenario, I think it's really, really like sets the tone and mood very good. And you want to watch that movie. But then you get deeper into the game and you go, okay, yeah, this can only work in video games. And that's why it does work here. So despite all of its issues and its age, I still think if you put in the time to meet it halfway, I think of the older games we've played, certainly the ones that come from the 90s, I think this is the easiest one to get into. I think it's arguably the best one. The only one, when we get to ranking, the only one that I think is arguably better than it is Final Fantasy VII. But I think that's because Final Fantasy VII has a longer runtime and gives you more time to fall in love with its characters and its gameplay systems and all of that. I think as for a short, super replayable piece of art, I think this one is still a phenomenal game. But it's the issues that it does have do hold it back for me. Like spoilers, this isn't going to go into the top 5 like on this list. It's just
So conversation on replayability, because you mentioned, Phil, that you would play it again, Tavin clearly. The entire time I thought to myself, I would never play this game again. And then I beat it. Yeah. And I thought to myself, I'm never going to play this again. It does cool things with the bandana, and I knew it was the infinite bandana, and there's other things you can get, like the stealth camo. But at its core, we've talked about the clunkiness of the gameplay. And it's something, like I said before, that can be, you put it right, met halfway. You can use it to your advantage and get used to it. But even when you do that, I find that the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid, not only 1, but I think 2 and 3, other ones that I touched 2. I played 3 all the way through. It's the beginning of one of the weaker elements of Metal Gear games, which is just the raw gameplay experience. You know, it doesn't feel very satisfying to get into firefights with enemies. It doesn't feel super satisfying to sneak past enemies due to its easiness, at least in this game.
I agree with you here. 2 and 3, I disagree.
I could see that as
and
well.
And we'll have that conversation if and when we get to those games.
But, and you're right. Easily it could. But for Metal Gear Solid 1, I can, firmly say that is the case. And when you lack extremely welcoming gameplay feel, I should say, and the narrative isn't really something that you're intending to go through again, the only real reason I would replay this game is to get all the little secrets that the game hides in, and, the hides for you to find. And that's, once again, one of the praises I can give to Metal Gear Solid and Kojima's writing. This game did give me a greater respect for what Kojima not only was able to do from a historic standpoint in terms of video games, with what he did with the graphics and the narrative, despite its weaknesses,
and just the cinematic quality.
Yeah,
I mean, look at what Resident Evil was doing. Look at what Final Fantasy VII was doing, and then compare it to this.
Yes.
Like, the camera is moving with Snake when he runs across the snowfield. Like, that didn't happen in Final Fantasy VII. No. I'm talking in the cutscenes.
Yeah.
They had multiple cut camera angles every time the helicopter zoomed past. They were trying to find the best angle and stuff and work with you. They have the epic shots of the helicopter going down and the fire coming up behind him, and Snake says whatever corny line he has about a cremation. It's something like, guess we don't have to worry about a cremation or something. Like, just something corny and stupid. It's just a bunch of stuff that just kind of makes you smile.
Action movie stuff, you're talking about.
How cool is the bit whenever you run into a character in person for the first time, and then their voice actor pops up underneath them?
I love it. I love it so much.
Title. I love it. I think that's such a cool piece of flair that I love in this game.
Yeah, 100%. And I genuinely this is still one of my favorite cast of characters amongst the Metal Gear Solid saga. Sniper Wolf, you have a certain fondness for. I think she kind of I think overall these characters kind of fall flat under a modern lens, but you can understand why audiences would fall in love with Meryl. Or why they want Snake and Meryl to fall in love. I think them falling in love is ridiculous. Realistically, that would never happen. But you get why you would want them to go that way. You love how comically evil some of the villains are. You love just how generic and cliche they are. 6 months from now, when we reference this game in other rankings, I'll be able to say imitate Vulcan Raven right now, and you'll be able to do it. I think that's kind of the beauty of this game. And again, Kojima's ability to think outside of the box in terms of scenario design continues, I think, to be his strongest asset. And I wish he would do it more in the modern era. He doesn't do it so much anymore, and I wish he would. When Psycho Mantis tells you to put the controller on the ground and he's going to move it with his mind. Is it corny? Yes. Is it cheesy? Yeah, but it makes you kind of smile and laugh, especially if you just
it didn't fucking work.
Huh?
It didn't work.
It didn't work. It worked for me.
Yeah,
you
didn't.
No.
Yeah. What happened?
I don't know. I even did what he said. I put my controller on my desk and nothing happened.
Really? Yeah. No, it's supposed to vibrate and move. Is what it is. And if you're a kid playing this for the first time, which was probably the audience that this was intended for, maybe not like a 5-year-old kid, but a young teenager or something, like a preteen or something like that. Dude, your mind is getting blown by these things.
It might be. I don't remember if I have it disabled for all controllers, but I remember at some point for a couple of my controllers, I disabled vibration to extend battery life.
Oh, okay, that might have happened then.
That might be it. I don't know.
And again, this game works on the PlayStation 1. The switching your controller to port 2, the reading of the memory card, the mashing of a button. Don't use auto fire or I'll know. Them telling just saying Snake, press the action button. that all works with the charm of PlayStation 1. So you have to remember the console that it was made for, because that's why it is the way it is. And so when we play it all, we all played it on the Master Collection, which is probably the best way to play it in the modern era. But it's just unfortunate that we can't go back and realistically go bust out a PlayStation 1 and a CRTV and just fucking just really take ourselves back. But I think the Master Collection does enough fun things to kind of revigorate some of those options. You can go into your options and load up a memory card, and all of the things that Psycho Mantis will say are there, and you can. I've put Castlevania and I think Contra or something into my thing. So there's like a 50-50 shot on what he grabs. I think he's grabbed Castlevania every time. But it's just fun to hear him say these things. I think it's really charming.
I mean, that charm, I don't know if Phil will back me up on this, is the same reason why I liked Yakuza 0 so much. Is every single moment, is the narrative that great? No. But you're paying attention.
Yeah.
Yakuza 0, I think, exponentially more. But with Metal Gear Solid, for the first part of the game, you definitely are alongside for the ride the entire way through. I was the entire way through, but I was faltering near the end, and I imagine a lot of other people, clearly with Phil, kind of would, just be like, skip, get over it.
My problem with that comparison is I think Kojima is smart enough to not put his characters in positions to where they cross lines that go against the themes of the game. I've talked about this every time. Kiryu having a line in the sand on killing people, and then putting him in a scenario where he has to shoot down helicopters and blow up cars is a mistake.
Yeah. Hey, but he didn't kill him.
No, he killed the fuck out of all of them. And
didn't you watch a Zack Snyder movie? Batman doesn't kill them; the explosions kill them. Come on.
Mm-hmm. You didn't know that?
Kojima is a way better artist than Zack Snyder. I'm sorry, he's way better.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, calm down. I wasn't comparing Kojima and Zack Snyder.
This is Tavin getting defensive over his game. You know what? Crazy opinion. I think Kojima is a better visionary. I don't know who else has that opinion. I do, though. It's pretty crazy, but I do.
Me personally, this is my personal opinion. Nobody else. I think Kojima is better than Zack Snyder as a creator.
It's a real hot
that's just my
take
opinion.
there. Real hot take I have.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And you're right.
Whereas and this is an element of Twin Snakes that Twin Snakes gets wrong. Kojima didn't make that. It was an American studio that made that. In Twin Snakes, they give you the tranquilizer gun, and you can get through the entire game without killing anybody. That betrays the theme of Snake is slaughtering these genome soldiers. You can't get through the game without killing something like 15, 20 people, which that's a lot of people when you think about it. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, in the video game-ness of it, you could be upwards of 100,
I killed over 100.
I actually didn't. I think I killed, I can't remember my final count. I think I killed less than 50.
Damn.
Yeah, I wanna say I'm in the 30 range. I have to scroll back and find it.
You guys don't have the bloodlust in you.
That's apparently not, Connor. Apparently
you're
just a
you have to kill
monster.
at least 10 of them in that Meryl encounter, right?
You only have to kill 3.
Huh.
Yeah. You can let Meryl kill all the other ones.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. I'm totally full of shit. I killed 80 enemies through this playthrough.
Liar, pants on fire.
Yeah, but to get the best ranking for the platinum, you have to kill less than 25.
What ranking did y'all get? What animal did y'all get for your playthroughs?
Ooh,
do you remember? I got leopard.
What are the options?
I was a hyena.
I couldn't tell you what the options are.
I could find out pretty quickly.
Game level normal, playtime 8 hours 1 minute, saves 6, continues 4, being found 9, enemies 80, rations 32. I imagine I have the quote unquote best stats out of everybody here.
That is probably true. Let me just see real quick. I'm pulling up
it's different depending on easy, normal,
that
or hard.
I saw before.
It is different. Your difficulty does change your ranking. Yes.
Oh, I was Falcon.
Oh.
Yeah.
What is that?
Number 2. Normal.
Well, what does that mean? What are the stats to acquire that ranking? It should give you anyways, it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
All right, real quick. I kind of want to read off real quick. You said falcon, Tavin. You said leopard, right?
Yes.
All right, so that is killing between 0 and 30 people. That is getting
Leopard?
Sorry, no. Leopard is killing between 0 and 8 people.
I killed 80.
What the fuck? Why does it say that? It says.
Are you reading Metal Gear Solid 1 stats?
Oh, this says twin snakes.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Is that
But
what
but there's no.
Again, remember in
That's
Twin Snakes you have a
wrong.
tranquilizer, so you can get 0 kills in Twin Snakes.
Fair enough.
You can't get 0 kills in this game.
Oh, okay. So hang on. Let me.
So, but besides the point, I'm surprised you think the Hind D is the worst fight, because I don't like Sniper Wolf either time.
Oh, Sniper Wolf's not good either.
I don't like Sniper Wolf.
That's where
I
the
think-
gameplay really shows its weakness when
Yeah.
you're having to do precise actions and.
I mean,
not
even
very well done.
in 2, they don't do it in. They do it in 3, but it's based on your stamina gauge in 3, which is easy to keep up.
Way better.
But they do the shaky hands in 2 as well. But it just feels easier to manage. It's smoother aiming because it's on the PS2, and just they're more comfortable with the controls. Yeah, I don't think the sniper doesn't feel great in this game. Arguably, none of the guns feel great to use, but
You know
you can kind of chalk that
You know
up
what's
to
crazy,
age.
Tavin? So I did unequivocally better in every single boss fight in this game as opposed to 2021, except maybe the first Sniper Wolf encounter.
That's arguably the hardest one. How did you fight her in round 2?
Easier. It was just
Fucking Nikita missile. Come on.
It's Nikita missiles. Yeah, there's
you can't shoot them?
there's a little cover on the far right, and you can just Nikita missile her to death. And yeah.
I had enough diazepam or whatever it is, whatever it's called.
Diazepam.
Diazepam. Yeah.
Diazepam.
I fought her with the sniper rifle this time because I just wanted to have that experience of what does it feel like, and I like it better the second time, but yeah. I mean, it's still just kind of whatever. I think the tank fight fucking sucks.
It's so easy and quick though that it's just
I don't find it easy.
First try.
Yeah, I mean, I get it first try now, but it's always been my most difficult fight.
Mm-hmm.
On top of the fact that the difficulty curve is upside down because you have so little health in the beginning of the game, so you're dying faster. And the tank does a lot of damage, so it's only a couple of hits and then you get hit.
I only died once, and it was because of the claymore, and I just ran over it. And I was like, "Oh, I'm going over this way."
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, it's just yeah. Whereas with the Hind D fight, you throw grenades to those. Yeah, you throw 3 or something like that, and he's dead. 4 maybe.
It depends on where you land it. If
Yeah.
you just land it next to him, it only does 25% damage to the guard. If you can Kobe it and just dunk it in, and there's a little sound effect that happens when you dunk it in, and it kills the guy immediately. So you can get it in 2, or you can get it in 4.
Oh, okay. Well,
5.
I think that's what I did 4 then.
Yeah.
But it was just with the Hind fight. It was just Sniper Wolf mechanically is worse than the Hind fight, but I was able to go in, engage with her, sniper to sniper, and take care of her in about.
I like the spectacle of the Hind D. I think the spectacle of it is super impressive for 1998, especially.
Sure, it is. It's just not now. And
I guess I still think it's cool. It's cool.
It's really more the fact that even with that, if I could give you that, you're just waiting for them to pop up.
Yeah.
And then waiting for just a lock-on symbol to happen, and sometimes they go out of your field of view, and then it's like, okay, I gotta
You're
start
talking
all
when he
over.
goes down
Yeah.
and under. Yeah, okay. The waiting for that is all right, come on. But the fight itself, I mean, I don't know. It's difficult for me because I have his movement pattern memorized. So I know exactly where he goes every single time for the entirety of the fight. So I'm just all right, I'm just waiting to get out.
Can you hurt him with grenades?
No.
No? Because you said something about grenades with the Hind fight. Didn't you to Phil? Did you remember that, Phil?
I don't think
The
so.
Hind fight? No.
Yeah.
I tried to hit him with grenades and it didn't work. I think it might work in Twin Snakes, but I'm not sure. Don't take my word on that because it's been a decade since I've played Twin Snakes.
Okay.
Connor, so hang on real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to walk back for a super long conversation, but you said you got Falcon?
Yeah.
So you beat the game in less than 3 hours?
Is that one of the requirements?
that
That couldn't be it. I did not.
He definitely did not.
What
He spent 3 hours just in the torture room.
Because it says so. Like the normal. This is a different spreadsheet, so it's not from Twin Snakes. It's from Metal Gear Solid 1, and it says Falcon is the rank 2 for normal.
There's no chance. Do you have the picture of it?
See, no, I don't. That's what I'm trying to remember. The thing is I went to Falcon because it was a bird, and that's the only bird on normal.
No, I mean,
are you on Metal Gear Solid 1?
I checked, yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah,
that information will be lost to time.
Because if that's the case, then he ranked better than you, Tavin.
Yeah, I know. That's ridiculous.
I have no clue.
There's no chance he's there. There's no chance.
If that's the case, no.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of boss fights in here that I still enjoy.
I don't know.
There's a lot.
No,
you may have gotten bad.
No. I killed people easily. I didn't die that much.
Well, it says exceeds alerts above 30 and kills above 25 will place you in one of these rankings 8 to 12.
You got bad. You got bad.
Oh, I killed a lot of people.
You got caught a lot.
I didn't get caught a lot, which is why I killed a lot of people.
A lot of people. It's funny because I watched both of you, and both of you fall short in this game in different ways. I would say, like Phil, has bad instincts, where when shit hits the fan, he goes down the wrong path. He makes the wrong choice. He chooses to fight at bad times. You have no instinct, and you're just like, all right, I'm caught. I'm gonna sit right here and I guess just shoot guys.
Stand.
And it's like, Connor, you're just gonna infinitely shoot guys until you run out of ammo or die or both. You know.
So I at least have a reaction.
Yeah, Phil's like, okay, let me go and hide, but his version of go and hide is just going around the corner, and it's just like, well, that's not a hiding spot, Phil.
You got to meet your enemies head on. That's how you fight them.
Not in this game.
Not in this game. This is not an action game.
This is not an action game, even though it's tactical espionage action, you know. But you know, it's actiony. It's actiony. I think a lot of these boss fights are still fun. I think fights like Gray Fox and Liquid Snake are very much bait and punish. Which still, like, that's just an easy, like, design concept for boss fights to just, like, be like, all right, I got this. Everyone after that, all these fights are based on gimmicks. And so it's just of how much you appreciate the gimmick of it. I think the straight-up gunfight of Ocelot is fun, easy to manipulate and easy to get around. The Raven fight, which encourages you to start using, you know, it's like a cat and mouse type fight, which is enjoyable. Coming from this era of design, which is, you know, super simple of like,
fun fight.
Well, let me try some C4. Let me try some Claymores. Let me try Nikita missiles and stuff. Knowing what I know now, you can just spam Nikita missiles as soon as the fight starts and beat him really, really easily. But, you know, like that takes a level of effort to just get to that point.
And know-how.
Yeah.
I'm very proud to say that, like, I was able to beat every single boss within 2 tries.
Nice. Nice. Not the case the first time.
No. Very far from the case.
Very far from the case the first time. And then having a mecha fight with the scale that it has, with the camera angles that are used in this game, having 2 phases of Metal Gear Rex that work, you know, you can maybe find them a little clunky or simple or overly difficult if you can't wrap your head around it and in what the game wants you to do.
By that point, you can. That's kind of. I'm sorry to interrupt your point.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
That's kind of is one of the qualities this game has, where your experience builds upon your ability to know things. Because you would question me with the Metal Gear fight. When you first start out, you have to confuse his targeting system. Otherwise, he just pegs you every single time. Chaff grenades. That one's easy. But then he opens up the hatch, and he's harder to aim. It's easier to dodge it. So you think that's all you have to do, but if you do the flash grenade, it blinds him and he can't hit you, as if you did the chaff grenade while still using the targeting. And you only know that based off going through the game and using these things and knowing the range these things kind of have to know that that would work. You know, you could even go to another example, crawling to avoid claymores. I had known this before, but it was this. You know, my point still stands. It completely alleviates your need to get a certain item and just go through the game being super stealth action hero. The
laser, with the mine detector.
What?
No, he's just talking. If you crawl on the ground, you pick up claymores
and you avoid. You don't get blown up.
Right, but you're talking about it alleviates your need to get an item. Like what?
The minesweeper.
Yeah.
Like
you can either go and get the mine detector, or you can negate it,
and
or
that's what I was saying. It alleviates your need to go and find the mine detector.
Gotcha. Or the claymores themselves, picking them up obviously it eliminates your like hunger for wanting to get them.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I get you.
And you'll find this especially in the first 3 to 4 games where there's a bunch of moments in the games where you go, hey, but did you know this? And you'll go, oh shit, I didn't know that. That's cool. Like if you crawl on the ground, you pick up the claymores. That's a good example of it. If you use the cigarettes, you can detect the lasers and stuff like that. Hey guys, if you run with a grenade equipped, you run faster.
There you go. Speedrunner.
What speed? It's a speed run tactic, at least for this game. If you have the grenade out, you run faster. It's not super noticeable, but for speed running tactics, I think they just timed. I think it's a mistake. I don't think it's an actual thing that they put in. If you the grates that you run on that make noise, if you are spamming equip and unequip with the quick equip with the right bumper, you just kind of skate. The animation is just Snake kind of skating along with just his leg up like that. It negates the sound. So you can, whenever you need to run across grates and there's bad guys in the area, spam equip and unequip, and you can run up right behind them and take care of business that way.
Does that work for puddles too, you think?
I believe it works the same for puddles as well. Yeah. But again, there's 2 puddles in the game. So, and they're both in the first 10 minutes. So, whatever. There's just a bunch of little tips and tricks like that are really cool when you find them out. Like spamming Vulcan Raven with Nikita missiles, the hitting Sniper Wolf with Nikita missiles in round 2. It's all really cool shit that you can put together. I guarantee you, 90% of players did not get the catch-up trick correct when escaping the torture room. I did it the first time.
I did it the second time though.
Yeah, exactly. Your first time through, you're either A, gonna mess it up, 2, not gonna figure it out, or 3, luck out and get it, But on your second, third, fourth playthrough, you're gonna nail it, and it's gonna feel really funny and really cool. And just the fact that that's an option is really funny and really cool. The game rewards you for creative thinking, with some parameters on it, partially because of its age. As we get deeper into the series, it rewards you more and more for creativity, the exception of maybe 4 and Peace Walker. And then I don't know, man. I think this game is really creative, especially for the time. I think it constantly tries to think outside the box. I think it's one of the most ambitious video games ever made, and I think for more often than not, it hits the mark. But when it doesn't hit the mark, especially on a first-time playthrough, I can understand frustration. Boys,
good review.
Indeed.
57 minutes, around.
Oh, shit, and we're not even done. All right, let's get into this. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, as we play through each game and review it for your enjoyment, we rank it amongst the other games that we've played in the series. And the list stands as of right now, the list stands. There are 23 entries on the list.
Soon to be 24.
Indeed. Number 23, Fable. Number 22, Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Number 21, Prey. Number 20, Tomb Raider. Number 19, Batman Arkham Asylum. Number 18, Uncharted 1. Number 17, Halo Combat Evolved. Number 16, Shadow of the Colossus. Number 15, Mario 64. Number 14, Resident Evil 4. Number 13, Portal. Number 12, Pokemon Soul Silver. Number 11, Severed. Number 10, Resident Evil 1 HD. Number 9, Chrono Trigger. Number 8, Dishonored. Number 7, Shovel Knight. Number 6, Portal 2. Number 5, Yakuza 0. Number 4, Hades. Number 3, Final Fantasy 7. Number 2, The Last of Us. And number 1, God of War Ragnarok.
Kevin, go first. You're the guy who played it.
I would like to go first. You know what? Fuck it. I will go first.
Take your claim.
Guys, I'm a huge fan of Metal Gear Solid 1. I'm a huge fan of Metal Gear Solid in general. I think this game is genuinely great and really fun to still play. But I can't deny its shortcomings. It's got some shortcomings in there, and they can be pretty severe. I think this game does reward multiple playthroughs. I think this game is fun to replay and play again all the time. No, but there is an itch to be scratched when you play this game. I think its atmosphere is phenomenal. I think its presentation is elite. And I think it's groundbreaking and innovative in a lot of really great ways to where it is shooting up pretty high on the list, but we've undeniably played better games than this on this list. Like, and there are just video games here that, like, undeniably are just better quality video games. And that is, one, because they came a lot later, two, because of just they don't trip up in the same ways that this first game trips up. And there's a number of things that we've talked about throughout this review. The writing's not phenomenal. The gameplay is kind of clunky. It's hard to first engage with this game. As you get used to it and figure out the language of it, it does become satisfying to play, but that's in later hours or on a replay. But on a first time through, it is frustrating in the opening hours, undeniably. However, I think it does enough. I think it's just as fun. I think it's just as it's got just as much of a cool story and great characters to where I still think this lands pretty high for me. I'm gonna put this at the new number 8, above Dishonored, below Shovel Knight. I'm in a place right now where I don't know why we voted Dishonored so high. And I kind of wish we had put it at least below Resident Evil 1. But this is what it is.
It's good.
And, you know, we can't change it. But I think Shovel Knight and Up are undeniable masterpieces, and I think they are all still super playable today. I think the conversation of this game versus Final Fantasy VII is an interesting one. But overall, I do think Final Fantasy VII is a better, more impactful, and just overall more interesting game than Metal Gear Solid 1 is. And you can really sink your teeth into it a lot more than you can here. One, because of its runtime. Two, because its gameplay is... its gameplay carries the experience the whole way through, whereas Metal Gear Solid gameplay only carries it through the first playthrough, and it's so short that, like, you know... Hour 12, 13, 14, 15, you'd get kind of fed up with the gameplay of this game, undeniably. But I think they keep the length of the game to match the gameplay of it. And so I think Final Fantasy VII is still a better game than that. So yeah, I would lock in number 8 above Dishonored, below Shovel Knight. I want to move to Phil next. Phil, if you can... if you still remember when I said we were going to play this game, if you can tell us where you expected to vote and then where you are voting, if possible.
Yeah, okay, I can do that. So where I expected this to fall originally, just kind of looking at this here. See, I really wish I had known you were going to ask this before.
Yeah, I should.
I didn't really have a thought of where I would have put this before playing it.
From what it sounds like, you were down on it.
I definitely was. So let me... I probably would have put it at like the new... Probably like the new 17.
That's almost exactly where I thought he was going to... It was just a matter of would he have put it above or below Halo is where I was thinking.
I probably would have put it above 17. Or like at the new 17 rather.
Yeah.
Replace.
Now I would probably put this at the new number 7, jump like a whole like 10 places above.
Holy shit!
Damn,
that's insane.
So above Shovel Knight, below Portal 2.
Buddy, go replay Shovel Knight. What the fuck is wrong? Shovel Knight is so your bag. How are you like this down on Shovel Knight?
It's not even that I don't like Shovel Knight. It's that it's just not as good as you say it is.
Oh my god, this is insanity. This is insanity.
Higher than you thought it would be. You were worrying about it being low.
I'm comparing because my game that I think is too high is obviously Yakuza 0, and I'm debating in my head of if I would put this above Yakuza 0 if it was lower. If Yakuza was where I would want it, where would I? Which is at number 8, above Dishonored, below Shovel Knight. Where would I put Metal Gear? And I still, you know what? I think Yakuza wins this argument. I think Yakuza is more fun. I think its gameplay is more interesting. I think its mini games are more entertaining and stuff. So I would still probably say Yakuza 0 is a better game.
Yeah.
You know, if the list was where I want it. Connor, where are you at, my friend?
I'll be ranking the lowest. I can say that with certainty. Really, it was a debate on whether it was going to be going at the new number 11 or the new number 10. And I think, or the new
fight-
number 12, I should say, rather than the,
Okay, so it's in that. Is it going above or below Resident Evil
Yes.
/ Severed?
The Resident Evil was the barrier ultimately. I messed with Severed a little bit because the gameplay experience of Severed is just so fun and addicting and easy to pick up and do. But Metal Gear Solid is so rich with the stuff you can do in it and the interesting experience, the quirky experience that it offers. But I think when you start considering Resident Evil, which shares some pretty heavy similarities. They're ones that are in a pretty an isolated area map that you get a lot of mileage out of. But when it comes to it, Resident Evil, the mansion is more fun to explore, and the unveiling of the mansion is more interesting when you get it through the interesting puzzles the game offers, and not having to switch and equip an inventory card to pass through doors all the time.
The door card thing is a little archaic, or super archaic.
Gets tiring after a while. But it's even the gameplay. Resident Evil as a survival horror game makes every situation tense. Turning around corners, entering new rooms, and that combined with the iconic atmosphere and tone of Resident Evil really just overrides any of the interesting narrative decisions that Metal Gear Solid 1 does. And it's also a game I think has more replayability with 2 different characters entirely that go through different scenarios and things are different. Whereas Metal Gear Solid,
there's also fun different game modes and stuff.
Yeah, so it just has more replayability in that sense. And so for those reasons, I can't put it above Resident Evil. That was the barrier that beat it. It seems to be the case that happens a lot when I'm considering these games. Resident Evil is a good, guardian at the gate before.
I think Resident Evil is a tier switch.
Yeah.
From B to A.
Yeah.
And that's when the A tier is going on and so forth. It's an interesting conversation, Metal Gear to Resident Evil. I love both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think Metal Gear holds up better, man. Especially because we're going with a more archaic version of Metal Gear versus an updated version of Resident Evil. They polished the mistakes of the original game in the version we played. If we played the original game, I think undeniably Resident Evil 1 is a lesser game than Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah.
But because we played the remake, there's an argument there.
The standard for, I think, the game nowadays.
Yeah, so it's a tricky one. And that one's I don't think I would ever put Resident Evil 1 above Metal Gear Solid 1, but when we break down each individual element of the game, some of them are coin tosses. When you talk about the tension and the entering each room and the difficulty of them, yeah, that's a coin toss of which one I like more, just dependent upon the day that you catch me on. But I think narratively, presentation-wise, what they're doing cinematically in this game, voice acting, just the story as a whole, fucking shits on Resident Evil so fucking hard.
True.
It's not even a conversation.
But when it comes to the game as a whole, moment to moment, Resident Evil is a better game. Did I say that Metal Gear Solid 1? Yeah, I can't see that as being, not the case.
I would probably agree with you. But I don't think it's a huge gap between the two. I enjoyed the challenge of Resident Evil more than the challenge of Metal Gear Solid 1. And I think this game is easy. Whereas Resident Evil, there's a challenge to it undeniably. So, it's just a matter of that. And then also, I will eventually replay Resident Evil 1. And when I do, I'll know more about it and more about it. I'll know it like the back of my hand, like I know this game, like I know Resident Evil 2 Remake. And a bunch of other games like that where I know them like the back of my hand. So then my experience with Resident Evil 1 will change when I get to that point, but I'm not there today. And even when I do get there, I still think Metal Gear Solid 1 is a overall better game. But that's just for the point of the conversation. That leaves the votes at Metal Gear Solid 1 being the new number 8, going above Dishonored but below Shovel Knight, which is a good time. I'm happy with that placement. You're probably not.
No.
It is, but
honestly, there's an argument to be made for Chrono Trigger, but I think Dishonored definitively is a better game from top to bottom in every single way, except narrative. But that's not. I disagree. Not so close.
I disagree so much. I think Dishonored. when shit pops off in Dishonored, I think the gameplay loop falls apart. Like, I think it's objectively, like, I think active combat in that game, I think is bad. It's just the creativity in which you engage in each combat scenario is entertaining and engaging. But it falls short in so many other ways in comparison to this one, especially like if you I don't want to say grading on a curve, but like if you put yourself in the mindset of 1998 when playing this game, if you played this game at release and then lived long enough to play Dishonored at release, I still think Metal Gear Solid 1 is a more impressive video game. It will have impressed you more in 98 than Dishonored would have in 2012.
Which I think is kind of an unfair comparison to make, considering you're making someone who's at the time would be experiencing change in the industry, as opposed to then going in the forward.
But I can flip that, and it's unfair to compare the two games and give Dishonored more credit in 2012 and then going back to 98. Like, that's an unfair comparison because this game doesn't have the opportunities. These are two console generations apart in a time where each console generation jump mattered.
And you see, that goes back to our Mario 64 conversation of how important is, when you're talking about one of the best games, is the history of it. I mean, your argument fully, valid.
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter to not only most people, but in just kind of a general rule. After a certain point, you can only be in that mindset so long until you say, I don't really care. This new game plays better, and I jump at it before I would Metal Gear Solid.
That's fine. That's fine. But my perspective of this show and us doing a podcast at all is to have an educated conversation about these games. And so doing this game that disservice of just going, old game old, is an uneducated way to have the conversation.
It is, if it comes to, trying to use that as a way to just beat down what the game has to offer, bring up something else.
And let me be clear, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. Yeah. I think your example is the majority of people, yes. But I think the majority of people are uneducated when they talk about anything, when it comes to any medium. If you don't do your homework, if you don't do your history, then you're not going to see the influence and why these things are the way they are. I mean, but again, I'm not letting influence overtake the whole conversation. Mario 64 is leagues under Dishonored, and Mario 64 is undeniably one of the most important video games of all time.
It's more important than any game on this list. Looking at it. The biggest competition is now Metal Gear, but even then, I don't think it beats it.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
What were you debating?
Metal Gear, Final Fantasy VII, and The Last of Us. I think those are arguably just as important, but I think what Mario does is more important because without Mario 64, we never leave the 2D era. That's important. So, anyways. What's poppin', players? Welcome back to the Two Penny Game Club. This is our 30th episode of the Game Club. This is, of course, your monthly video game book club in which me and my fellow hosts here on this panel, we play a video game in the background during a month, and then at the beginning of each new month, we come to you with a review and rank it amongst the other games that we've played in the series. We've done games such as Final Fantasy VII, The Last of Us, Chrono Trigger, Portal 1 and 2, Super Mario 64. We've done 30 of them now. Please go watch. There's a playlist down in the description below. Make sure you click on that and check all of those reviews out. This month, is Metal Gear Solid 2, The Sons of Liberty. I am your host, Tavin, the Critical Eye Bothell. Here, my direct right, I have
your nickname.
I have the Big Chill Phil Shoemaker.
Big Chill?
The Big Chill Phil is good. And then across the table from me,
I'm kind of a chill guy.
I have the Starfield superfan himself, Connor Elliott.
I hate Starfield.
No, you're the superfan.
You know what? I'll let you have it.
Okay,
go for
it.
Played at least an hour.
More like 15.
He didn't like it.
No.
Allegedly. Allegedly. He's the superfan, not me. I've not played it.
I tried to play it.
Gentlemen, me too. Gentlemen, we have all played Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. We all played the Master Collection on PlayStation 5, correct?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Fantastic.
We're not you, Tavin. We don't have like PS3s to play the
You could have
version
played it
of that on
There's
there.
a PC version, Connor. You don't have
There
to
is a
come
PC
at me
version.
like
But I already
this.
bought the PS5 one. I wouldn't buy them twice.
Best
Not like
place
you.
to play. It's the best place to play. Best place to play.
It's actually my second time playing through it,
This
Devin.
is your second time. This is my. I don't know how many times. I've played a lot of Metal Gear in my life. I'm the biggest Metal Gear fan at the table. And Connor, this is your first time playing it all the way through. You made it half-ish way. You got to the hair. You beat the Harrier fight.
Yeah.
Years ago. This is probably close to a decade ago at this point.
Yeah, it would be when the version came out for the Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Whenever that was.
That's the version that I played on Hype a few years ago.
Yeah.
It was at the time the best way to play it. Not unless you wanted to go back to the original PlayStation 2 version, which clearly did. I did the spoilers. We're not gonna.
There's going to be spoilers.
Yeah,
It's a game from 2004?
One.
Yeah.
2001. Oh my god, 2004 was 3.
I'm sure. No. Okay, so the Harrier fight happened after you were doing the mic segment, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So
Yes.
I did. Literally the last thing I did was the Harrier fight.
After you meet Ames.
And then you said, I'm done. I'm never playing this game again.
Yeah.
Until 10 years later, I made you play the game again all the way through. And I'm very excited to hear what you have to say about it. But before we get into our personal reviews here, a couple of quick facts for us.
I'm sorry. Did that like make you rage quit originally? Like
No,
No, he just turned it off at some point.
it was like not attached to this.
He just lost interest.
okay.
Yeah.
Key, just so you know, my defense is that I would go on to play and thoroughly enjoy Metal Gear Solid 3. So really the problem is with 2, not with me.
An interesting conversation. I played on hard. Connor?
Normal.
I unfortunately did not have a whole lot of time, so I had to breeze through this game. I played on easy.
Okay. All right.
I played essentially through the tanker segment, which I think one day before work. I think that took me hour 45, 2 hours, something like that. And then
something like that.
And then all day yesterday, essentially, a total of I want to say like 9-ish hours. Yeah,
I think in your text thread you said 10:30. 10 hours
that
30.
sounds correct altogether. So
No, something like that. Anyways, so a variety of different experiences here because let me tell you, this is a game where the difficulty changes the game like dramatically. Dramatically, like in terms of like actually in a lot of ways. Enemy placements, how many enemies, the damage you take, the damage bosses take. Enemy AI is smarter on harder difficulties.
Makes sense.
Which makes you take advantage of a lot more of your arsenal, which is great. In my opinion, we'll get to all that in a second. And then
I think I used 4 different weapons in my playthrough. Maybe 5. No, 5 if you include the sword.
Trank pistol, regular pistol, stinger missiles. Probably an assault rifle at some point.
M4 / AK-74.
Yeah. And then the sword. There
I
you
think
go.
I used the grenade launcher once.
I'd never used the grenade.
I used the grenade launcher against a
Once.
bunch of the Tengus.
I used it a little bit against Vamp this time around.
That's when I used it.
You used it
Yes.
against Vamp. Yeah, it works all right against Vamp.
I did not. I
You didn't need to. Vamp died in probably 4 shots.
no, liar. No, because I used the tranquilizer pistol on all the enemies, on all the bosses.
Give yourself a
Still, the difference between hard and normal is like 10 shots.
It
10
was
headshots.
It was at least I had to shoot him at least 8 times, at least.
Oh, okay. Maybe. The number of shots may like not mean so much the lower you go. You know what I'm saying? Like it only travels up.
Right.
You know, so like below normal, it's probably there's probably less of a jump from easy to normal as there is from normal to hard.
I'll
I would
say,
assume.
playing that vamp fight, I don't want to like get too far into like the review, but I forgot that his knife will stick into your shadow and make you not be able to move. I forgot about that.
And bosses have not more moves, but they just take more advantage of their moves. So like Vamp was throwing those sticky knives at me all the time.
But see, that's the thing. That was incredibly easy to deal with because of the grenade launcher. It would take out both the dagger and when he was walking to you, damage him at the same time. And so I would just wait for him to get close and just do that, and it was very effective.
See, he wasn't coming at me when he stuck me to the ground. He was dancing around in the
That's what changes
in the upper thing. And also, he's got a move. I maybe knew this, but I didn't like know it. He's got a move where he throws like 5 knives at you at once. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just forgot that he does that.
I'll say another way to avoid like him sticking the knife into your shadow is to stick to the left or right where there's no light to make a shadow for yourself.
Is it a shadow thing?
Yeah,
no,
I
got stuck over there.
He sticks into your shadow.
That how that
he does do that. That is true.
If he throws the knife and it sticks into your shadow,
I just thought it was a straight line.
He said you the line that he said was you can't run away from your shadow or something like that.
Oh, interesting.
See,
okay.
Kojima, yeah.
Never have put that together. Interesting. I learned something new every time I played this game. I learned Wish
I had one of those.
There is some way, I don't know how you do it, but there is some way in which if you get a trank headshot on a guard, I think you have to just barely clip the top of his head or something. He'll go to sleep, but he won't fall down.
Huh.
Like it's like a full animated
Interesting.
But he doesn't fall down. It's like a thing. I don't know how to trigger it, but it's a thing. There was some other stuff I learned in this playthrough, but
it was really funny. I forgot some of the. Sorry, continue your thing, and we'll talk more. About
yeah. Let's get into the quick facts. Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty initially released November 13th, 2001. It has a Metacritic score of 96 and sold in 2001 on the PlayStation 2 7 million copies worldwide. That's quite a lot of copies for a PlayStation 2 game. A singular game that, this game was released multi-platform. I believe it was on Xbox 360, something like that.
Well, there was that collection.
It was, so it came
before the collection. Yeah, it had a different version.
Oh, yes.
It launched on
It was just a dual
Xbox.
pack. It was just 2 and 3.
No, I'm saying it launched day one.
I'm referring to when you say the collection, it was
it was, but
when we say collection, I think of multiple games that are more.
Well, there is because the
triple pack.
It got 3 games. It got 2, 3, and Peace Walker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The one
I think there's different SKUs.
Okay.
I think there's different SKUs. Okay. So it gets a little complicated.
Okay.
Did we play? We played on Xbox.
Yeah, we played on the 360 version.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, we played on the Xbox One, the 360 version, the double pack.
Hype. Yeah, which you can see that hype, and also I think 2 and 3 may have been on the same disc. I think Peace Walker was on a separate disc.
Well, I mean, it wasn't. It was digital for us, but
yeah, SKUs are weird. Anyways, you can watch Phil's first time ever playing Metal Gear Solid 2 live on the channel right now. Our old hype playthrough. That footage.
Got to dig through those playlists.
Yeah, it's old. We didn't know a whole lot about production.
If you look up, I will say, if you look up on YouTube, just HYEP 2 Penny Games. If you look up HYEP MGS2, that's the first thing that pops up is our playlist.
Oh, nice.
That's how I found it, because I was feeling nostalgic when I was playing the tanker.
Well, off of your YouTube account, so the algorithm's going to prioritize. Yeah. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our review. I'm going to go ahead and start it off first because I probably am the highest on this. I'm going to guess. In a word, Metal Gear Solid 2 is a masterpiece to me. I think this is an incredible step up from the first game. This is how I think you should make a sequel, is just expand on mechanics. Sure, the game looks better and plays better and is on the next generation of hardware in a time where next generation of hardware meant something. But it's just, I feel like a much smarter designed game from a gameplay perspective. It leans off of the gimmicks of the first game. The first game is very gimmick heavy. This one I don't think is gimmick heavy. It does have gimmicks, but it's mostly mechanics based for the most part, even in its boss fights. I think its story is really, really good. Bloated to all hell, and characters talk way too goddamn much. But Kojima is incredibly prophetic here. And is speaking on themes and social problems that existed 20 years after the game came out, which is incredible. And I think pretty much any little checkbox you can think of on this game, I think this game still does really, really well 23 years later. It still plays really, really well. The first-person aiming is a little too floaty for my liking, but hey, it's been 20 years. What are you going to do? And just moment-to-moment gameplay, the game is ingenious. Like, it rewards you for creative thinking. It challenges you in ways that maybe you as a player were not expecting. And I just think overall, this game nails what it means to be a stealth action game. I don't understand why we don't get more games like this from a gameplay perspective. I don't understand why this is not a formula that is replicated again and again and again, because I truly think that this game is just a blast to play. I enjoy it stem to stern. I love replaying it. Even if I go through and skip cutscenes and so forth and just focus purely on the gameplay experience, it's so much fun. And I mean, we have to talk about just how bold the game is, not only in what they're talking about, in terms of how the internet age is going to affect the world, how information control is going to affect the world, but like the choice to not throw away, but to bait and switch you, which we do have to talk about because the game was heavily advertised as the return of Solid Snake, and then you don't play as Solid Snake as the game, but they still put him in there. He's standing right next to you. It's an incredibly bold choice. I'm a big fan of it. I would understand how on a first time through, or if you didn't know, it is completely disorienting, but I love it. I don't love Raiden as a character in this game, but the choice. The choice, the narrative, the themes, the sort of meta narrative that's happening when they talk about what it means to interact with a video game, what it means to be a player in control of what you're experiencing, what it means to craft your own story as a human being, and I've lost it. I've lost it. Anyways, I'm incredibly still blown away by this game. Today, I think this game is so good. My biggest issue with the game is also, it's a double-edged sword because I also find it to be a positive, it is full-blown Kojima. He is off the leash. He's doing whatever he wants. And while I think that allows the game to then be unabashedly creative in ways that no other video game is, it also means that Kojima won't shut the fuck up. And my biggest problem with Kojima as a writer is he doesn't let subtext be subtext. He has to explain everything he means, and he would be such a better writer if he would just learn to leave some mystery in it. Like, have some questions that don't need to be answered. Let your themes speak for themselves. They have plenty to say, but no, he just insists on just point blank telling you what he's talking about, to the detriment of the narrative at times. But sort of like a pro-con weighing, weighing out the negatives and the positives of that. I would rather this than having than not having it, because it allows Kojima to just do the most off-the-wall artiste. How did you even think of that? Sort of things. I wrote down some quotes in this game, gentlemen, because there were
works by vibrating the small muscles of your inner ear.
Yeah, there were a couple of banger lines in this game, and I had to write some of them down. In the conversation with the president, there's a line about, even if a pawn becomes a queen, it is still just a chess piece. Pawns can never become players. That's fascinating to me. In the medium of video games, they're talking to us. Even though we are players and we have choice and we are role-playing, you don't really have choice. Like, the game still has a set ending narrative. No matter what video game you're in, you're on the path that the game developers give you. That's super fucking interesting. And then how, that kind of relates to like how where you're born, how you're born, who you're raised by. It's so political standings. Yeah.
A lot about genes.
The S3 plan being called Selection of Societal Sanity. What the fuck? How the fuck did you even think of that?
I thought it was Solid Snake's successor.
Solid Snake Simulation. But that's a fake thing. That's not the true S3 plan. That's what Solidus believes the S3 plan is, but it's not. And then there's a line when the GW AI is really going off the hinges and telling you all of the subtext. There's a point where it cuts to Rose and she says, "You have to believe me," but the LIE in believe is capitalized, and I'm like, all right, that's a localization team. That's not Kojima writing that. That's someone on the localization team being like, Hey, did you guys notice that?
Cute.
If you do that, that's cute. I love that. There's just a bunch of like small things in this game. Every time I play it, I learn something new. Every time I play it, I take new things away from it. Yeah, he's a fucking beast. Every time I play it, I take new things from it. I think this game is an undeniable classic, and it's one of the greatest video games ever made. Connor, I want to jump to you, my friend.
I wonder why.
And your camera's broken. Fucking.
Oh,
I was wondering
kick
about that.
My goddamn ass. All right, hold on. I'm going to have to.
he knows the editing he's going to have to do here.
Connor, tell me how you felt about playing Metal Gear Solid 2.
Well, Metal Gear Solid 2 is outstanding. I loved the game.
In a field.
What did you expect?
I thought you would be positive. I didn't think you would come on this strong.
So, I hadn't talked to Tavin about this. He urged me to. He was prodding me like, hey, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I wanted to know.
Because he's the Metal Gear Solid loser.
Well, I really enjoy the first game. I think it's a classic game, great game, but it undeniably has not held up the best. But 2 and 3, I legitimately believe are some of the greatest of all time.
And yet here it lies at number 9 above Dishonored, Chrono Trigger, and Resident Evil.
Because it's better than those games.
It's not better than those games. But I digress.
It is.
It's not.
It's
No,
better
I
than
know
that.
you agree.
I would probably.
I can only speak for 2 out of 3 of those. I haven't played Chrono Trigger.
I would probably say Resident Evil HD/remake is better than Metal Gear Solid, but I'm not the one who wanted Resident Evil that low, and it's just that low. So I had to do what I had to do.
No, Metal Gear Solid's in a good.
Well, that aside, Metal Gear Solid 2, as I previously stated, is outstanding. So I'll start off with the things I liked, which are numerous. It is easier than the first game by a very, very wide margin. I feel
it makes more sense.
More sense, as in like
gameplay wise.
It does, but at the same exact time, the area that you're accessing, the big shell, it seems on the outset that it would lead to a quicker death spiral whenever you get found out. But I found that just the way the game, like how the enemies died and how easy it was to dispatch them, just in those narrow corridors, made it to where anytime I would get found out, I would only die if I wanted to die because I kept damaging health. And I was like, I'm just not going to waste my time with this.
Sure.
So it was
play the game whenever you have time and you feel the urge. Play the game again on hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I imagine that would improve some of the ease. It would.
I mean, you're still not dying to regular enemies like that, but boss fights will challenge you a whole lot more.
Fair enough. Which, aside from the enemies, using the stealth mechanics of Metal Gear Solid 2, as you said in your bit of the review, it improved itself beyond the first game. Obviously, you can still, you hide in lockers, you tap walls to make sure they get over there, and, distract them from wherever they're at. But the inclusion of a first-person shooting mode, similar to Fallout New Vegas from Fallout 3, severely enhances the gameplay, the moment-to-moment gameplay. Whether it's just taking out guards while you're silently moving around, or dealing with those more higher-octane combat moments, it just works better for what the game tries to do. I guess I said I was starting out with what I liked. The combat, as is the case with Metal Gear, clearly it's not the way to be played. Doesn't really work all that well. Which is like when you're not stealthing around, is what I'm saying. And that really comes into play with the boss fights, which, particularly in Metal Gear Solid 1, were pretty lackluster. And I was overall kind of coming into this game thinking that with Metal Gear Solid 2's boss fights. But by the end of it, I went from liking the boss fights. They weren't particularly interesting for the most part. They did less interesting things than something like Psycho Mantis did, for example. But, the hairier fight, I'll just start out. I'll go all over the place. Fuck being likes and dislikes. That's lame stuff. The hairier fight sucked cock, just like how it did back in the day. It's bland.
It's not that
It's
bad.
fine.
That's the thing.
Honestly, it's kind of boring.
That's the thing, and that's why it sucks. It's just this bland, boring fight. It's an improvement off the Apache fight in the first game.
The
Hind D.
Hind D fight. Who cares? It's a helicopter.
They say it like that's one of the first lines in the
Apache
game.
is so much harder to reach for than Hind D.
Literally, a Hind D.
Apache sounds cooler, but find where the ship's going, lock onto it with your Stinger missiles, and then you shoot it. And then when it attacks, you hide, and it's incredibly easy to hide as well. And so it's just long, drawn-out boss fight that's very boring. Thankfully, that's the only bad boss fight. All the other ones, they're fine. They're fun.
It's not the only bad boss fight. Vamp boss sucks ass.
No, Vamp
No,
boss
that's
is
good.
great.
No,
I love
it's good.
that
It's
fight.
bad. It's bad.
Mechanically, that might be my favorite fight.
If it wasn't for the final fight, yes. I didn't like the fight against the Metal Gear Rays, but I
love that fight.
I'm only...
I love the spectacle of it.
I don't like the fight itself.
But see, that's the thing. Neither did I until I found out the way that I did it is when you first start out that boss fight. Once again, like the Harrier boss fight, you use the Stinger missiles, and I framed it as, oh, you're just doing another fight with the Stinger missiles, and that was incredibly boring because it was like a rehash of what I just did, but on a more like slower, drawn out scale. But I, as Tavin pointed out, with the 1 or 2 times we talked about this game, I neglected to use the katana that you get near the end of the game, which
so fun.
makes it way more fun. It really does. So yeah, we talked.
You use the katana against Rays?
Yeah.
How do you use the katana against Rays?
I didn't use it against Rays, no.
What do you mean?
Because I was going to rescind my original issue with that boss fight.
I mean, it's a Stinger missile fight.
then the
I
boss
thought
fight
you were going to reach for the grenade launcher.
Oh, okay. That boss fight sucks fucking ass. It's the same exact thing. Long, drawn out, of locking on to things whenever they're clearly, accessible to shoot, whenever they do their giant laser.
Oh, you don't know about the katana against the Rays?
Yes.
No, I'm saying you can't use the sword against the Rays.
Oh, that's what you said.
You can't use it. Yeah, it's
You
not.
cannot.
It's not effective. It's a Stinger missile fight.
That makes sense. That's okay.
It is.
Are you aware that if you shoot the knee first and then the head, it does critical damage?
Yes.
Oh, I only thought it did critical damage whenever he opened up for that laser attack.
No, you shoot them in the knee, and he like reacts, goes down, and then you shoot him in the.
And how much did that do?
Like
It takes like a third of the health.
It takes
away.
a third of their health. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
when
It's not a long fight.
When it opens up its lasers, it takes away a third, like maybe more than a third.
So that's just another way for you to target the weak spot. But it's a lot quicker if you target the knees. It'll lean down, then you target the head.
It's actually. I'm surprised you're critical of this fight because it's actually really fun doing the rhythm of knee, head, other guy, knee, head, other guy, knee, head, back to the first.
I'm not super into the rhythm. That like sure it's neat. I'm more there for the spectacle of, oh my god, there's 3 Metal Gear Rays at one time coming at me, and I think that's cool. I just think it kind of it can get a little, what's the word,
repetitive.
Repetitive, but I was looking for a different word. Tedious.
Well,
like just over and over and over doing the same exact thing back and forth.
You talked about the spectacle. Not only was there not a spectacle, but it actually undermines a key aspect of Metal Gear as a franchise, which is the Metal Gears. They build them up these really intense, devastating killing machines, and then you just dispatch them in each game fairly easily. They have no weight to them.
There's all these Metal Gears. Only one snake.
There's only one snake, yeah.
They might address that issue in a later
I also
Not this one.
I also really want to say, Connor, I can tell you really like this game because you're very excited and very loud.
Ah, that's a good indication, huh?
Yes.
Nice.
To the point where, like, I really wish we would have done an audio check on Connor's mic before, his level.
And then
Okay.
In that case,
I feel like I have to like hide my microphone
You do.
from him.
You do.
fair enough. In that case,
I'll put a gate on it in the edit and see if that fixes it.
and then here I'll lower my voice a little bit. So
Like
that
project, I love it. Like I love that you're excited. It's just I'm taken aback.
fair enough. Yeah, it kind of comes out of nowhere. I know. But yeah, that undermined Metal Gear as an enemy, and as the title card of the game, the franchise. That's probably not the best decision to make. But beyond that, the narrative, just like the first one, was incredibly entertaining and stuck with me the entire way through. Metal Gear Solid 1 does it better in terms of its delivery, because Metal Gear Solid 2, as we kind of stated before, just goes on and on and on at some points with information that's not really relevant a lot of the times.
25-minute cutscenes.
Exactly,
It was so bad.
It's long.
Yeah, it's really bad. At the beginning of the game, I was fine with it, but as it kept on doing that and got longer...
Oh, it gets worse, yeah.
Yeah, I know. And then you're like, well, you can be, as you said, have a little bit more subtext in there. Not exactly...
As soon as they get to Arsenal Gear, it spikes. And you go, Jesus!
Like, you finish that fucking Ray boss fight, and then you just put down the controller for half an hour.
Yeah,
Literally, yeah. But I kind of appreciate Kojima, yes, but just game devs in general, experimenting with, well, how long can we take the controller away from? And now this goes too far. The balance is wrong.
By far.
The balance is wrong. We go too far.
Probably worse than 4.
I think this game, and maybe even the first game, allows devs to feel emboldened enough to trust that the player will hang on in their cutscenes long. I think that's why we get some of the meatier narrative games like Last of Us, like God of War, and why like later games, years later, feel emboldened enough to be like, no, this game's story matters, and you're not going to fight anything for 15 minutes, but there's a reason for it.
Which, before touching on the story, I'll finish up gameplay real quick.
Yeah.
Because even though the action combat isn't that great, the core of it being the stealth gameplay, it's fun to just sneak around. It really is. Evading the enemies, even if it is kind of easy at the end of the day, it's just a fun thing to do. And it flows very well, moment to moment to moment, room to room to room. And so, for a game that can get a little bit long in the tooth with its narrative and its dialogue, that goes a long way. Which, even though the dialogue does go a long time, in many instances, the narrative is very interesting in how it unveils, especially the number of twists. They're not like grand, like it changes every like perspective of like the universe of Metal Gear Solid.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I mean, the twist that you play as Raiden, I think, does.
Well,
the whole twist of like, this is just the first game again, and them going, yeah, we know. Like, there's a reason for that. Like, I think that the both of those are very grand. It does, however, I think, disable Metal Gear as a franchise, because now it always has to be self-referential. And I said this to Connor last night, Phil. I believe Metal Gear Solid should have ended at 2. I think this should have been the last game in the franchise. Now, I'm glad it didn't, because Snake Eater is my favorite video game of all time, and I think it's the best of all of them. But immediately after 3, you see a sharp fall in quality, and it never comes back up.
I could see the argument maybe made be like, let the present day story end with 2.
That I think is more important. Yeah. Because the big boss games, I think, stay interesting.
Yeah. Keep going. I'm fine going back in time from where we started.
Or let's leave. Like, let's do something new in the Metal Gear universe, but like, let's get away from Snake. Let's get away from Raiden. Let's get away from these characters.
I don't know if I don't think you can separate it. I really don't. I don't think that I don't see a world where we have a Metal Gear game and there isn't a big boss Snake Raiden character, right? We're like, it's not. Oh, it's another a different clone of.
I mean, I think if it's. I mean, I think if it's just a
that face has to be there somewhere.
See, but I feel like 2 is them breaking away from Snake and trying to go in a completely different direction, but then fan backlash was so strong against it that they hard corrected in the other direction.
Which, to that point, right, the replacement of Raiden as Snake overall is a negative thing. Now, Raiden's not a bad
Snake
character.
is back.
He is back. He is back, just not in the way you expect. Snake is just a... Oh, there it goes. Well, can we pause that for now?
I don't know. Keep going.
He spilled beer all over his keyboard.
It's pooling right there under the Inigo, or whatever the brand is.
Inland.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we've figured out all of that, this is going to be the most technical mess of a show that we've produced in a long time. And
Stop spilling your beer.
I'm upset about it. Connor, we cut you off talking about narrative. Where do you want to go from here?
Well, I didn't find it, like, the twists that the game had to offer to be extremely grand. They were delivered in a way where I wasn't just like, come on, you're just making up twists to make up twists to get us, to have that, M. Night Shyamalan effect, where people just talk about that and nothing else.
Twist.
The twists themselves made sense with what had been spun up until that point, about the Patriots being this, wide-reaching, shadowy organization that controls everything from the shadows. It sent off that idea of who the Patriots are very well, with uncovering that all of the events that took place are all, a training exercise, basically, while also at the same time being meta, and it's like what the narrative is trying to say. Which, to that point, one of the greatest strength this narrative has isn't those twists, isn't the characters, which I'll get into a little bit later. It's the fact that it was so spot on. I mean, very often, we've had conversations on this podcast about games at the time, right? Games at the time like Mario 64 that had lots of problems with how it controlled, just being a byproduct of the fact that it was entering into the new space of 3D gaming. Even still, I was a detractor of the game as a whole because of that reason. This one, it's once again another conversation that has to be had in reference to the time, which was the emergence of the internet. There's an anime that exists out there called Serial Experiments Lane. This and Metal Gear Solid are pieces of media at that period of time that were just so easily able to predict how technology was going to influence the dissemination of information and the mixture of that between reality and fiction, the virtual world. More so in Serial Experiments Lane's case. But the point is that, in a period where information is so numerous, it's hard to parse through what exactly is the truth. And it develops this by pointing out that the Patriots, this shadowy organization that goes back hundreds of years, being able to control all of these events, is scared at the onset of all of this information coming out because it would disassemble their power of being able to control people with specific wording and specific messaging. So Kojima at the time, 2002 was when the game came out, right? Even more impressive, was able to predict all of this. And even though he gets very preachy in the narrative, in any other game that not only wasn't a Kojima game, but also a game where you wouldn't be as right as you are in the context of things, would have made me leave saying the writing was pretty bad in that sense. Because, again, if you were watching, if Final Fantasy VII, right? If it expressed its themes the same way Metal Gear Solid 2 does, people wouldn't be talking about that narrative
Shut
as well.
the fuck up.
Yeah, you'd be like, come on, I get it. Planet, it's the the environment, it's in danger, blah, 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 blah. Shut up, as you said. But Kojima's able to influence that. It's able to add that Kojima charm, just like the first game was able to do, to make it to where, even if it's kind of ridiculous, when you step back and see what exactly is going on here, you're on for the ride. You would, if you play that game again, never watch that again. You would skip past it immediately. At least I would, because it's just so long just to sit and listen to dialogue. Not only just the whole
every once in, I mean, I agree, because I skip a lot of cutscenes and stuff when I replay Metal Gear games. But every once in a while, every 2-3 years or whatever, when I do go back and revisit, sometimes I'll be like, it's been a minute. Let me reevaluate what's going on here.
Sure.
I also started playing these games when I was 13, so my understanding of them and my understanding of Kojima has changed dramatically. This dude clearly has daddy issues.
Oh, he probably does.
Oh, all right, yeah.
But to take it further beyond themes, characters, right? That's where the game's narrative really starts to collapse. I said before, Raiden he's a fine character. He is. But I fully understand going from the audience outrage at the time, going from as cool of a fucking character as Solid Snake, who you have the contrast of him in this game being cool as fuck, and then going over to kind of milquetoast Raiden. He whines a bit, and it's kind of framed in the sense that he's a newbie and getting used to this stuff. Which
it's his first real life mission, right? He's only done VR before that. Right?
No, because remember he's a child soldier.
But he didn't remember that. To him,
he has repressed those memories.
To him, in the beginning, this is his first real mission.
Yes, that's the thing that sucks about Raiden, right? Because it sets up I know that Raiden. This is one of the things I knew. Raiden's going to be a child soldier. He was Jack the Ripper. He fought with a blade.
Because you played Revengeance.
Yeah, because I played Revengeance. So I knew that going in.
I was going to say you had that context of the other game.
And with that context, I was kind of waiting for those parts to surface. But they just simply say, "Oh, he has memory. He's got all the skills he has through VR missions, and it has nothing to do with him being a child soldier because they manipulated with his memories." But at a certain point in the narrative, when it's time to unveil who he once was, they do this weird thing where even though it says his memories were manipulated, he immediately goes in to talk about uber specific details.
You're talking about him talking to Rose.
Yes.
So it's I was so afraid of the person I was with hating me or something like that.
It's not even just that. It's that he then goes and says, they made us watch movies of action heroes to kind of give us in the right mindset.
That's what you do to child soldiers.
Yeah, but it's that framed in the context of his memory being altered, it immediately drops.
So his memory's not altered. Because he himself, the human being, has repressed his memories.
them.
Yes, but even then...
But he's still haunted by them.
Yes, but he transitions immediately from being haunted by these vague memories that he has, because he specifies he realized that through his dreams. He had dreams, and it made it a disconnect from reality.
He's lying to himself and to other people. He knows what he is, but he doesn't want to be that.
Yeah,
because it's awful, right? It's the worst thing ever. So he lies to himself and to other people that it doesn't exist. My problem with it is that's not who Raiden is supposed to be in his function in the narrative. Because Solid Snake is undeniably a Raiden for Hideo Kojima, or a stand-in for Kojima. It's his personal stand-in. Raiden is supposed to be the player. That's why at the end, when Snake suddenly becomes a different character and starts talking about, hey, you need to live your life to the fullest. Yes, the past happened. Maybe it wasn't fair to you, but it's up to you to change that and make a new course in life. He's talking to the player because I would assume, and from what some preliminary research I've done, Kojima did not have a good relationship with his father, and this game is him rising above his familial issues and sort of laying a hand out and saying, "Hey, it's possible. Come along with me." Yeah. It's kind of his, to put it in, nobody at this table is going to understand this. To put it in context of like a Kendrick Lamar, Metal Gear Solid 2 is his Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers.
I mean, to me, I actually kind of get that more than you might think.
Yeah.
But the core issue of Raiden is that the narrative doesn't make you feel that in any way, shape, or form. It's like I was saying with some of the other bits, the themes, which work out well, it's just talking to you. All of a sudden, it talks to you of how Raiden is impacted by his past as a child soldier. But everything up until this point indicates that had no bearing on him whatsoever. It was only the plot telling me that he was a child soldier that made me feel like he was a child soldier who had all of these, these issues that are currently existing because of his past, particularly his relationship with Rose, where he doesn't want to expose himself to her and open himself up to her, which I guess leads to the other issue, which is that their relationship sucks.
Yes,
it is terrible.
Not good.
She manipulated him, but he also just he gets upset, but it completely ignores that by the end of the game. And he's just
it's also confusing because you as the player don't know if it's her
or GW.
GW. And even Raiden starts to have a breakdown and go, is she even fucking real? All of it is confusing and messy, and
then it's tossed out the window in the final moments.
Yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
Am I wrong in saying that this is the most melodramatic any of the MGS games get? No.
More than the first
I'm
one.
not wrong? Or really?
Oh, God.
Guys.
Because, holy shit. Sure, you go into a Kojima game expecting melodrama of some point. But at some point, dude, it just gets way too much. Also, we talked a little bit about skipping cutscenes and, not wanting to. I accidentally skipped a cutscene one time.
I skipped a couple by accident.
I skipped the one after you survive Fortune down on the elevator.
Oh, where you shoot Vamp?
Yes.
Oh, you skipped that one? That's a good cutscene.
So all of a sudden, next time I see Vamp, he has a fucking hole in his forehead. I was like, when the fuck did that happen?
Did you go back and look it up? Or?
No, because they go back, they do a flashback to that point when Fortune realizes that she's not really lucky or whatever.
Yeah. Both the cutscenes where you listen in on people with the microphone. So when you listen in on Ocelot and Solidus talk when you're with Ames
and Olga.
And the one with Olga in Shell 2. Yeah, I skipped both of those by accident.
Olga's in the same
she's in that cutscene. Yeah. I didn't get that far.
Yeah.
Did you guys find Johnny?
No.
I did not.
Do you both remember who Johnny is?
Yeah. He shits his pants.
He's the shits his pants guys. He's in this game twice.
There's a trophy for listening to him twice.
Listening to him twice. I'll go ahead and tell you.
I looked for him in the Ocelot and Solidus.
Solidus, yeah. He's hard left. There's a bathroom.
I looked for him.
There's a bathroom behind the stage.
It was weird because I was I was turning the camera as much as it would to the left and right, and
he's not all the way left. He's just mostly left.
Okay.
Maybe if you start looking at the stage, you've gone too far. He's in between the stage and the wall.
Okay.
And then the second time you see him is when you're watching over Emma as she's crossing the water bridges. I believe the first time she goes around a pillar and she exits your sight, switch to the microphone, and she has a conversation with him.
That's funny.
They meet each other. He goes, freeze! And she goes, ah! And then he shits his pants.
I think you showed me that in hype.
I probably did. Also, when Snake shows up on that, if you pull the microphone out and listen to him, he's muttering to himself of do I need to clear it with Ocelot before I ask her out? And I'm like, bro! Otacon, excuse me, Otacon. And I'm like, bro, whoa!
Okay. Sorry, real quick. I made this observation last night. Fucking Ocelot is the most Starscream ass character.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Anytime he betrays his boss or whatever, even though it was my plan the whole time, right?
He's always working. Oh god, it's so complicated.
I know.
It's
Like, it just, I immediately thought of Starscream and
Yeah.
how, like, he's always aiming to one-up Megatron or whoever his boss is at the time.
Yeah.
So
So in this game, is he just working for the Patriots in this game, or does he
Yes.
have okay? Because he has ulterior motives.
He's
even
working
past
for
that.
the Patriots, but also Liquid is, like, possessing him or something. But then I'm pretty sure in the fourth game he's lying about being possessed by Liquid.
I know how that ends up, Phil.
Yeah.
It's
It's
dumb as
ridiculous.
shit.
It is stupid.
No, I also I think it's from the fourth game, but there's that scene where he's like running away and laughing all maniacally.
That's so fucking funny.
That's a great scene, actually. That's a
that
fantastic
cutscene always
scene.
makes me laugh.
It is so. Yeah, it is. It's stupid. What it really boils down to, and both of you have played 3, so you kind of understand it already. Ocelot is always looking to fulfill Big Boss's
Legacy.
wishes. What is that word?
Will.
He's always trying to fulfill Big Boss's will. That's Ocelot's entire purpose. It gets confusing. It doesn't make sense. And
Doesn't he creates a new outer heaven in 4, right?
yes, they create a new outer heaven in every fucking one.
Well, they try to.
Yeah. So yeah, fucking.
That's always their goal, is to create outer heaven.
There are 2 Metal Gear Solid games where your goal as the player is to create outer heaven, and it's like
you
fucking.
got
All right, we get
Peace
it.
Walker and what's the other one?
5.
5.
Yeah.
This is when Ben, without a shadow of a doubt, the most all over the place, in a good way,
Yeah.
review we've ever done.
I mean, you have to, right? Because like
Yeah.
there's so much to this game.
Yeah. And because you guys were touching on it a little bit earlier, Emma Emmerich. That entire character arc sucks.
Oh, I like her.
fucking ass.
You
No,
don't
no,
like
no.
her?
I like her.
Yeah.
It's that's not the issue. The issue isn't with the character. It's with how that entire arc of her and Hal ends up.
It's not satisfying.
So
It's
unnecessary.
it's not even that it's not
Like,
satisfying.
she does not need to die.
I agree. She
Yeah,
doesn't need to die.
she
but
doesn't need to
for
die.
whatever reason, Otacon needs to be the tragic character in every game he's in.
Yes. But
It was fucking Sniper Wolf in the first one, and then
Yeah.
it's fucking EE in this one.
yeah. Not only did that not have to happen, but the way it happened was so fucking shit. Because she gets injured, right? And it's like, okay, yeah, this is how you do these stories if you're going to kill somebody off who's important to a character, and it's very emotional. And it hits. That moment when she's like she's wounded and she dies and Otacon's crying, very emotional.
Yeah.
Why do the nanomachines not heal people?
Because it's not 4 yet. Or
Oh,
5.
you know too much information.
Because I know Revengeance. That's why.
Oh, okay. I see.
If things are like that, then they're in 4. But aside from that, then it does that same exact thing again. I can't remember how it does it, but it has something to do with the bird or something like that. But he has like another like sad moment of him mourning Emma's
The
death.
fucking,
Well, because
He mourns
he's
her.
sad in the moment, and then Snake pulls him together and
Yes.
says, "Hey, man, I need you. You got to go do this." And then as soon as he leaves, he falls apart again.
And that's good, but there was a scene before that. I'm trying to remember
he
the
does a
details.
lot of talking.
And that's the thing. No, that's what they do. Because then they do like this
The whole backstory with his
Yes,
stepmom.
Yes, that's it. They do that
how
backstory.
he cucked his own dad.
Yeah.
Yes, they do that, which in and itself isn't a problem, but it's just told to you through Kojima dialogue, which is the only time it really becomes a negative when you're in this super emotional moment and you've just dealt with the death of a character. Who, even if though you didn't develop her that much, it mattered a lot to Otacon, who you really like.
Just Otacon's reaction alone would have been enough.
It would have been.
You
Yes.
didn't need the story with the stepmom or the dad who killed himself.
That's key.
Yeah.
And that's key because that breaks up that next moment you're talking about where he, rallies with Snake, but then leaves and here's the parrot like basically repeating what she would say when she was lonely. and
Oh,
him
that's
breaking
what
down and crying.
triggers it. Oh my god.
It's good. No, that's the thing. It's good, but the fact that it just breaks it up with that backstory shit makes it to where I rather than being sad, I was like, you're doing this again? You just did this a second ago. Why is this
I don't
a thing
disagree.
again?
The fucking icing on the cake is at the end of the game when you see the bird flying away.
See,
I don't understand the semblance of that. Like
how he
what
let
do
it free.
how she's free?
More like, no, not her, but like the fact that he set it free.
Just dumb.
It's weird.
It doesn't have like deeper meaning, but it's like, oh, he was walking out with a bird, and now you see it being free.
But it's got to be
It's like an
tied
emotional
to.
moment.
But it's got to be tied to Raiden becoming free as a character.
Probably,
But it's
well,
like-
no, that's not true. He's tied down with a baby mama. He is not free.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Far
He's
from
going
being
to have
free.
a kid.
And by the way, I'll say this in Revengeance.
Can I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
Potential like future spoilers.
Yeah.
Do we ever figure out what the fuck happened with Olga's kid?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say something else.
Now, I'll tell you, This game is a great setup for a sequel, or has a great setup for a sequel, where it feels like Snake, Raiden, Otacon are going to go team up and go save Olga's kid. All of that happens off screen.
Love it.
Love it.
Good one, Hideo.
Even worse, the whole, like, I don't know how it goes down in 4, but the whole fact that Raiden has a family in Revengeance, they do the right choice, but it's just like, oh, they're off safe somewhere else. I'm going to go back to cutting the shit out of people.
I was going to say, it's so weird, too, because I remember in a trailer for Revengeance, he's, like, in a studio apartment by himself.
Never happens.
And he's, like, cutting up an apple or something with, like, the blade and shit.
Maybe a DLC, but...
It was a trailer thing.
I'll tell you guys right now. I like Raiden. He's whiny and annoying and stuff, but, like, as a concept, I like him.
My name's Jack Raiden.
I also don't see him as a character. I see him as a stand-in for the player and like the whole meta narrative part of it. But because the game has sequels, he becomes a real character, and they ruin him in 4.
But
he's got a terrible story arc in 4.
He's also a character in 2, and it's just not done that well.
It's also not, but I also think that's because Kojima's not a strong enough writer to juggle these meta narratives as much as he wants to.
Kind of a core issue when your game is very much carried by the narrative, and you fail in your main character.
It's so bonkers and creative and interesting, and there are elements of like pure gold in here where you're like, fuck, dude, he's in his bag. And then there's elements of like, what the fuck are we doing? We haven't even really got. I'm going to pause and I want to get to you, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, so there's not much else I have to say other than like what I've already said.
Where are you on the scale for this game?
Much more positive than. I mean, I was already more positive I'm thinking back in like hype days, right, where I really didn't like the first one, and I was more high on the second one.
Yeah.
And it's only gone up. Like as far as the gameplay goes, I think it's super fun to sneak around. But like these fucking cutscenes, and how they just will not shut the fuck up.
Now it might be bad because you did it all in one sitting.
It's so bad. Me and my wife, we just had a nice little like stay at home, hang out all day, type deal yesterday, and she kind of was doing her own thing in the living room, with like one of the cats. I had one of the cats in my lap playing games and on just laying in bed, sitting up on TV and everything, and it was just going for so long. And I can't remember what exact cutscene it was, but I was in a cutscene. Ash went to the bathroom, came back out, then like I don't know, 15, 20 minutes later, came back into the bedroom, like, oh my god, another cutscene? No, babe, it's the same fucking one. It is the same fucking cutscene. I have not picked up the controller
Had to have been the president.
for 1 second.
Had to have been the president. The president.
And then right after that, I take 5 steps to go out the door, and it's another cutscene that's just as fucking long.
That's the thing. We don't need long cutscenes. You take 5 seconds, and then the colonel calls you. If
you're gonna make these long ass cutscenes, just put them to fucking together.
Yeah,
put them together.
Give me 45 minutes of just cutscene. Let me know before it happens.
I don't need an 8-hour game with a 3-hour film in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
I don't need that.
Or if you're gonna break it up, put more gameplay in it.
Yes.
Like we haven't really talked a whole lot about level design. I love the big shell.
I like it too.
I love it. Here's a cool stealth room, figure it out.
Yeah.
Each room is a puzzle, and you got to figure it out. Give me 10 more shells.
One of my favorite parts of the big shell, like specific like room types. I love the storage area.
Storage room is awesome.
Storage room's great. I also love it. It's really, really simple and really, really easy. But I love the conveyor belt room.
That's probably my most difficult room to get through.
It's so fun.
I feel like I trigger an alarm every time I walk in there.
It's so fun. I love being I love the cute part of like you can use a box, stand on the thing, and then go on the conveyor belt in the box.
It's fast travel.
It's so fun.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's such a neat idea to like take the little quirk of Snake being in the box.
Yes.
And using that.
Yes.
It's very, very cool.
The game is ingenious.
I also remember when we played on Hype, I remember there being a point where you're talking with Snake on a codec, or Pliskin on the codec, and then you turn around and you see him sneaking in the box. I was looking for that on this playthrough, and I couldn't find it.
Now that you say it, it does ring a bell, but I don't remember where.
See, the big show. It's good. It's not like spectacular, and it's the only downgrade from 1.
I think Shadow Moses is more iconic. It feels like a real place.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. The issue with the big shell...
I'm taking big shell every time, though.
The atmosphere of Shadow Moses is better.
It is, but even just the design of each room, it just feels like it's very samey for the most part. There's certain standout rooms, like the ones you guys designated, but other than that, it's just like the same connecting bridge.
I'll give you the bridge. The bridges are all very, very similar.
Boring, yeah. But it's when you get into the struts themselves that I go, oh,
yes,
fuck.
I love them.
Like I know what each strut is. You know, like I love strut D, which is the sediment pool. I love when you get to the main shells and like the like B1 is the one with the 3 guards and you sneak around and you like I love lockers. Are you kidding? We didn't even talk about lockers.
Yeah, lockers are fun.
Badass.
Did you kiss any of the photos in the locker?
I didn't know until Tavin told me.
There's a trophy to have Otacon catching Snake jerking off.
I saw that in the trophy list. I don't know when is that like. It has to be tanker, right? Like,
yeah, it's in the tanker. Yeah, you have to basically like stare at one of the pinup posters for long enough, and then call Otacon, and it's Snake literally going,
"What the fuck?"
and Otacon going, "Dude, do you not have anything better to do right now? You're on a mission."
That's wild. That's wild. I hated looking at your face while you were doing that,
it's awkward. It's very strange.
I really hated that.
Why are there so many posters of half-naked women in this game?
I don't know.
So
That's
many
a
posters.
Kojima question.
Okay.
That is
one
a
of the
fucking
most...
cafeteria room, dude.
Literally, like, office spaces, fucking naked women on it.
See, that's one of the most respectable things about Kojima.
I'm
not even bullshitting. The fact that he's like, I like women, and he pushes them. As much as he does, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, he's a guy who knows what he likes and lets you know what he likes.
It is cool until the woman is an actual character. Why is Fortune running around in a skimpy bathing suit the whole time? This is supposed to be a tragic character that I feel. Fortune, terrible character.
It's a Navy uniform.
Yep.
It says U.S. Navy on it.
It's atrocious. I think Olga's a strong character.
Olga's probably one of my favorite characters, like in Metal Gear.
Yeah. I genuinely like her.
I love her. I like her motivations. That she's like, she doesn't like Snake, but she is there for her child.
I think
she's underutilized.
I agree, and that's what I was just going to say.
So.
I do like.
I don't like that she dies in this game.
I don't either.
Wait, she died in this game?
Yeah.
Oh, it was her fighting the Metal Gear's her death.
She gets shot in the fucking face, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, Fortune.
No,
Olga.
Olga.
When Raiden gets tired during the Ray fight, the Ray comes up to come step on him, and she jumps in and gets involved and interrupts it. Yeah. And so Solidus jumps in and
does the fucking tentacle.
Yeah,
on her
grabs her by the neck with the tentacle, and then pulls out a P90, shoots her in the face. It's very brutal.
I never saw
that. Look at this guy judging us for skipping cutscenes. This motherfucker.
I didn't skip anything though.
You press the X button at some point, motherfucker.
Or he like looked away or something like that.
I mean, there are a couple of times where I'm like, he's just fucking answer this text message.
There were so many times I was like, oh my god, they just will not shut up.
You see, that's the thing. Because that's what you guys would do. My eyes were on the screen every moment. Even during those long cutscenes.
Yeah, you didn't know Olga died.
That's the thing. I had to have...
Dude, it is a graphic image, too. It is graphic.
I had to have skipped it.
Yeah.
I had to have.
I didn't skip anything.
Apparently I did.
Yeah. There you go.
Jesus.
He said, what happened to her?
Overall, I was much more positive on like the gameplay itself.
Yeah.
This time, I felt a lot more like
stealth gameplay.
Yeah, the stealth.
That's
the gameplay of this game.
What are you talking about when you're like?
No. That's the gameplay of this game. But I almost did. But there is other things than just the stealth combat. There's actual combat, which you sometimes go through.
Gunplay. You're talking gunplay.
Gunplay. Not only during getting found out, but during boss fights. I never heard your opinion on it. Do you think that's solid?
Snake. I think overall, I think it's fine. It's certainly a lot more serviceable than it was in the first game. You mentioned
I think it's genuinely great. It's just a little old.
You mentioned how floaty the aiming was.
Yeah.
I was like fucking nailing headshots.
Oh yeah, I'm nailing headshots, but I've been playing this game for 15 years. So.
But we weren't. There was something about like this only being my second playthrough. I was fucking murking dudes.
Nice.
It was insane. I was like, oh my god. I cannot believe I cannot believe I was so bad the first time through.
Yeah.
Like I was also like I think just confidence in like knowing how to play these games now. I think because I was like looking a little bit at the old playthrough and I'm like walking on eggshells. Like it's insane.
Just scared of every
Yeah,
angle.
and I'm in this game. There's I can't remember what exact timer it is. It's one of the like before the Fat Man fight, I think.
So probably the one to strut A,
Either that
or the rush to E to the heliport.
maybe I think it was towards the heliport because
Okay.
I was literally just like,
You know if it's pre or post Fortune.
I don't remember.
Okay.
Because I know I know Fortune is right after you disarm the one under the submarine.
Yeah.
Or you freeze it or
That
whatever.
bomb's in a different place depending on your difficulty.
Interesting. I remember it being somewhere else because I was like, I think it was in the vent area when we played through on hype.
I don't know. There's also more bombs on hard,
Oh, okay. But
which is weird because the cutscene says 6 and then there's like 12.
but I was
Not
literally,
12. There's like 8 or 10.
I was literally just like zooming through each of the bridges. Like,
Yeah.
I had some of the guards were like just conveniently either on the underside or like
they
looking
just
the other way.
turned, or-
Or
yeah,
like, there's I think the one time I have to go through a sniper that's like coming toward headed, or like aiming or kind of turns to the right and I'm still going forward where he can't see me, or in that moment, you know. And it was really good. I felt a lot better about playing through this game. It was killing me. These fucking cutscenes. It was just killing me.
Well, that might be because you were trying to get done with the game before
Maybe.
this review.
That's probably
which
was, yeah.
You would have given you would have been given leeway due to your own personal life kind of affecting things.
Work, personal life, just
I mean, if
Yeah.
you just texted me and said, Tavin, I can't do it, then it goes back a week.
I just I mean I didn't want to hurt you guys in that way and
You wouldn't.
and bottleneck everything else.
I would have played it 3 more times.
But you know, I don't think it's going to affect my overall score of where I place it, which, you know, I kind of just want to get into where we want to
Down
place
for
this.
that.
Okay, we can do that.
I'm gonna go last. Saying it right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm the first time playing this. I got to be the deciding factor.
Very well. So if we go ahead and bring this bad boy up right now. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know on this show, we rank every game we review amongst the other games in the franchise. The current list stands as so. There are 29 games on the
Finished
list.
another one.
No, I know, man. He just fucking slow down, enjoy
And
it.
he wouldn't have to get up to piss if he didn't drink so
I'm
much.
saying he's going to do it in between every show now. It's going to piss me off. Number 29, Fable. Number 28, Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Number 27, Prey. Number 26, Tomb Raider. Number 25, Alan Wake. Number 24, Batman Arkham Asylum. 23, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. 22, Halo Combat Evolved. 21, Dead Cells. 20, Shadow of the Colossus. 19, Mario 64. 18, Resident Evil 4. 17, Portal 1. 16, Banjo-Kazooie. 15, Ratchet and Clank. 14, Pokemon Soul Silver. 13, Severed. 12, Resident Evil. 11, Chrono Trigger. 10, Dishonored. 9, Metal Gear Solid. 8, Shovel Knight. 7, Portal 2. 6, Doom 2016. 5, Yakuza 0. 4, Hades. 3, Final Fantasy 7. Number 2, The Last of Us. And number 1, God of War Ragnarok.
Having it's so funny. I kind of like weirdly tuned out for a second.
Yeah.
In the middle of you listing all that, and when I came back, you were only on 15, and I'm like, oh my god.
That's a long list, guys. It's 30 games.
Also, I will say at a certain point, I'm not just downing beers. You guys are being pussies about drinking.
I mean, mine is empty.
I just try to extend it through the entire video.
Like, you can just sip it and enjoy it. And,
Well,
like,
my criticism dies on my lips.
I think also you make a point of like, I finished it because you do this big ass final.
The last
I'm
pull.
all-
Guzzling cum looking.
When I'm
Jesus.
on camera,
Unnecessary.
yeah, very unnecessary, homophobic even.
no,
Yeah,
there's
he's
nothing
homophobic.
wrong. There's nothing wrong with guzzling cum. There's
Fair
nothing wrong with it.
Tavin,
But-
don't hate, celebrate.
My final
I am.
defense is that how I finish. That's how I finish every beer, regardless of the setting, regardless of.
I'm gonna start the bidding here. I think this game is a masterpiece. I think it's phenomenal, stem to stern. I love playing it. I love replaying it. We didn't even talk about. There's a bunch of side content in this game that's actually pretty good. I think the VR missions this time around are actually
VR
fun.
missions. Yeah,
the
yeah,
snake
yeah.
tails are badass. They vary in quality, but they're badass. These are like little non-canon
Just
missions.
like real snakes.
They're
They have different tails.
They're non-canon missions where you play a snake and they like reconfigured levels and boss fights, and they tell like these like cool little spy stories that Snake goes on.
What if?
The first
Yeah,
one, the
yeah.
first one has multiple endings. It's cool.
Never do.
Same here.
Check it out. It's cool.
We won't.
Is it necessary for the platinum?
You got to play one for the platinum.
Okay.
You have to
Play
play
one.
You got to play one. Yeah. On the PS3 version, you have to play all of them. fucking shit. Also, platinum for the Master Collection version, way
I was going to say, you mentioned that in Discord. And,
way easier.
This one I might actually go for. I also still want to go for 1 as well.
1 is harder than this.
Yeah, I know.
Because you have to play every VR mission in one. This one, you just gotta get first place in 50 missions. You just find a playlist you're good in, do those, and then they have the benefit of giving you to be able to play as Raiden and as Snake. So then, like,
you only have to do 25.
No, you have to do 50.
Oh, okay.
But there's not duplicates, but of the same ilk. So like they're different between the two characters, but it's the same style of mission. So if you're good at this style of mission, just do 20 instead of just 10 of them.
Gotcha.
I did a lot the hold up ones where you have to hold everybody up. Really easy. Really easy. I'm starting the bidding, gentlemen.
He was doing the wiggle. He was doing the item wiggle.
I love the wiggle. I love the holding them up, getting the dog tags, getting the ammo, knocking them out. I also love if you knock them out, like if you beat them unconscious and the little like difference between that and sleeping. Yeah. But if they wake up from the little stars circling over their head, they raise a caution alarm. Versus if they're just sleeping.
I must have dozed off.
Yeah. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Very funny. I would. There was a couple that I would like knock out physically and then put them to sleep.
Yes. It's so good. I love that when you hold them up and then you like point it at their face, like, hey, give me your dog tags or whatever. Some of them go, yeah, fuck you. So you just have to shoot them in one of their limbs to like put the fear of God in them. It's fucking great. This game's so good.
I remember he would tell me he would like torture some of these NPCs.
It's harder to do in this one because they can only take
mostly in 3.
Yeah, mostly in 3. Yeah, I torture people.
I also accidentally shot one of their radios and I got the trophy for it.
Oh, was that a trophy? Oh, cool. Yeah, their radios are on their back pocket. You can shoot it, so then when they call for backup, it doesn't work.
Ah, nice.
Doesn't work.
Where are you going to put this?
Game's fucking great. I'm putting this at the new number 4, above Hades, below Final Fantasy VII. This game is phenomenal. It's what is the word I'm looking for? It's hyper influential, and it's bold, and it's fun to play, and it's fun to replay. I think it's a more important game than Hades. I think it's I enjoy, we've said the difference because Hades is inherently replayable. We've said the difference between like replaying and then like actually starting from scratch. Starting this game from scratch is fun. Hades, it's not fun to start from scratch.
I don't agree.
I disagree with that as well.
Continue.
Just give me all my then give me a menu option to be like, I know how to play the game, just let me jump into the meat. Stop slowly introducing them to me.
There is a version of that like kind of lets you get stuff faster, but like continue.
Its narrative is incredible. I think, Connor, this narrative is on par with Alan Wake 2. And it might even be better because of the time period that it's coming out in. And I think it tells a more interesting character story than Alan Wake 2.
No, it does not.
All right.
That's one of the weaker parts of this. I agree with you.
I think Alan Wake 2's meta narrative is better than its character narrative.
It is. Yeah.
But I feel the same about this game, but I think the character narrative is stronger in this game.
The difference is Alan Wake 2, I at least liked a majority of the characters. I didn't really get into it that much, but even the people who you talk on Codex with, obviously the commander who's AI, which is cool, but even before then, he wasn't exactly like.
But I love because you as a player are thinking, oh, this is the same Colonel that I was just with.
I'm realizing just now I've never actually met you in real life.
But then like on replay, you realize, oh, this character's incredibly dry for a reason because he's not real.
Oh, well, I realized that when it was constantly like, this wasn't in the simulation. He constantly
he does also say that.
Yeah, like every single time, like, but what about this thing that wasn't in the simulation?
And he keeps on referring to his mission as like his role.
Yeah. Anyways, but I do think it does still fall short in the likes of Final Fantasy VII. I think Final Fantasy VII is just a more complete vision. Yeah. I think it's more influential, and I think based on time period, the successes of Final Fantasy VII are more impressive than the successes of this game. And also, Final Fantasy VII benefits from being 60 hours long. So, I spent more time in your world, so I grew more attached to your characters. I saw your characters doing more things. This game is 9 hours long. I just don't have enough time to care as much.
it is not 9 hours long. It's 9 hours long if you played the game 20 times.
What was your
mine was 13.
Probably,
I fell asleep.
So,
So
okay,
fair.
it was more like 11 or 12.
fucking one of those guys. Fucking Olga getting shot in the face. Connor.
You fell asleep in that one.
That was not it. I did that part of the game at the end of at the middle of the day. Middle of the day.
I like to imagine it's like one of the memes where like boring Metal Gear, watching Family Guy. Or whatever.
I did not do that.
So yeah, right there, number 4, above Hades, below Final Fantasy VII. Phil, where are you at here today?
So this is interesting to me because Tavin, you're a big complainer bitch, you know.
Big.
And every time we do one of these, there's one hurdle that no game
Come on.
can surpass. That's Yakuza 0 for me and you, Connor. And I'm putting this game at the new number 5. Above Yakuza 0, below Hades.
Finally, we stopped smoking crack on this goddamn panel.
Yeah.
You want to expound on any of that, or?
You said a lot that I agree with. Mostly that like the whole Final Fantasy thing about how it being a more complete experience and how it's more like its narrative is more, even though it's a much longer game, I would argue that it's a more focused narrative.
Which one are we talking about?
Final Fantasy.
Okay.
That it's longer, but it's a lot more focused in that like it's got stronger characters overall, even though it's more of an ensemble.
Yeah.
Which helps.
Which and you know, there's something to be said about like Final Fantasy VII probably having one of the best ensemble casts of all time.
It's in my top, probably 2.
I would say I would easily tell you it's in my top 5. I would have to think about it and maybe put it top 3.
It's FF7 or Mass Effect for me, and I
Mass
don't know
Effect.
which one.
Mass Effect is easily for me top 3.
I think what also helps with, or what's incredible about Final Fantasy VII is those characters are so strong, their voices are so strong that even without voice acting, you know what they sound like.
Yeah.
You know.
And you know, there's something also. I have to at some point talk about the week of Yakuza 0, which to me aren't a lot, but I think it's pretty obvious that Metal Gear Solid 2 is a better game than Yakuza 0.
Okay.
And that is where I have to kind of draw the line. And it's not that I think that the whole hurdle of Yakuza 0 between me and Connor is a meme, but I kind of have to put that aside of like the constantly trying to hammer Tavin down and talk about how many times do we have to tell you, old man? Like that whole SpongeBob thing.
I love the young people.
Exactly.
Like the young people.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But at this point, I have to concede and say that this game deserves to be at the new number 5 spot.
What about Hades is stopping it?
Just it's Hades, dude. I cannot. I can't disagree more with you talking about how it's not fun to restart Hades from 0, and it's just the amount of sheer combinations you can have in gameplay, and that it's so suited to literally any playstyle you could have in one of these action type games. And I love art, I love the music, I love the moment to moment gameplay of Hades more.
We didn't talk about this. Metal Gear Solid 2 soundtrack, bangers.
Yeah.
Banger, 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 banger.
So it's good, but it doesn't beat Hades for me.
Musically, I agree.
Okay.
Specifically, the main theme of Hades, I think, is probably better than every track here. I don't know. The main theme of 2 is really good too. But
That's the
yeah.
The only aspect of Hades that, in terms of the soundtrack, that exceeds Metal Gear Solid 2 is God of the Dead, Hades boss fight theme. In terms of like the best of Metal Gear Solid 2 and the best of Hades, because as you guys were just saying, Metal Gear Solid 2's main theme, fantastic.
Oh my God,
very, very good.
I just listened to the Metal Gear Solid 2 soundtrack. It's very, very, very samey, like overwhelmingly so. There are standout tracks, mainly at the end, that break that monotony.
Yeah.
But for the most part, the soundtrack of Metal Gear Solid, because we had an argument about this argument.
Well, yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, in regards to Final Fantasy VII, right? In terms of, like, you were saying how the iconicness and the nostalgia element, Not as nostalgic as like someone that played it back in the day, but as someone who played it in the early days of high school.
Did I say MGS2 was better than Final Fantasy
Yeah,
VII?
that was.
Did I say that?
That was why I was watching it because it was like I have to.
Did I say that, or did I just say they were close?
No, you said it was better. That's why.
I take that back.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Oh, for soundtracks?
Yeah. Final Fantasy VII has a better soundtrack.
No shot. Yeah.
It's also cheating because it has a remake that is kicking the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, but I'm putting this below Yakuza 0. The reason why is that
The low?
What are we doing, man? What are we doing?
Yeah.
You gotta stop. Come on.
Well, it's having
Why?
Good,
What's
the
the problem
good
with
news is that the way we vote here,
What's the
it's
problem with
going to
that?
end up above it.
I mean,
Are you actually serious, or are you messing around?
I'm serious.
Oh, okay.
no, he's fucking around.
I'm fucking around.
Yeah, that was where I caught it.
I wasn't entirely sure.
I was sitting here. I was like, "Come on!"
I was like,
dude.
"Stop the meme for a second. Are you serious?" And then, I guess I wasn't looking at you all the way.
I that's what I tried. I tried to say it in a way where I was like, yes, but I was saying with my eyes.
Yeah,
no.
he's got this dumb grin when he.
Christ.
He's got a dumb grin when he's smiling.
I do, and that's how you
I
caught
saw
it.
the grin. I was like, there it is.
Yeah, the
Oh,
theme-
clumsy, dude.
I'm conveniently.
You've got the most room out of us. We
That's
gotta
true.
cheat
You're
out.
still clumsy.
Hey, I have to watch myself from getting in your shot. So you're welcome.
Get in my shot. I don't give a shit.
But Tavin
I
does.
give a shit.
Tavin does. Who do you think's gonna watch this video?
Even
and
though
come
I'm
back
in this,
and say-
I've been watching. I get in this shot a lot.
But Yakuza 0 is a fantastic game. But
Oh, Connor's camera died. I don't know
Sorry.
when it happened. I just noticed it.
sorry, Tavin.
Connor, where are you putting Metal Gear Solid 2?
I'm putting this below Yakuza 0.
No, you're not.
No, I'm
give me
not.
give me the real answer.
Fuck, that's lame.
I mean, your trolling is still going to be in there, probably.
Yeah,
that's
just,
good.
We'll keep that in there, but it's definitely
It's honestly
your
going to
camera
cut when we notice is where it's going to cut. So
Yeah.
where the fuck are you putting it?
So my thoughts kind of changed in the past couple hours because when I beat the game. That's not true. The day before I beat the game, I was kind of settling on where I was going to put this game. And it was going to be below Hades. And then I thought to myself, at the time, on Wednesday, when I put down the controller that day, I realized, because my comparison was like, Hades is so replayable. And that element has a lot of weight to it. But I realized when I was playing Metal Gear Solid 2, at a certain point, I thought to myself, I've been playing this for 7 hours straight. I did that with Final Fantasy VII. I didn't do that with Hades. Hades is a game I don't take in long, I don't do as long as I would ever do that. And so that really added a lot to my thoughts on the game and where I hold it on this list. And so I was going to put it above Hades. But
You mean as far as mileage in one single play session?
Yes. But after a while, honestly, Tavin, you could kind of blame yourself for that because you came and you were like, hey, do all these extra stuff. And I found myself not giving a single shit. I deleted the game.
I didn't say you had to do that. I just
No,
said
you
they're
didn't say
there.
you had to. You were expressing interest for those things. And I just I personally had none of those interests.
I mean, they're fun.
I'm sure
If you
they're fun.
if you want more of that gameplay experience, it's there, and I appreciate that.
Which as much as I liked it, I loved it, I didn't think that.
I mean, the core game is the best of it.
Yes.
Yeah. But all the VR shit and the snake tails and stuff, those are cool little gimmicky things of if you want it, it's there.
Yeah, and that's true, but in the context of comparing it to Hades, not only the replayability, but just the charm the game has. Kojima has that charm, but it's offset by how the narrative is delivered. Whereas Hades, you feel like you're just slowly unraveling this family dynamic, and you end up caring about it by the end of it.
I feel like the narrative of Hades stagnates at some point, and it becomes really repetitive in those you collect the hearts, the 10 hearts or whatever. Once you get past 5, the meetings start becoming very repetitive, and I feel like it gets to the point to where I'm putting so much gameplay time in to where I start losing some of those character threads, and start feeling okay, yeah, I remember how you started, but where is the conflict between us now? I don't know. There are times where I'm like, Meg, you're just mad just to be mad. This is not a beat. This is just we have to end every interaction like this because we, the developers, don't know where you are, where you, the player, are in connection with this narrative.
There are 3 romanceable characters in.
Yes.
Cool shit.
But, in addition to the things I just
Megara,
said,
Thanatos, and Medusa.
she leaves, though, doesn't she reject it, the whole thing?
Yeah, because she wants you to stay friends.
Yeah.
The one who's like super scared of you?
Yeah. It's one of those things where like, yeah, she really likes you, but she can't accept that you also like her. And
It's her problem.
And she thinks that you'd be better just as friends.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Which, even narrative aside, the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid, once again, it's very fun. It's not something that drives me to go back to it. Whereas Hades is so good at its base level and how it unravels itself that I could play that. I play that to this day.
I don't disagree, and Hades does excel in the like pick up and play.
Even just
ways.
raw gameplay way though. Like Metal Gear Solid 2 has gimmicks and cool little things that put it way cooler than like any of the small things Hades does. But those are things that you only get through knowing like you.
I mean, if you like restructured Metal Gear Solid 2 to be a roguelike, and like you were like entering different rooms and chambers, I would rather that gameplay experience
That'd
over
be
Hades.
so neat.
It'd be cool, but even then, Hades' gameplay loop would still be better than the raw gameplay loop of a Metal Gear Solid 2 in that instance. And so for that reason, I ended up altering it to be below Hades, same place where Phil is, but above Yakuza.
For half a second, I thought he was going above Final Fantasy VII, and I was
I-
about to be like, "Whoa!"
At
whoa.
no point did I ever
I was like,
think,
"I'll change my vote right now."
at no point did I ever think Connor was going to put this game above Final Fantasy VII.
I mean, I didn't think. I thought you guys were going to keep this below Portal 2.
Really?
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
No.
So I'm very, very happy to land it at number 5.
I will say it's better than God of War Ragnarok. I put it above that.
No,
I would.
I disagree.
no.
I do agree that God of War Ragnarok might be too high, but it's in the company that it's in. It's not that much higher than it belongs.
That's fair.
When
That's
you
fair.
start breaking into that S tier, it's a sliders thing. Like and just where
Do you want more
where,
of this style of
Yeah.
great game, or do
Yeah.
you want more of this? Right?
Yeah, 100%.
It becomes personal preference.
And then also, I think it to me it's always a intention versus execution thing. I think God of War Ragnarok is the best executed game on the list. Like it what it tries to do,
It does the best.
Does the best in its intention on things. Whereas like every other game falls short in some other way of what they are trying to do. Last of Us, it's a little bit more mechanics based. Final Fantasy VII is a little bit more like character dialogue. It's a little goofy and tone is in, and you're not like its plot isn't 100% clear. You could argue it's up for interpretation. I think it's bad writing, or not bad writing. I think it's poor writing crammed through shaky localization.
Yeah.
And then I mean, like I could keep going down the list, like on and on and on for each of those games, right? And like the problem with Metal Gear Solid 2 is the preachiness and just the never ending dialogue and cutscenes, and the balance from cutscene to gameplay is off.
Yeah.
Very much so. So that's what holds this game back. I think God of War Ragnarok, I'm enthralled from beginning to end, whether I'm doing the side quests, whether I'm doing the main mission, whether I'm just fighting shit.
You know what? I'll take it back.
Yeah.
I'd put it below God of War Ragnarok. Mainly because of gameplay.
Yeah.
You mentioned the tiers. We haven't mentioned like kind of our, because it's not on the list, right? We haven't mentioned our kind of like tiers of the like section of the list. I'm curious now with the result of Metal Gear Solid 2 now being the number 5. I'd say that top 5 is the S tier.
Yes.
Of the list.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Y'all fucked it up with Yakuza.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Portal 2 should be higher.
Top 6 for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Doom?
I'm
No.
keeping no.
In
He's
the
saying,
new
he's saying
list.
that Yakuza.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yakuza's not an S tier.
I would give it like A+.
It's an A+.
I don't know if I'm saying S tier for
Fair
Yakuza
enough.
0. It's fucking phenomenal, and I adore Yakuza 0. I just think that I'm going to sound like Tavin here. It's not focused enough in any of its things to get that S tier. Whereas all of the other now top 5 have the focus in at least 1 to 2, maybe 2 of its elements to kind of propel it to that S tier.
The only thing I would say is Portal 2 is an S tier game. Portal 2 is arguably the best game on the list.
Arguably, but it's a puzzle game.
I hate that.
I know you're going to say
I
that.
hate
I know
that so much.
That's more in the sense of it's not as like diverse in terms of how fun you can have with it.
You're being too like reductive in saying
That's
I know
that perspective is rooted in ignorance.
The key issue with that is Portal 2 presents one thing that it does extremely well, which is the puzzle games.
Disagree.
Beyond that, it's good. All other elements,
witty dialogue, strong characters. The plot is like generic as hell, but like it's still very, very strong in its characters and in its character writing. It's endlessly creative. It's endlessly challenging the player. You never feel smarter than the game.
I'm looking at like. So we agree that S tier is 1 to 5 now, right? With Metal
Gear Solid 2 being 5, yeah, I would agree.
Where does A tier end?
A tier ends Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Severed is the top of B.
But I feel like Pokemon.
Not for me and Tab.
No,
Pokemon
I don't
deserves
know.
A tier.
I think Pokemon's too repetitive. I'm only as high on Pokemon as I am is because of the version we played with the speed up quality of life like improvements to it. If I had to play it raw, it honestly it lands exactly where it is anyway. But like I think that cements it as B.
Sorry.
All right.
Hey, I would put Yakuza 0 still on S tier, but in the case of the Penny's, game list, it's not.
Your camera died fucking again.
Yeah.
Oh my
Here,
god.
We're gonna move over here. Sorry.
Moving on.
Oh well, that's a bad actually. And then real quick, I would say C tier starts after Shadow of the Colossus. So Dead Cells is top of C.
Okay. I'm with that.
Is that okay?
I feel like top of C is yeah. No, I'll give it that one. Yeah.
Yeah. D tier is Fable.
Yeah. That's the first D tier game.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
What's poppin', players? Welcome back to the Two Penny Game Club and your review for Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I am your host, Tavin Bothell, here with my good friends and co-hosts. Say hello to the people, Connor Elliott.
I'm not going to warrant that with a response because you're not deserving of it.
That is a response.
This podcast.
That is innately a response.
I mean,
also, why? Why are you coming off so? I don't understand why he's.
If you didn't validate with a response, you would have just. All you would have had to do.
Say hello to the people, Phil Shoemaker.
It's me. Hello.
Hello.
Hello to the chat,
Ladies and gentlemen.
Nowser. No username left. Funny.
No username was left. There you go. Shout out in the chat. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is your monthly video game book club podcast in which me and the gentleman play a game in the background during the course of a month. And at the beginning of each new month, we come and review it for your pleasure. You can watch us review everything live over at twitch.tv/2pennygames, much like Big Boss M1911, and no username was left. Hopefully Big Boss is still here because we had a lot of prep work to do. But if you'd missed the live stream, you can, of course, catch us over at youtube.com/@2pennygames, where this is either its own standalone review/episode that you can check out, and full playlist for the entire series is in the description below, by the way, or it is attached to the 2 Penny Games cast for whatever week of the 2 Penny Games cast we're at, you know? But you're likely just catching the standalone review. Hello, welcome. Make sure you like, subscribe, comment down below where or what you think about Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid in general. And when we get to ranking at the end of this episode, it amongst the other 31 games still or currently in the list, where it goes and where you would wish it had gone.
This is the 32nd episode of the 2 Penny Game Club.
Very exciting times.
Big number. Bigger than I would think it would be.
4 weeks away from 3 years doing this.
I mean, how do you know these things? What do you look these things up?
There's the thing in the chat, in the Discord chat.
Oh, yeah. Is there?
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 3.
I'm sure there is.
Metal Gear Solid 3 was initially released November 17th, 2004. It sold... Snake Eater itself sold 4 million. Metal Gear Solid 3 accumulatively sold 7.5 million. And then add on, I guess, another 1.2 and 1.3 for the HD collection and Master collection, respectively. However you want to take those numbers is how you take those numbers, With a 90 the original game, Snake Eater, had a 91 on Metacritic. We all played the subsistence version via the Master Collection, which I believe has a 9, or I don't believe, I have the number right here, a 94. Subsistence version, of course, gentlemen, bringing us the controllable 3D camera as opposed to the isometric camera that you would get in the other two games, so on and so forth, which you can still play this game that way. It's
not as good.
It's
inferior.
Not as good. It's not as good. I for a long time I was holding out hope that like, oh, you know, it's still a valid way to play the game. I tried it a few times throughout my playthrough. This time, no, just play with the 3D camera. It's so much better.
The map does not lend itself to that way.
The areas are too wide. There's too much information on screen, and also like, you know, the difficulty of seeing enemies through all the greenery and stuff. You know, enemies blend in just as much as Snake does.
I think one part that frustrated me with the camera at least was if you were prone in like a hiding place, like being like the grass, you couldn't go outside of
First person view.
First person, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, but I also like it that way also because you know you're in the grass. It's hard to see.
I don't like it.
You know, it is what it is.
I'm also playing a video game with people with lightning hands and stuff like that.
For comparison's sake, Metal Gear Solid 2 was a 96 on Metacritic, the highest rated game, and Metal Gear Solid 1 is 94. So the subsistence version on par with the original game.
No username, this is live. I'm reading your chat message now.
This is live. This is indeed live.
We are recording this live stream.
Gentlemen, I've never been more nervous for one of these in my life.
Why are you nervous?
Yeah, he's a little pussy, is what he is.
Wow.
That's what
Okay.
he is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hold on. No need to be all aggressive. See, now Connor's view is all blue like my view is. Why?
Because
I don't understand.
Yeah,
I don't
fuck
understand.
you.
I don't understand cameras and lighting and things. I don't understand it. Color theory. If you've ever listened to any one of these shows before, or any of the times that we've ever talked about Metal Gear or my top 10 games of all time list ever, you know, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is my favorite video game I've ever played. It was my first Metal Gear Solid game. It was my first M-rated game. None of that matters personally to nostalgia wise. I legitimately think that this is it is my personal favorite game of all time, and I legitimately think it is in that conversation of greatest game of all time, hands down. So what I've got to say here, I've said before, one, and two, yeah, I'm just going to rant and rave about how great I think Metal Gear Solid 3 is. So I'm going to switch it up. And Connor, I'm going to start with you this time. And I want to know what your opinions of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater are.
A preface. Open your minds. For this entire segment, this entire review, open your minds. Right?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Maybe. I don't know. It depends on what you say. And
I'm
how
a pretty
you back
chill,
it up.
open-minded guy.
I'm not going to let you just have an outrageous statement for the sake of having an outrageous statement.
So that'll come later.
Okay.
It's not starting right now. Just keep your minds open. But my experience with Metal Gear Solid 3 occurred. I see you getting nervous. Like
I'm fucking nervous.
My experience with Metal Gear Solid 3 came with the Xbox 360 collection of 2 and 3 and Peace Walker.
Oh, I played it the first time.
Oh, it is too. Oh, yeah, because
which is technically still that's the version you're playing, which is the Blue Point remasters.
Yeah, because they didn't really do the best job for the port, but that doesn't matter for the sake of this review because the game runs perfectly well.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Metal Gear Solid 3. It is so far the culmination of all of the Metal Gears, which is to say 2, that we played up until this point, but with some knowledge I have of even the 5th one, which has some the best gameplay in the franchise. This one, I think, even with that being said, Metal Gear Solid 3 is probably the best stealth game I've... Yeah, it's the best stealth game I played. Definitively. I can say definitively now that I've, decided that it is 3 seconds ago. But the use of camouflage as opposed to traditional hiding behind cover mechanics really does elevate this game beyond what it usually would be at, as well as the environments in which you operate in. Very often stealth games will take place in civilized areas. One of the only exceptions I can think of, funny enough, is Assassin's Creed 3. But the setting taking place in the forest, because you do forest, like a lot of stuff in the forest in 3, don't you?
Yeah, there's a couple of maps.
Stealth in that game is not evolved.
No, yeah,
it's literally it's essentially if the guard is facing you, if you're within a certain range, they can see you. There's no like, oh, you're in the shadows, right? I mean, sure, you can be in a bale of hay or like in what they decide is a stealth area in Assassin's Creed, but it's not like this system in Metal Gear where you have this, where it's centered around what camouflage you have on.
It's an
what
on
environment
and off switch.
you're in. It is exactly
you're
that.
You're hidden or you're not.
Exactly that for Assassin's Creed. It is a switch that flips on and off.
Okay, that's good to know. So,
whereas like this is a slider, like a dimmer switch.
Yeah, and I also remember the forest environments in 3 being pretty barren. Of just like they're like cool parkour areas that you can go through and you can like hunt
bushes,
animals and stuff.
When you said 3, I was like, Metal Gear Solid 3?
No, Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. But yeah, the use of a forest setting is not only the best in terms of what Metal Gear has done for its environments, because playing around with those, all the camouflages you have access to varying degrees of success, that also just factors in when you're moving through the environment rather than actively hiding for somebody, because the way the stealth system works is that rather than it be a definitive field of vision that you can see, which is what the past games had been, this one, they can spot you extremely quickly if you're just happening to run past their line of sight. That is helped along by the camouflage system, that it increases the amount of, how quickly they notice you. And so constantly playing around with those camouflage systems means that you're always engaging with the stealth systems rather than just dodging enemy views. Which I guess I can bring my biggest complaint of the game, which this is good that it's my biggest complaint of the game, which is that it has a pretty shit menu system. Pretty bad.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
The reason why is in the camouflage system, you have to pause the game and go to a specific system, a specific setting within the menu system to select camouflage and then find what works the best. You can find out easily. You don't have to do trial and error. It'll have a number system that's right next to it that, it depends on which environment you're currently in, so you can quickly realize, oh, this is the best camouflage I can use. But you unnecessarily go into the system that slows down gameplay each and every single time you do it. And a game that constantly wants you to change camouflage and adapt to the situation, you're just putting up an unnecessary roadblock, which I don't know how limited they were in game design. I kept thinking to myself, why can't I just hold down the 2 triggers and select a camouflage quickly from there? And the reason why I was thinking that way is because, Metal Gear Solid has the classic, you select your weapon with the right trigger, left trigger selects your equipment, and you have easy access to it whenever you want. This also comes to be a problem when you're limited to how much you can hold in a single, on your menu system. Whereas in past Metal Gears, you had full access to everything. And it's not like this game has an overabundance in the things you can do, aside from meals, which I'll get into that in a second. So it's I don't really see a reason why they couldn't just put everything on the menu system.
Feeds into the, in terms of like items and weapons, why you can't have everything, feeds into the stamina system. Every item has weight. I know, like, realistically, he is still carrying every single gun on him.
Yes.
But, the idea being you can only have so many on quick access because the pistol is a couple of pounds, the machine gun is a couple of pounds, and that would drain your stamina more.
I just had the thought, like, in, like, Warner Brothers cartoons, they have hammer space. Fucking Solid Snake has hammer space, bro.
He does.
He does.
He does.
Pulls that out of his ass. But even so, the issue is that the stamina system, it didn't really seem to really... Because I had a lot of stuff equipped, and I never was like, oh my god, I'm constantly having to do my stamina. The game doesn't really punish you that much for putting a lot of stuff in there.
On normal.
So ultimately, on normal, which is how most people play. So ultimately, it just gets to a point where, why should I be worrying about inventory management? Because even if it does make sense, at the end of the day, to choose the equipment I want to use, I still have to go unnecessarily through the menu system to equip it. So regardless of what systems they put in place to justify doing that, it's just entirely unnecessary. And it's more of just it reduces the quality of play moment to moment. That's the worst thing I could say about this game. Fortunately,
I think for me, the choosing what you have equipped was more or less set it and forget it until you lose all your stuff, and then it was whenever you pick stuff up, it automatically goes into your quick select wheel, and then when I get my stuff back, it then became the annoying thing where it's like, oh, well, now I have to take all this unnecessary stuff out and put all my regular stuff back in.
I will say, in terms of the menus, I agree with you in terms of camouflage, and that's probably the biggest criticism across the board for the game. Just, I mean, like in general speak,
However we're talking about
like, God, you got to dig through these menus a lot to go adjust your camouflage and this, that, and the third. You don't need to change your camouflage as much as you probably think on your first time through. But I understand the feeling of compulsion to go do that, so it does get annoying and drag everything down. The thing with the item selects, it's just like, well, you don't need. Do you need a survival knife 100% of the time, or like there are times where like sure the knife is nice, or do you need a machine gun 100% of the time? Like no, like.
But the drag that is brought on by those items was never relevant at all to my experience. And when I was constantly trying to play around with as many weapons as possible, because I got caught a lot, killed a lot of people.
How many people did you kill? You know,
I don't know.
You don't know?
I didn't count.
I killed well, the game counts for you. I killed 198 people.
Really?
Yeah.
I had to have killed more than that. I was killing a lot.
Before, so during the fight with the Sorrow, it'll have everyone come at you. Besides the Cobra unit, there was 3 people.
Yeah, you were not killing people.
There was a lot of I was slaughtering people.
It gave me a number at the end. I don't remember the number, but like the only time I was like just rapidly killing people was during the Shagohod escape.
Oh yeah.
Where it counts those. Yeah.
I was, and I wasn't like killing a bunch of people because I was getting caught all the time. I got caught, like, because I was this playthrough. I was like playing around with mechanics and just kind of having fun with it and like fucking around. I was also playing on hard, which like is more difficult, and like enemies will spot you faster, so you have to be more cautious. But like, I was sneaking up on a lot of people, grabbing them, slicing their throats and so forth. So I sliced so many scientists' throats. There's so many innocent scientists who are not threats to you at all. Dude. Just fucking in the Sorrow River, just fucking, my neck! Like, anyways. Connor, continue. I'm sorry.
I only killed one of those scientists, guys.
I killed so many.
Should have killed more.
I killed
a lot
all
of them to sleep.
Yeah, they're scumbag. They're honestly worse than the soldiers because they take a position.
So annoying.
Me?
No,
they are yes.
The scientists.
They're the worst spots.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
I'll say the spot after you talk with Granin.
Yes.
That is probably the most difficult like way to get out. Like that's the most difficult portion of the game to get through without getting caught.
Yes.
Because they are all facing you.
Yes.
And they will all like call that alert immediately on you, especially on higher difficulties. Like they're like, you're not with us. Like immediately. I'm like, fuck. Like, Jesus Christ, leave me alone.
Coming out the door, I didn't even get like the quick question mark thing. They're just immediately like, oh, there's an alarm.
That is the most difficult like spot in the whole game to not get caught in. That and the Eva at the end, but if you know how to manipulate the AI.
No, I didn't get caught at all with Eva.
Yeah.
That was the first time that I like kept getting caught.
In that segment, yeah.
I got caught the first time on the bridge just because I forgot like you have to like use the D-pad to walk slowly on that one guard on the bridge.
The sneaking whatever they call it.
And that was also the first guy that I killed because I accidentally knocked him off the bridge.
Nice.
Nice. I did that too. But continue onward. The survival mechanics are fun to play around with. They don't really, like I said before, they didn't really impact my experience with the game. Whenever I was low on stamina, I always had something to eat. And if I didn't, I could easily find it. Because the game facilitates that a lot. Which, once again, feeds back into my issue of I get the stamina system, what they were going for. It just becomes kind of insignificant and just more annoying than anything else. But,
so sorry to interrupt. I just have a quick question regarding the stamina system for the resident expert. When Snake eats something multiple times, does he like it more or like it less over time? Because I noticed like a changing thing. Because I remember him, if he doesn't like something, he grows accustomed to it and ends up liking it more.
That might be a thing.
It might be because I feel like with the Russian rations, he got better on it.
Well, no, see, for me, he never said that he liked it. But it would do the same amount of stamina every time. I'm more meaning like if I ate something that he initially said was really good, if I ate it again, it would give me less stamina that time.
Oh, the better tasting the food is, the more stamina is recovered. But if a certain food tastes bad, if you keep on eating it, you start developing an acquired taste for it and could end up liking it.
Or it doesn't work in reverse? Because
I think if it's,
thought
I
that's
mean,
what was
I
happening.
mean, like things like the instant noodles and the calorie mates, like or just like it, or like some of the snakes or whatever, they'll just give you full stamina. It doesn't matter what level of stamina you're at; you're just at full stamina, 100%.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But like things like the ration or some of like a rat or a bat or things like that. Like if you're eating that a lot, he does grow to appreciate it more. And like
I definitely noticed that. I remember that from the first time we played through.
Yeah, that is a system that you rang a bell with that one. That I was like, fuck, I think that is the thing in the game. Like shit.
I just wasn't sure for a fact if it went the other way. Right. Continue.
No, that's fine. But yeah, the stealth mechanics, they're fun to play around with. It's more of a nice quirk of the game rather than something I really leave away thinking, wow, this is a survival stealth game. It's still just a stealth game in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
I guess this is not a big criticism. I thought I would like, I'll take that back. The nurse saves a lot of those codec conversations, but Signet's not really interesting. Matrix Zero's not really that interesting either. The conversations are a lot less fun than they were in Metal Gear Solid 1, and even 2 to a degree.
I think I agree with you, but I think I know why. Because we like love movies and like classic movies.
Yeah.
And she always talks about classic movies. And I think that's why we have more of an affinity to that rather than Sigint or Major Zero.
Well, Mei Ling, correct, from 1. Yeah, I also really liked when she was like, Chinese proverb, let me tell you about it.
Sure.
So I just like when those people in the codec conversation have a gimmick that's at least interesting when you call them. Like you said, though, like, I like movies. So it was fun to hear her talk about, 1960s movies. And it always was funny with Snake being like, okay, he doesn't care at all because he's just more interested. The only thing he's interested in is sex and eating anything.
Snakes.
Really. And snakes, but didn't he do that for like always for everything? Guns.
He's obsessed with guns.
It shows itself more in the narrative than it is.
Guns are more important to him than sex.
That's true.
Sex really not that important.
Army.
You know what? You're right. No, it's not. Yeah. What am I saying? He resisted it more than most people would.
Oh yeah.
He's on a mission. He's focused.
He's the boss. No, fuck. You know what I mean.
The glowing mushrooms recharge your batteries.
Yeah, I know. Right? Hey, and you know what? That can lead into the fact that there's funny quirks in this game. Fun little things you can do. A lot of it, I felt like they were more common when. And that might just be my lack of experience with 2 and 1. But I feel like when I was fighting boss fights, there was a lot more interesting things you can do in those fights than you can with other ones. Last week, or I think it was the week before that, we talked about how I fought Volgan, a boss who you have to get behind him to shoot him in the back where he's most vulnerable. Instead, I just took out a handkerchief and put him to sleep. And I rubbed it, I would run up to it. Did we tell you this, I thought?
No, we didn't tell him.
Oh, yeah, so the way I fought him, I was like, how do you beat him? Because there's a water mechanic that it seemed like you were supposed to do that to take advantage of him, to bring down his shields. It wasn't working. I still don't know what the full effect of that was supposed to be.
I don't either.
Yeah, kind of stupid. But especially because I was rewarded, at least I thought I was, for holding knives up to people's necks, but I guess not.
You are in certain things.
And so, just not for that one.
I think we just didn't understand the mechanic.
Yeah. But I certainly understood the mechanic of using because you have a handkerchief that puts people to sleep. And usually you hold on to people and press it up against their nose, but you can run up and do it to them. I didn't think I would use that, so I had a bunch of them. And when Volgan's boss fight came and I didn't know how to beat him, I was like, fucking handkerchief. And it worked. And it would stun him for a second. He'd go, stop, And so that's why I beat the guy, as I just run up to him, handkerchief him, and I bypassed his entire defense system just by doing that.
That's so funny.
You're going to tell me this game's not the greatest fucking video game of all time? Like, what are we doing?
No, I mean, I didn't even think about it, but like, I guess maybe you could use the sleep cigarettes too, or
I don't think those were.
No, you do, yeah, cigar because you can eject them, like you.
Interesting.
Yeah, it works in a very similar way to the handkerchief, I believe.
I'm curious,
but the handkerchief was more intended for grabbing people and
Fuck
doing
around
that.
and find out.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
no, because all I would do is I would do the classic. Don't equip your weapon so he can't track you with the lightning, and wait for him to go, and then go behind him and shoot him.
Yeah, the weapon part was also a cool one, but. Handkerchief, how many other ways can you beat the bosses in weird ways? I don't know.
I
experiment.
slam him to the ground and then kick him while he's down.
Especially, it was also very funny when I beat him and he goes, and he coughs up a bunch of blood.
He's like overdosing from the chemicals, but he's just like that's just the cutscene. Is he just vomiting blood because he's losing his life? Like,
the game is full of fun quirks like that.
Yeah.
The narrative is the most focused a Metal Gear's game has been.
Easily.
It goes into the Metal Gear trap of being way too talkative, but only at the beginning of the game. It immediately stops after you get all of the need-to-know information.
It definitely doesn't stop. It just gets more interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. It gets to a point after that to where it lends itself well to the story. The Metal Gear Solid quirks seem to be multiplied by 2 in this game, from the weird fucking noises Ocelot makes to the cool system of
The campiness. The campiness.
Yes,
of
the
it, yeah.
campiness, the Kojima style
Yeah.
brought into this extra fun level.
That was his signal to get his Ocelot soldiers.
He's an Ocelot, so why would he not do that? The interesting mechanic of holding down R1. A lot of these seem very quirky and just gimmicky when you're talking about them, but in the game they just add to that level of immersion. The narrative.
Sorrow just holding up signs.
Yes, he just holds. He's always there. He's always doing something. What's that fucking guy's deal? I don't know. He looks like a pedophile, but
Whoa!
he does.
Whoa!
Does he look like a pedophile, Phil?
Totally
I don't know about
unnecessary.
that. All I know is if you break that out as a short, you have to, instead of putting
I gotta
pedophile,
bleep that.
put Drake
Oh, yes.
in the subtitle.
Topical. Very topical. But yeah, it has the emotional narrative of Metal Gear Solid games don't overall really hit. They just don't. I'm not like
Say that again.
God,
I'm sorry. I didn't
the
hear you.
emotional impact of narrative of Metal Gear Solid's narratives don't really hit.
Okay.
You're not like super, dude. I care about Raiden and like
Raiden, sure. I
and-
disagree in the first game, but I can understand how, from a modern perspective, the first game doesn't hit like it used to.
I think so I think it kind of goes on a ramp, right? Like, so the first game, maybe you don't care that much, you're not that invested. I got a little bit invested in like Raiden's relationship with
Rose.
Rose.
That's what I was trying to criticize.
Like, I'm sure it's not great, but I think it has a little more emotional resonance than in the first game.
Yeah,
and then it peaks here for me.
Yeah. I mean, well, my overall point was that Metal Gear Solid 3 is kind of the same way. In fact, I was hoping that the narrative would hit me harder emotionally, but it really didn't until the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the end does more than most games do.
Okay.
Yeah,
The end of the game, not the end of the Cobra unit.
No. The end of the game. Yeah.
No,
The end of the game, and honestly, the end as well. His moment of death.
with the pigeon, the parrot.
Yeah, you know what? I take that back because they
Grandpa.
undermine it in that same scene.
Grandpa.
You don't like the parrot?
No, not parrots. The denture's busting out more so. That's it was like this cool solemn moment, and he's already going to explode. So you're already going to be like, "Ha, funny," but that would work. But the denture's part's just like, okay.
So
I
funny.
I guess that just didn't really hit for me. But that ending, and particularly the character associated with the weight of that ending, is, there's a reason why they consider her one of the best female characters in gaming history, which is the boss. Completely, even with knowing what her whole entire deal is, the end of it really not only hits hard, but it does change the entire perspective in, why exactly
My question is it like, to your point of like,
the past Metal Gears?
even with this one is like, when it's supposed to hit, it hits. So what is your problem with it not hitting?
Overall, the game, like, from A to B to C, doesn't hit until the ending.
What does that mean, doesn't hit?
Like, the whole bosses, Snake's relationship, you're like, these guys care about each other, but
You
you
can
don't
bring
really,
the volume down just a touch.
yeah, you don't really feel it in the ultimate sense. It builds itself because of the fact that they're like, why is she doing what she's doing here? Racking your brain for, what her motivations exactly are. And to have them become unveiled as time goes on and to hit you with the ending of...
So I'm confused. Are you just upset that you're not crying in the first 5 minutes? Like,
No, more just like there's nothing that I'm like, I care about these guys. I care about these characters. I want to see what happens to them. I'm really invested in their story. Like,
you didn't care about Eva.
oh,
That's crazy.
not really. Snake I did.
Or like even Ocelot. Like I care about Ocelot in this
Oh,
game.
the writing's good.
I
The
care
writing's-
about Ocelot more than Eva.
Oh, yeah, way more. Definitely. The writing, and I'm saying this from the emotional impact of the game, not the quality of the narrative. The quality of
Okay.
the narrative is consistently great all throughout.
Okay.
It's just the reason why this game is held up, I think, narratively, is primarily because of that ending more than anything else. Kind of similar to Metal Gear Solid 2 being as impactful because of what the ending does. This one, it's more on its own merits rather than what happens in the real world. For those of you that know anything about Metal Gear Solid 2, you could probably guess what I'm talking about. But all this is to say, I enjoyed very much the narrative, and the characters were fun and once again quirky. Especially the bosses you fight. The bosses were the best Metal Gear Solid has as a group of bosses.
I would agree with that.
My least favorite, I guess, and this might be because of how I played the game, is the Sorrow. I feel like I'm not exactly. Again, that goes to the emotional weight of the game, where the impact of his story and how it intertwines with the boss's story doesn't. It's more just once again telling you things rather than making you really care about it. Like when it goes into whole, this was a person he really cared about, and she had to kill her, and it was, she had to kill him, and it was conflicting. You don't really feel that confliction a lot because it's just some character who doesn't really talk all that much and just gives you a moral naysaying about how killing's wrong, and I'm going to make you feel how it's wrong. That's not the game doesn't feel like it's talking to me. Once again, I'm only talking in the context of how emotionally resonant is this game, and not that much. It's good from a perspective of looking at the narrative and saying, wow, what's going to happen next? Who is Adam? Who is Eve? Oh, she's Eve. Is she Eve? I don't really know. What's Vulcan doing? What?
She's Eva.
She's Eva, right? Lazy.
Chinese.
That was the other thing as well. I was like, damn. I didn't think it would be
confused
Chinese.
me in my first playthrough too. And this time I was like, I'm just not going to question it.
They did set it up by saying that they're one of the big, one of the philosophers, one of the three philosophers. Like, yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, the philosophies are being from the U.S., Russia, and China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that has,
it's set up
that
China.
doesn't really have anything to do with Eva being Chinese. She's just Chinese.
Yeah, which is why the whole thing with Ava makes sense. It's like, oh, they were the other people who have a massive interest in the philosopher's legacy.
Take a shot every time he says the name wrong, by the way.
What? The philosopher?
Eve,
Ava. Yeah, she's basically Eve for most of the game, when you think about it.
Like,
She
I understand
introduced
because it's a
herself as
playoff.
Eva.
It's a playoff of the Adam and Eve thing, yeah. But like, it's Eva. Like,
Yeah, I know.
they
At
say
no
it
point does she
100,000
ever call
times.
herself Eve. She
I know,
nobody
introduces
ever
herself
says
as
it.
Eva.
Because I'm always thinking in terms of Adam and Eve.
Can I ask? Did you guys? So obviously, like the Ocelot being Adam is like in the post credit thing or whatever.
Yeah.
But when he says his name is Adamska,
no shit.
Did anybody grab that?
Of course, I was like,
I'm pretty sure
kidding
I
me?
grabbed that in the first playthrough.
We'd have to go back and look. I have no idea, but I don't.
Pretty sure
I
I
don't
grabbed
know.
that.
Yeah, that was because Eva.
Yeah.
You go, oh, that must be Eve. So when they said Adamska, it's like, yeah, that's Adam. what do you mean? It's Adam.
Well, because-
No, I'm
It's
asking.
Scott.
No, I understand that it's
Oh.
a simple thing that you can tie together. I'm asking, did you, Connor, when he said Adamska, you go, "Oh, you're Adam"?
Yeah, of course, Adam. It's literally like it doesn't
Like,
even sound like
my,
a Russian
my
name.
thing is like that's so long ago. You totally forget about Adam as a entity at all.
No, I was always curious about it because they mentioned it, and you never fucking see the guy.
Oh, really?
And it's just like-
yeah, that's a thing that like left my brain as soon as we exit that scene.
Oh, really?
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's just you're talking about as a kid or like currently playing through or what?
Kind of hard to
I
say.
mean, I that's a hard thing to say, but like,
I
yeah,
think
because I
it's-
was like
it's-
13 and like forgot about it. But I just don't think that's a question that I don't believe that's a question that most players think about.
I just
after
think,
hour 3.
I just think the reason it leaves your brain so early is because little prepubescent 13-year-old Tavin is like, oh,
Right, but I
boobies,
can say-
there's boobies on screen.
Right, but
it was
I'm,
Adam. I don't care.
right, but I'm not a victim of limited perspective. So I can take myself out of my own personal perspective, and like, there's 13 hours in between the conversation about Adam and then the reveal of Adam. So like, most people are gonna forget that happened 13 hours ago over the course of however long it took you to play the game. Like, you went to sleep, you came back. Like, there are people who forget the beginning of a movie by the end of the movie. And so when the twist happens at the end of the movie, they go, oh shit, that's right, that did happen, right? Like, I struggle to think, and also like, in context of the scene, you're dealing with the weight of the death of the boss. You're dealing with the excitement of escaping. The oh my god, he's back again. Like, I struggle to understand how you, Connor, go, oh, of course, when he says Adamska, because who the fuck is thinking about Adam?
I think the him saying "oh, of course" is a little like too much. For me, that twist moment in the movie is when he says, "My name is Adamska." That's what's like, oh, he's Adam. It's not, oh, of course he's Adam. For me, that's the moment. That's the twist moment where you.
See, but
talk
even
about,
you going, oh, he's Adam. That implies that you're thinking about Adam. I don't think normal people are thinking about Adam.
That's the thing, is that I'm not thinking about Adam. Is him saying that? It's like, oh yeah, Adam. That's my
Maybe.
takeaway from
I
it.
see what
Maybe.
you're saying. Yeah. But
It's
yeah,
not- for me, it was never. I mean, obviously, my first playthrough, it was never. Oh, so Ocelot's Adam. Duh. It's. Oh my God, Adam.
But then you go back and Adam does show up to the meeting spot. He's just a little late, and he's
Yeah, right.
got a group of guards that he knows you're going to
and then
take
you
out.
think back
you
to
know?
it. Yeah.
yeah, slippery bastard.
Slippery bastard.
Yeah,
I
he's
love that
Ocelot, so frankly, you
Love
should
that
know
Ocelot.
he's a
always
slippery
got
bastard.
always got to double a second thing going on.
Shout out Josh Keaton.
Josh.
Yeah, he plays Ocelot.
Who's like Josh Keaton is what's he done?
Spectacular Spider-Man.
Spectacular Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I got. I know he's done a bunch of other things, but that's always the one I think
he's
of.
he's a very prolific voice actor.
Story, narrative.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, like that emotion, the emotional weight of that game really hits in the later half. But you're always interested in what exactly is going on, the developments of
Iron Man and Marvel Rivals.
Oh,
yeah,
doing a great, and he's doing an all right RDJ impression in that.
Maybe he's not trying to do that.
Yeah. Captain America and X-Men '97.
Good for him.
He's in that. Oh, okay,
That's. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know Captain America was in that?
I did not know. Yeah,
no, it's like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. So he's Captain America. But yeah, no, it. Whereas there's a lot of Metal Gear games kind of seemed like the narrative like twists and really interest comes in at the end as well, where you're like unveiled of what the secret Kojima thing is here. But I feel like the story beat to story beat in Metal Gear Solid 3 is always interesting. Whether it's going to the weapons facility, whether it's worrying about all of the betrayal of the Cobra unit, I guess you could call it their betrayal, though they're kind of an independent unit. Betrayal of the boss more so. And what exactly she's doing, because every single time she comes in, you're questioning of, well, you're not killing me, you're not doing something else. What's your game here? I know what it is.
The
but
Cobra unit doesn't betray the boss.
Yeah, I was saying like
he's talking the defection.
The defection, yeah.
But Cobra unit also isn't American.
Yeah, so I'm like, they can't really defect. They're just a group.
To say because like the Cobra unit, like
he's just tripping over his words. Like, it's not that big of a deal.
But yeah, Vogan's an incredibly good villain. He's just great.
Oh my god,
he's intimidating. He's you love to hate him.
So he's just so fun.
Yeah, he is. Mm-hmm.
Like all the way down to when you're disguised as Rykov. And
oh my god, yes.
Wait a minute.
You're not. What's his name?
Rykov.
No. But he calls him Ivan.
Ivan.
You're not Ivan.
I wonder why he called him that.
That's his first name.
His first name.
Well, why would he call him Ivan?
Because they're lovers.
They're lovers in the nighttime.
He knows how big his junk is.
He gets
now
around.
The question is: Snake's junk too big or too small?
Too small.
I like to think it's too small.
He's in the water. He's in the cold all the time. It has to be some kind of after effect being in.
He's also like. I imagine he's pretty nervous.
Oh, he's just not thinking about it. And it's also the question of like, well, is Snake a grower, a shower, or is Big Boss just got a tiny penis?
Mm-hmm. Compensating for that title.
And then
it's more aerodynamic.
And then
right.
he shaved his penis down like he shaved the fucking grip of the pistol.
That's why they had him jump out of a plane twice. That's what they were doing.
Right. Which, if Big Boss has tiny penis, you know what that means? Liquid, solid, and Solid is tiny penis.
Tiny penis.
Tiny penis.
Yeah.
I believe Solid has
genetics.
a tiny penis because he's got steroids, but
genetics. Yeah.
But yeah, where else was I going with this?
Volgan boss fights.
Boss fights are incredibly fun.
Yeah.
Each one have. I honestly like the Fury. I know you're gonna say, he's not bad.
He's mid.
He's not like
he's the worst.
I don't think
one.
it's bad, but I just think it's mid. It's a bottom tier Metal Gear boss fight, and I'm talking whole franchise.
Yeah. But I still had fun with each and every single one of them.
Sure.
They didn't really seem like they had that much of gimmicks to them because Metal Gear Solid. I always think of it as having like, they have like
use the sniper on this one.
Yeah, use the sniper on this one. Or
Grenades on this one.
I feel like this game gives you basically whatever method you choose to do.
Figure it out.
It works just as effectively. Yeah. And so it is a game that incentivizes you to test things out. I think even more so than the other games do. Whereas those ones, though they have a lot of depth to them, you're not finding it out as much as you are in 3.
I think sort of the formula of it is that they put the gimmick on the boss and not so much on the player now. Whereas it's like, the player needs to use grenades to do this. Here it's, the boss is invisible.
Yeah.
So how do you handle that? The boss has hornets that will make him invulnerable to bullets. So how do you deal with that? This boss you can only hit from behind. How do you deal with that?
Yeah.
And then giving the player freedom to engage with that in whatever way they want to with those systems.
Yeah.
I think what's kind of fun, at least with like the design of the boss and like the order the boss is and the order in which you fight them, they're kind of 2 bosses in a row where, I think most people would use the thermal goggles to like assist them and help them like fight them, being the fear and the end.
Yeah.
And then they follow that up with the fury, which if you're trying to use thermal goggles against the
Hurts
fury,
you.
it hurts you. Exactly. So I think that's kind of fun.
and how they kind of pace that out.
For sure.
They subverted my expectations of what the thermal goggles would do. I was thinking that.
Thermal goggles really disables the fear entirely, and it's just a shooting range, you know? Like,
I never thought about using that one, did I?
Yeah.
I did it at the end, but...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's also like, I think the thermal goggles live in a place where, like, you could get it before or after the fear. I forget exactly where you pick them up.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I think it's
I got them...
I think it's, like, somewhere in the river or something like that, or...
Is it in that corner of the storage area?
I think so. I think it's in that storage area.
I remember I got sent back. Yeah, but I think I found those because I got sent back with the end. Because again, these are cool things the game does where
so fucking good.
With the end, I saved the game. Are you sure you want to do that, Snake? And I immediately, of course, I was like, yeah, I do now. So I saved it. I quit the game. He put me to sleep when I booted the game back up again 2 days later. Cutscene begins with me getting put to sleep by the end. They put you in a jail cell that you got to break out of. Super easy to, but that on the return part from that is when I believe I found the thermal goggles because I'd missed them originally, and it just once again these small little things that aren't ones where you need to play around with the system as much as you might do in Metal Gear Solid 2. You just find them a lot more often by playing through the game naturally.
You can beat the end before that boss fight. Yes. This is a famous thing told by the end. You
guys
probably know this
right.
or whatever. So like you get the sniper rifle in the river. You hang a left before you get to that cutscene where the end is introduced.
Which I missed.
You hang a left. Oh, really? Both? Yeah. You missed it. Yeah. You got to go grab the sniper rifle, come back, and then there's that whole cutscene where Ocelot does the juggling revolvers for the first time, and the fear wheels the end out. And then as soon as the cutscene ends, bring that sniper out, and you can pop shots at the end real quick. You got to do it fast because he'll run away. But you pop shots at the end, and you can kill him right there. Also, fun thing, the end explodes like he does, right? And he's in a wheelchair, so the wheel of the wheelchair comes and flies and hits you.
It does.
And you have to move out of the way to where it'll hit you. It's fucking so good.
And you see, you mentioned the revolver part when he's doing his little testing bit.
It's so tense every fucking time.
Yeah. He does that one against Sokolov, and then the other one against Eva, right?
He does it against Sokolov, Eva. He does it a third time. I forget when else he does.
Well, I mean, he juggles it whenever you're doing like the face-off, and you choose which revolver.
Yeah, but he does
like
it with the pulling the triggers thing.
Yeah,
does he?
3 times.
It was never tense to me. I would describe it as funny each time because he's just fucking with them every time. And he's Ocelot. They're always going to be fine.
He might be my favorite like Metal Gear character.
He might be. Yeah, he gets high up there.
I think this is the one where he really like elevates there. Like this version of him is the best version of him, and it's so good. And it cheats a little bit because he's in all of them. But this is the time, except for maybe Peace Walker, but this is the time where like the characters start building on themselves. And it's really the only character that really does that. Like it's a little bit with Solid Snake. 4 kind of messes up the trajectory of that. It's a little bit with Big Boss. 5 messes up the trajectory of that.
Yeah. Playing this, go on.
And so like Ocelot's the only one where you can track the arc, and it's cool. It's a little demented because he turns like evil as he keeps going, but like
but does he?
It just turns into turns into the best written character in the entire franchise just because he's so consistent.
I think that still is held by the boss because she's only in one game. She's consistently good all throughout.
Yeah,
and then that's it. And it's in the most strong narrative, I believe, of any Metal Gear game, at least so far.
And it's a really magical thing because it retroactively makes character actions cooler. Yeah. So like things like, you guys don't know about this, but Big Boss setting up Outer Heaven in Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 like is a direct response to that, right?
Yeah.
And then that just keeps rolling, and the ball just keeps rolling. So generationally, you see that in, it's the boss's will turns into Big Boss's will.
Yeah.
Because Snake and Solid and Liquid are trying to revive, and Solidus are trying to revive that. And so like you just see this echo effect happen, and it directly correlates with what Boss is talking about in her final monologue. And all that's so fucking well written.
Weird that her stitches become alive.
That's so fucking cool.
That's one where it's just like Japanese.
I'm going to our list, right? Japanese, yes.
Yeah.
Tavin's biggest, I think, issue with our list has been Yakuza 0 over Doom.
True.
He
doesn't like how high we have Yakuza
Portal 2
0.
needs to be
he does
quite
not
a bit
like
higher.
That. You don't talk about it as much, though. You talk more about Yakuza. You might. I'm not denying
I think Doom upset me because it just got to the point of like, come on, guys, like, what are we talking about?
Well, the same exact reason why a benefit of Yakuza 0 is found here as well, which is the style of the game elevates it to an nth degree than it otherwise would have been.
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid, arguably to a greater degree, because those cutscene by cutscene, are always investing me in some way. Whether it's telling me more about, what the fuck's going on with, fictional relations between the U.S. and Soviet Union during this entire scenario, to scenes where Revolver's fucking with people, or Volgan's being a creep, or learning about exactly, these Cobra guys, why do they fight? What do they fight for? I think the only one where we get a definitive answer with that is like the end, and I guess you could say the sorrow, other than just going along with Big Boss. My point is, though, that style of things like the snake going off, it's always so fucking cool.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time it happens.
But you don't like the dentures.
What? That's because it undermines that moment where it's like, oh, here's the first time with one of these bosses, you're like, oh, he's lived this long life. And he's always looked for that final battle that he's, that's going to be a perfect send-off. And here he is. He's finally achieved it. And he's in tune with nature, and he's appreciating how it's all led to this moment.
And then here's a joke.
Yeah, where all the other guys have nothing like that. And so if they did do a joke, I'd be like, ha, funny joke. But this time it's like, well, why'd you have to do that for this one guy?
Do you think that Ocelot... Now stay with me. Do you think Ocelot owns a mirror?
Go on.
Yes.
Because how would Ocelot, if he knows what he looks like, how does he look at the boss and not be like, are we related?
Yeah.
Funny you should mention that, Phil.
Yeah.
There's a codec conversation in which they heavily hint at, and of course it's talked about in Boss's final monologue a little bit, but it's more overtly mentioned in a codec conversation where Ocelot is the child of the boss and the Sorrow.
Yeah.
Which then retroactively makes you go, that's why Liquid possesses him, because he's got this spiritual power from his father going on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
But no, I was gonna say, because
and then Metal Gear Solid 4 fucks it up.
Knowing that Ocelot is the boss's child,
Yeah.
like, how does Ocelot not know that?
Hey, you're playing.
You
because it
gotta
would
think,
fuck up his story.
Oh,
He's not gonna stop and pause and break because it fucks up his.
You gotta think that the boss knows, right?
Oh, the boss knows. Boss knows everything that's happening. Yeah. There's even a couple of times in cutscenes, if you go in with that information, the boss looks at Ocelot.
Yes.
And is like, got like a little bit of a motherly longing to him, wants to make sure he gets out of here okay, like just a little bit there. You have to kind of inference a lot, but if you want to interpret it that way, we can interpret it that way. Phil, I want to jump to you in general opinions, but let's keep it short because we've been talking.
That's exactly what I was going to go into next after that.
Yeah.
I really just want to say that this game, to me, and kind of this franchise, is the type of game where I really have to try to start playing it, because I know once I get into it, I'm gonna want to keep playing it. But as soon as I get away from it, it's so hard for me to come back to it.
Really?
I don't know why that is for me. But as soon as I'm in it, I'm knocking out 3 or 4 hours, if not longer, right? Because I just get so tied into it, or I look at it, and it's just because I've also been playing Sly, but I look at how I can just run around and do nothing in that game, and I kind of can do the same thing in Snake Eater as well. And that's oh, let me just capture all these animals or take all these animals out and see which one Snake likes and which one he doesn't like, right?
Yeah.
Or
there's a lot of guards in this area. Let me fuck around with mechanics here.
Exactly. Let me sneak up behind this guy, shake him down, and then let me see how long it takes to put someone to sleep by shooting them in the leg, in the body, or the head. Right?
Yes.
And I just, it's such a nice playground, right? It's super fun. I really like the camo system a lot. The only thing that bogs it down, we talked about, is the menu. I also
they've shown, not that this matters for this conversation, but that is the thing that is getting the most overhaul in the remake, is they are putting it on a quick select button
for Delta.
Yeah, you don't have to enter a full menu for it. I think it's going to be on the D-pad or something.
Gotcha.
And then you select. It does still, and this is why I think you have to dig in the menus for it in this game, Connor, because it changes the character model. Because it's not like simple skins.
Like there's
like
some
that's not.
texture
It's not
to
like
it.
just putting clothes on or changing. Like it changes a character model. So
Yeah.
like there are 50 different character models for Snake in this game. Right?
So they like add a bunch of like if you have like a sandy thing, it adds like texture to it.
Yeah. So it's so even in Delta Remake, when you select your camouflage because it's on a quick select menu like you're asking, the screen still wipes and then comes back and you have the camo. It's gonna be a lot faster in Delta, but that is a thing that is it. Codec call is also going to be overhauled in that way as well, which I don't know how I feel about that.
One thing that kind of messes me up with the menu for selecting camo is like every single time without fail. When I go to camouflage, I'll start with the face by mistake.
Select face first, yeah.
You
just switch those.
I just wished it was switched. Yeah,
I understand the logic of putting face first because it's on the top,
heads at the top, bodies on the bottom.
Right.
Obviously, but
you're going into that camouflage because there's so many more camouflages,
right?
And it's the majority of like the face only adds or subtracts
like five maybe 10,
maybe 15, maybe
okay.
15. Just depending on the camouflage that you're using.
Me playing through this game, my second time overall playing through the game. I wanted to play it a lot differently this time. So in the first game, we talked about a little bit how being my first experience with the game, I kind of was just a little, not bloodthirsty is the wrong way, but I just didn't care about not killing. And so in this one, I tried my best to like not kill where I could. And in doing that, I was collecting all the camos in the game, and that kind of really helped me dig into the camo system in general. And I was really playing with all the different camos, and the camo you get from the fear, right? The spider camo, I put it on and I'm like, oh my god, this is like good literally everywhere. What's the drawback on this? And then I see my hunger go like super fucking fast. It's like, okay, I'm not going to use this. This sucks. I'm not going to do that. And so kind of my favorite camo, like in a section, and it really improved this section for me as opposed to how I felt about it my first playthrough. The section after, is it after the ladder, where you're on the mountaintop?
The mountains, yeah.
Yeah. That section for me became like one of my favorite parts of the game.
I love it too.
Like just playing through it, and I remember hating it or like really not liking it my first playthrough. I don't know, hate may be a strong word, but because I had the animal camo from Ocelot, and that camo is so fucking good in that area, and I was literally just like, I would be crouched, and I think I was at like 65-70% in that area with my face. I was like, dude, I can literally just sit here and people are walking by and not seeing me. I'm like, that's insane. And so it did the thing where I was playing, because if you don't destroy the helicopter, it'll just kind of keep cycling.
Yeah.
And coming through. And so it became a really fun game of almost like red light, green light. Where I would go through this area with the animal camo, and I think it was like the desert camo I had on my face.
Desert tiger.
There's also, it's worth saying, there is also a desert and a chocolate chips camouflage, which both work equally well in that place.
Which I also got both of those. But I would go through, and laying down, I was literally, I don't know if it was 95, but I was 90% camouflaged next to with those two things on. And so I would jump up, go a little bit, I would hear the helicopter go, and so I'd drop down, right? And wait for it to pass, get to a certain spot, get back up, keep going, take out guards, putting them to sleep every once in a while, anytime I would see real quick. And so it became a really like fun pacing to it.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it was very, very neat. And I just really enjoyed my time playing through this game. Like I remember liking it a lot playing through back in the day, but it just on another level this time. And I think I mentioned it earlier, kind of my set and forget kind of lineup of things. I really only had like 4 or 5 things in my weapon wheel.
Yeah.
And it was like my knife, my main, like the killing pistol, which I would use for like animals and stuff like that.
Fair.
They're far away, or like if I was also shooting keratin frogs. So I would use it on that, and then
just for like if you saw one, you'd shoot.
Yeah, if I saw one, I would shoot it.
Yeah.
The only one that I saw that I didn't hit was outside the prison, because I didn't have the single action army, and I didn't bother going back in after I got it.
Didn't have the single action army, or you just didn't have ammo for it?
I didn't have ammo for it.
There we go.
That's what I meant to say. And so I just couldn't hit it because I would try to use the fork and like stab at it from under the desk, and I just couldn't reach it.
How great is the fork?
It's so funny. It's also funny because like if you stab an animal with the fork, it just immediately goes to your hunger because you just eat it.
Oh,
instantly.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Well, that was the best part about it.
Yeah,
that's why you
awesome.
liked it so much.
Oh my god, it's so
I was
good.
crawling underneath rat.
It was very, very
Rat.
funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was the knife, the 2 pistols. If I was like, I wasn't crazy about the Mosin Nagant, like the sleep sniper rifle.
It's fine. It works for what it is.
It's just because it wasn't silenced.
Yeah.
Like
I use it in one part, and it's that first mountain map where if you just like walk backwards a little bit, you pretty much get a full view of.
That's so weird. I also used it in the mountain area.
Exactly right there. Yeah, you get
But
a full.
not in the part you're talking about.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. You basically get a full view of the whole mountain that you're about to climb up, and you can just like pop 3-4 guys right there.
Yeah.
Leaves 2 guys at the end that are around the corner. Very easy to get there.
There was like one guy left. There's like a shack that you kind of come to that's kind of on the right side as you curl around the mountain. There's a guy kind of next to it in like a balcony kind of thing, and there's a keratin frog on the top.
Yes.
And so I, you know what I'm talking about?
I know,
So that part of the cover, I was kind of like elevated, and so I was like, let me try the Mosin Nagant real quick. And I didn't realize that it wasn't silenced, so I shot him, and then like it did the thing where when I hit him, it did the quick exclamation move, but then he passed out. He like went to sleep.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I was like, oh, this isn't silenced.
Oh, you lucked out.
I'm just not going to use it.
You got lucky.
Yeah. I'm just not going to use it.
You also got to cock it after every shot, which I think is a very
Yeah.
smart mechanic that they've always done with the tranquilizers of like, you can't go crazy with them.
Another weapon that I didn't use last time, at least I don't remember using it my first playthrough, but I used a lot in this playthrough, at least at the very end, where you're on the motorcycle with Eva, is the heavy machine gun.
Oh, I was just about to ask about this.
The light machine gun, rather.
Did you find the M63? Did you use it?
Dude. It's so funny.
Good.
And like, let me tell you, like that motorcycle chase area, I remember being like kind of mid on it the first time. It's a lot of fun.
Kojima thought to himself, all right, first time I did this, it was shit. The second time, good.
A lot better. But it was just it's so broken, the mechanic.
That's a sequence I put the camera back on normal mode.
Oh, okay.
It's like hella cinematic. And you spend most of it in first person anyway.
I literally hold the first person
so like the
button
times
down.
where I'm like not shooting at things, I'd like to see a more cinematic camera than
No,
just
the
where I
entire
put it.
time I just held down the first person. And so I would literally go through any kind of magazine, or like in the Vulcan fight with the RPG, the mechanic of not having to reload and just unequipping and re-equipping rapidly. I was doing that so many times. I was like, why is this so fucking broken? Like, this is the most overpowered thing in this game.
They want you to do it, man.
Yeah.
They want you to be like, oh,
and it's
shit.
just so fun.
Yeah.
I had a blast.
Yeah. So I'm going to try and say this as quickly as possible so that we can just keep talking about the game in general. When we did the Metal Gear Solid 2 review, I said I don't understand why that formula of game design is not followed more. Of like, this is a map, learn it, love it, master it. Like, experiment with a couple of mechanics and so forth. But like, that is a game and game design that you could see being easily replicatable. And I don't understand why it never is. This game, I don't think you can. Or like, you can, but like, they just nailed it out of the park. This version, that like every other version of this type of game would be derivative. And what I mean by that is like just the continuous like moving through environments and connected to connected, and the way each map is sort of designed and laid out in level design ways is so well crafted. I don't think there's a bad area in the game. Like, I think it's genuinely fun to explore every single map that you enter. And there's always a hidden secret. There's always something to find. And the way all of the systems are layered and work together in tandem, like this game just, like, you can't name another game that, like, well, maybe like a From Software game or something, but like it's really hard to name another game where it is constantly rewarding the player for thinking, can I do this? Let me see. And more often than not, it works out, or it creates results that you could have never expected, and so on and so forth. And there's so much detail. There are so many layers. I have played this game upwards of 50 times easily. Like, I might be getting close to 100 playthroughs of this game if I'm not already past it. I discovered something new this time. And there is a gag item in the game where it's a crocodile mask. And you put it on your it's under the items thing. It's not a camouflage thing, but yeah, it's a croc cap that you can get, and it's under the thing. You just put it on and you have croc cap. Generally, I just thought it was a gag item, No, it has a purpose.
Yeah.
When you are in water, if you crouch while having the croc cap, they think you're a crocodile.
Yeah.
And so the map after the cave, before you see the end for the first time, where it's the introduction of the dudes on the floating platforms and stuff, that is another red light, green light moment of put the cap on, crouch in the water, they pass by you, get up, move.
See, I didn't even mention that because I thought you already knew about that.
I had no idea about that. I thought it was just a gag item the whole time.
I full on did that.
Yeah, I thought that was the entire purpose of the mask.
It's pretty much the entire purpose. It's for that one section of the game.
If you don't have that, you have to like swim underwater.
You got to swim underwater. You got to equip a camouflage, and that works as well. But you've also got to dive as deep as you can. It's pretty shallow, so it's hard. So you got to move fast because like even like best camouflage and like diving as deep as you can, passing under that light because the light also affects your camouflage index. Passing under that light makes the guard go, "What's that?" So if you don't move, you're gonna get caught.
I'm not crazy about swimming in this game.
It's fine. It's functional. It's not like a.
Are you supposed to spam the button to go faster? Okay, because that's what I was doing. I was like, this doesn't feel right all the way. Like
the weird thing was how often if you would like break up on the water, and it would just kind of like slow down. You'd be like disoriented for a second, and then the camera would change perspective.
Catching your breath.
Yeah, but
it's a weird thing. I think it's something to do with the camera and first person into third. I think in these first 3 Metal Gear games, I think Snake is, from a developer perspective, I think Snake is different in first person. I think he's like a different model, or he doesn't have a model.
Oh yeah. Have you seen those things where like how when people are designing FPS games, they make the hands like really weird?
Yeah, it's to like make it look right for that. I think there's some of that happening here.
I know what you're talking
where
about.
I think you are a different physical being when you're
different entity.
When maybe not so much in first person mode,
right,
but when the game forces you into first person mode. So like if you're crawling through a vent, or in this game crawling through the grass, because you'll also like in the first game, you know, probably limitations of the time, but when you're in a vent, you're invisible. Like, you know, like you just cannot be seen. So I think there's some kind of weird trickery happening there, which is why it takes a second to switch every time you break the surface.
Well, that would make sense because very often I would go underneath an object to escape guards, and I immediately get under that desk, but I know my whole body isn't. But I'm treated as though my whole body isn't.
So you're a small. You're probably literally just like a small little head.
Yeah,
is
something similar in like Sly Cooper.
Almost exactly that way.
I just have to say it because you were like, the swimming part in Metal Gear Solid 2 is the worst part in that game. The swimming was better than MGS3 swimming.
I disagree.
I never had a problem with that.
That's MGS2's swimming is worse.
I always found that the swimming system to be really easy and fluid, especially as far as those older games go.
Yeah, in 2 I always have the thing of like fuck like.
I think it plays better here, but for me it just feels odd. Like it didn't feel like I was doing it the right way, but I just found a way that was working for me. But apparently that's also the way it was intended.
Swimming in games is tough. Yeah, like that's just tough to make. I don't think anybody nailed it until the PS4 generation. Like
feels pretty okay in Ratchet.
Yeah, when they give you the fucking jetpack for it.
Oh yeah, before then I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, but like again, like I just think this is a masterclass in design. I think this is Kojima's best game. I think this is his best paced game. In all of the Metal Gears, you get to the end and he just starts ranting to you. And I've said it in the other reviews. He just starts telling you the subtext of the game, and that still happens here. But it's like you buy it here.
He tones it down.
He does. He reserves himself. He pulls himself back on it, but he's still doing it. But he does it in a way
more
where
digestible.
It's still rooted in character. It still makes sense. You still believe that conversation's actually happening. It's not like when suddenly Liquid Snake starts talking to you about genetic memes and like the genetic passcode to you're like, what the fuck is going on? Or, you know, even worse when the Colonel literally turns into an AI at the end of 2, you know, like it's way better here than it is anywhere else, and he never does it this well ever again, guys.
Infiltrate.
It is always maybe Peace Walker, but there's not a lot of monologues in Peace Walker. But he never does it as well as he does it here.
Peace Walker's also very well stylized in the way it does those cutscenes.
Well, the cutscenes are also shorter, like because they have to be because it's on a handheld and so forth. So like, there's just a lot of like limitations to Peace Walker that like break away from Kojima-isms, but kind of break away in a good way.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, like I hear you with the menus, and I agree with them, especially on the cure menu. The cure menu is the one for me where I go,
true.
this is wholly unnecessary. I get it. Like, you want to...
It's a fun idea.
I love all the survival gimmicks and stuff, because that's really what they are, Connor. You're right. This is a stealth game. It's not a survival game.
Yeah.
But it's got survival gimmicks in it. And I love the stamina. I love the eating the wildlife.
I like the
eating
stamina too.
food.
I just don't think I should say it doesn't. It doesn't feel like like the encumbrance system in Dark Souls, where I'm constantly having to configure it to get to my specifications.
See, and I hate it in games like that because I think it's too aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I think it's balanced pretty well to where, like, yes, you can ignore it if you want, but you're going to have a much better time if you play into those systems as well. Whereas in Dark Souls or any game with over-encumbrance in general, it's just like, all right, why did a fucking pen that I pick up suddenly make me walk slow?
But I think it's the worst in Bethesda games.
Also,
for sure,
Souls games is only with what you have equipped, so that's actually a kind of a cool part of the game.
Same thing here.
That's true, but this one, it actually has an impact in terms of how much you have equipped comparative to past games where they didn't do that.
Sure.
And there's no real improvement in terms of having that element in it.
I think also just I hate doing it, and I hate that I'm going to do it for this game.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the sort of that playability that we were talking about, where you would enter an area and just go, oh, I want to experiment here.
Oh, okay.
Where, like, if you're playing the game and you know the game and you know the objective and where to go, like, you are straight shooting through that, and you will never have to open up the food menu ever, because there's enough narrative resets of stats of your health and of your stamina to where you're just like, I never had to eat a snake or anything like that.
Yeah.
But if you're fucking around in the environment, if you're playing each map like you're like, oh, let me see all the nooks and crannies and stuff, and you're playing into that and having fun with that, yeah, you are gonna have to eat stuff. I had to eat stuff this time through. I was playing on hard, so the stamina system's more aggressive.
Yeah.
And it's where, like, there's a lot of really small systems that play into higher difficulties. Connor, I know you're gonna like laugh at me, but I think Metal Gear in general has always been really good at rewarding a player for wanting to up the difficulty or have an easier challenge. Playing it on hard, the enemy is more advanced. They're smarter. They're more aggressive. They can't, like, you have to use all of these systems in tandem to get it to really work. And that's when things like stamina really start to show their genius on hard and above, because simple, small things like running uphill does affect your stamina gauge. Like, that costs more stamina than running downhill or running on a straight plane, right? So you find yourself on extreme difficulty levels and so forth, finding a quicker path through topography in order to reserve some of that stamina to get through as easily as you can. Because, again, you start feeling the effects of stamina drain earlier. So, like, in normal, you don't feel it until it's probably like halfway depleted or whatever. On hard and above, once you get a third, it's like, hey, you better eat something, because this aim is going to start.
You can't aim anything.
The aim is going to start shaking a little bit.
He gets the shakes. He's got to eat something.
Yeah, he's got to eat something. I just think all of that is just fucking genius, and it's a level of, like, game design of, like, engage with it as much as you want to, because we're also not going to be annoying about it. And
I will say another thing is, if you get under half, his stomach will start to growl.
Yeah,
and that can give you away.
I think if you get real close to end, his vision starts going black.
It does,
wow.
yeah.
Yeah. You would know, right?
Because I didn't know during the end fight, I had forgotten that he's tranquilizing you.
Oh, so you're losing stamina.
I was like, oh, I guess this fight, they're introducing the stamina system for a reason.
Yeah, I'm watching him fight the end, and I'm like, man, that stamina's really going down fast, huh? He goes, yeah, I don't know why they're doing that in this area. Like, I'm like, it's not the area, Connor. Look at the cure menu. Fucking riddled. Fucking so many needles.
Knife.
And I think it all accumulates. I agree with you. The progression of boss fights is very, very well designed in this game. From the end on, they just start hitting, with the exception of the Fury, they just start hitting you banger, 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 banger. And like, each boss fight has a different element to it that you really have to sit down and think about. The first few boss fights are just shootouts. You're shooting at the Fury, or I'm sorry, you're shooting at the Fear, you're shooting at Ocelot, you're shooting at the Pain. But with the end, it's like, pump the brakes, motherfucker, because he's going to pop you full of fucking tranks, and you're going to lose. Like, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah.
The Fury. Man, you better understand this level quick, because we are going to punish you if you don't, What's next after that? Vulcan?
Sorrow.
The Sorrow.
Sorrow's more of like a little fun thing.
And then
the Sorrow, This is why I think this game is so fucking brilliant. The sorrow is the entirety of The Last of Us Part 2 done better in 5 minutes. Like, I don't understand like how they nailed that theme of killing, and it's not even the main theme of the game. And they nailed it so much better than what a 20-hour experience could do. And I love The Last of Us Part 2. I think it's one of gaming's greatest examples of narrative and storytelling. I think it has a better story than what we have here.
Evan, that's your number 2.
Yes. But like, I just think that specific theme is done more effectively here because they place it directly with player action. Having you go up or walk through all of the people you killed, how you killed them.
I do think it's kind of silly that even if you do non-lethal for the Cobras, sure, they blow themselves up, but you're not the one that blew them up. So why are they
they actively blow themselves up, too.
Yeah, why are they in your river?
Because, you know, those are also markers of progress, so you know where you are in the river and so forth.
Yeah.
Game design.
Because you've talked about it with very, very respectively. I want to go back to the whole themes of it, but gameplay function, that part kind of sucks. It's not that good. It's not bad.
Which part?
The Sorrow's whole that. Like,
I mean, yeah, you're walking through water and you're just moving and dodging. Yeah, it's not fun.
but it's also because like
But you can also, Connor, skip it. Pop your fake death pill as soon as you enter it. Revive pill.
see that's
you're
cool.
back.
Now you're back.
Yeah.
Everything that you go, ugh, this part sucks. The game has an answer for.
One thing I will say is, you know, I did mention in the Discord, I didn't mention on the podcast, but
Or drown yourself.
I captured the End's parrot, and I
Nice.
had him, but then you lose all your stuff.
Yeah.
And I never got him back.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
And then they in the river, the parrot was there. I was like, why is the parrot here? I never killed the parrot.
Somebody did. I never understood how to pronounce it. The Chuchiniko snake?
Tsuchinoko.
Snake, which is how you get the infinity face paint for the game, which I love that it's a face paint in this one because now you can use stealth and infinite ammo at the same time. Combine that with you mentioned it with the spider a little bit. A lot of those deeper camouflages, like the ones you get from the boss fights and so forth, have bonus attributes to them. And they all do different things. And there's ones that you get for beating the game and, you know, doing certain things throughout the game. So, like, there's a camouflage where, like, your suppressors never wear out. There's a camouflage where you have infinite O2 when you're underwater.
I know the one you get from Volgan, if you put it on, his soldiers won't shoot at you as much in the chase.
They're less likely to shoot at you or engage in combat with you because they get confused, quote unquote. You know, they're the fly camouflage.
Yeah,
you're stinky. So they don't want to come up and hit you melee because you smell.
That's funny.
Yeah, you know, it's just
that.
it's a bunch of things like that.
The sneaking suit has body armor. You to take less damage.
There's one's stamina gauge never goes down. One where your battery never goes down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like there's one that's just kind of cool. There's a couple of dumb ones, but the pain, it's like, oh, hornets won't attack you, and you go, cool. That's
where am I going to fight hornets again?
That's only useful in the pain. Like I guess if I shoot a hornet's nest that's above me, cool.
Yeah.
But when am I going to do that?
Yeah.
I barely did it any time. So.
The only times I
against
can think of
Ocelot.
is in that first bridge section and then the Ocelot fight.
Yeah.
I don't even think there is another hornet's nest in the game.
They're probably like littered throughout the forest.
Maybe, but you don't use them. But yeah, I fucking adore this game from stem to stern. I think it's the best playing Metal Gear Solid. I think Snake feels his best to control here, even though it is still a little clunky, especially when the topography gets more interesting and you're like trying to crawl and you accidentally crouch and you go, fuck, get back down.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think like from stem to stern, like the game is just excellent, like superbly made, and they just don't. It's not even a matter of they don't make them like this anymore. I don't think they can. Like, I think it's just solely like unique in that this is Snake Eater. It's great. You can try and imitate, but you're not going to get close.
In terms of what again? The
overall game design, how the different game systems and mechanics layer on top of each other, the creativity of each answer. There are games that have those things, but I don't think they do them as thoroughly. I think of like Mario Odyssey rewards the player for high skill and rewards and stuff, and you can do some crazy platforming to like
skip a ton of shit, yeah.
Like 200 coins or skip things and stuff like that. Like that level of game design exists all the time, right? But like I don't think we've seen a game do what Kojima did in 2 and 3 until we get to FromSoft. Like I think that entire PS3, Xbox 360 generation didn't really get there, except for FromSoft.
I'm trying to think of like what. I think that there's got to be something else. Can't think of it.
Some Nintendo stuff randomly, yeah. I genuinely, I don't think there's another game that does it to this level until Tears of the Kingdom.
I think that's actually a pretty good point.
Baldur's Gate 3?
I mean, until Tears of the Kingdom. Oh.
Same year.
Baldur's Gate, I kind of put into that, but Baldur's Gate just through the nature of its game genre is restricted.
I would argue that, I think Tears of the Kingdom is a better example, but Breath of the Wild, I think, is on that. I think that's the same. I think
that's a conversation for another time, but I disagree.
I was gonna ask Connor, I don't know if it's a very like simple control thing, but did you know, how to like crouch and go prone, obviously. Did you know that if you just hold the button while standing, you'll immediately go prone? Yes. Or if you go from prone and hold the button, you'll stand up?
I didn't know that last part. The first part, I remember learning about it kind of near the end. So didn't really help me.
I think it's kind of neat.
Also, I'm sure I've done this before.
Would have made things better.
I'm sure I've done this before, and I probably did it with the last 2 games. But guys, I hopefully if you saved at the end like you should have, I very much urge y'all to go do a New Game Plus run. Not right now, but like whenever you want to, because like this is the best New Game Plus. I'm gonna say the best New Game Plus that Metal Gear ever does. And the rewards of having all your camouflages in the early game.
Yeah.
The Patriot is such a fun fucking weapon to use. And then the fun challenge of shooting the Keratins to get the stealth camouflage, getting the Infinity face paint, and then playing it again with those. Fucking around with the tuxedo, which they didn't need to add, but they did, you know? Like it's so fun and rewarding in a way that the others just kind of aren't. 1 is fun because it's like, oh, I can stealth camo my way through it or whatever. 2, that's less interesting because you've done it before. And 2, like, 2's got this weird thing where, like, if you get a certain number of dog tags, suddenly the characters start wearing cool sunglasses.
That's funny.
And you're like, okay, like, all right. All of the, like, extra, like, bonus things, Raiden just wears different colored wigs. So, like, there's a brown wig for infinite ammo. There's an orange wig for something. There's I think a blue wig for infinite oxygen underwater and stuff. And you're like, cool, but I don't care, like, type things. Here, it's literally like, fuck, man. Like, it is literally that experience of, like, your first time through, fuck, I'm scared of everything. I'm on the ground, like, prone. I'm conserving ammo. I'm trying to be stealthy. I'm fumbling my way through it all the way through. And then that New Game Plus is, I'm a superpowered human being. Yeah. And I am fucking you motherfuckers
becomes
up.
Even more of a playground.
I am so stealthy. And that's where you really start fucking around with mechanics and really start seeing the depth of some of those things. Or you actually experience the depth of some of those things. Because you mentioned, Connor, there are things that you don't notice until the final hours of the game. And you go, oh shit, I can do that? Oh, I wish I'd known that all along. Well, now you can. And this is, I think, just the most fun game in this trilogy to play. And I think, with the exception of Phantom Pain, it's just the best playing Metal Gear game. And if
you'll eat your words when 4 comes out.
I need a word for video games that's equivalent to inflation, but like with gameplay. You know what I mean? I was trying to put like gameplay evolution of like things like that, because like if you adjust for the gameplay inflation, this game plays better than Phantom Pain.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I get you. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Like like this game is just as creative, if not more creative.
Adjusted for inflation, Metal Gear Solid 3 plays better than 5.
I mean, listen, am I crazy here? Am I crazy?
That's funny.
But yeah,
I think the way you can phrase that is like, oh, if I don't even know. I was gonna say like if this game came out now or something like that.
Yeah. I also think it's really fun. Yes, the game is exposition heavy. There's a lot of setup in the beginning, and a lot of it's maybe not necessary. Do we need to hear a phone call conversation between President Johnson and Khrushchev? No, we don't need to hear that conversation. I'm glad it's there. I personally like how much Kojima is playing with history here. He's a guy who knows his history, and so he's really fucking with it. But in a way that still makes sense. When I was a kid, and a dumb kid, I thought this was history.
Like, dude,
what?
It's a true story.
You know, shit's
but
crazy.
Then I hit high school and I went, oh no, that's bullshit.
You're telling me this Russian guy's got lightning powers? What the fuck?
Literally, dude.
It took you till high school?
No, it didn't literally take me till high school. Good. But like, there was a part of me that always thought I didn't fully understand the Cuban Missile Crisis because of this game. This game actively deterred me from understanding the Cuban Missile Crisis.
It's so cool. Dude, stand in front of there. I'm going to get my bicycle and I'm going to hit you with it.
I think I did literally talk to a history teacher at some point, probably in middle school or early middle school or something. I'm young and I'm dumb, all right?
Yeah.
Where I was like, I did bring up, hey, Turkey had no strategic capabilities at all. So why did we have missiles there in the first place? And the teacher probably went, okay, and moved on.
No, okay, you know what? He probably didn't fucking know either.
He's probably like, I guess? Like, what fucking internet or Fox News interview did you watch to get that?
Bro,
He was
I picture that in a scene of Abbott Elementary.
Okay. Teacher, fucking Greg or Greg?
Greg, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like,
Metal Gear Solid right now? Like,
what?
You know he knows about
That
Metal Gear
character
Solid.
breaks the fourth wall too much.
He's funny.
It's fun. No, I love that show, but he
that
does
guy.
it too much. I'm like, all right.
But like
relax.
when the fourth wall is like they're
it doesn't
literally-
need to
it's
happen
people-
twice every episode.
It's people recording them and doing. It's like,
Yeah,
are
yeah,
you
yeah.
seeing this? Like,
um,
come on.
yeah, I
Let's
think
rank this fucker.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Listen, I love that game. It's fucking great. I love it so fucking much. Moving on. I didn't prep it because I'm an idiot. A fucking idiot.
You're goof.
You're missing a title too.
No, I'm not. What am I missing?
Yeah, you're missing the number 21 is supposed to be
Oh, not this.
21 supposed to be 20 is supposed to be Shadow of the Colossus. I couldn't know how to carry on the lie.
I was gonna say you really
What are you fucking
really
saying?
he's being stupid.
Are you trying to say we put Bioshock
He was
in the
trying
wrong
to
place?
gaslight you.
I was trying to lie and make you second guess your list because you've done it. You've been like, oh, I didn't update it, but I couldn't think of like what would I.
Yeah, that would work if I hadn't done it literally yesterday.
He was trying to gaslight you, but yeah.
Fuck. Yeah, I guess then not gonna.
Oh, I hope Phil looked camera angle.
I look great.
There he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you may
I
or
thought
may
you were
not
talking
know,
about me being the list.
we do rank every game we've played in this series. Make sure you check the description down below for the full playlist of the entire franchise or entire series that we've done. Currently, there are 31 games in the list.
You know what we didn't do? We didn't crack beers for this.
We didn't have beers. I looked.
We don't have any beers.
Damn.
We don't have any beers.
Next time.
Number
Y'all are
30
poverty, dude.
Number 31 is Fable. Number 30, Bioshock. Number 29, Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Number 28, Prey. Number 27, Tomb Raider. 26, Alan Wake. 25, Batman Arkham Asylum. 24, Uncharted Drake's Fortune. 23, Halo Combat Evolved. 22, Dead Cells. 21, Shadow of the Colossus. 20, Mario 64. 19, Resident Evil 4. 18, Portal.
Honor.
17, Banjo-Kazooie. 16, Ratchet & Clank. 15, Pokemon Soul Silvers. 14, Severed. 13, Resident Evil. 12, Chrono Trigger. 11, Dishonored. 10, Metal Gear Solid. 9, Shovel Knight. 8, Portal 2. 7, Doom 2016. 6, Yakuza 0. 5, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. 4, Hades. 3, Final Fantasy 7. 2, The Last of Us. 1, God of War Ragnarok.
Hunter took that opportunity to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah,
there.
he
He
caught
was
a
also
couple
showing
of
the
Z's,
camera how he was balding. So
Nice.
There you go. See, now
Nice.
I know.
Now you
See,
know.
I was doing this and I was thinking I could make this work if I needed to. Like in a very
You could
severe
sleep
situation.
like that?
I could. If,
Wouldn't
like,
you rather just put your head on the table?
if
Yeah.
if I needed to.
I'm back in
whatever
grade
that
school,
is.
you know.
Yeah. You gotta pretend like you're up. Have him go first.
You're really gonna make me go first?
Of course
here?
I'm gonna make you go first.
We
Go
already know your answer.
Listen, listen. You guys are gonna troll me. As soon
We're
as
the
I-
question marks.
You guys are gonna troll me as soon as I turn the question over to you guys. So whatever.
Adam
Listen,
gets trolled.
this is my favorite video game of all time. I think doing my best to put that aside as much as possible and putting my nostalgia aside, and when I really look at this game as objectively as I can, I genuinely think this is the greatest game we've played up to this point. It's one of the best stories we've played. It's fun, it's charismatic, it's campy. This is one of my favorite cast. I didn't get to touch on that. This is my favorite Metal Gear cast of characters, hands down, period.
Sure.
From the codec calls to the boss fights to the people you meet in the mission. Awesome all the way through. I disagree with your take on the codec people. I love them here. Sigan is the bomb. This is a game that fully encapsulates the medium of video games. It wants you to play it. It takes into consideration how you're playing it. It knows that it's an interactive medium, and it fully encapsulates that. It fully takes advantage of that. And on top of that, it is just constantly rewarding to play and constantly rewarding of player creativity and of player skill and of player the more the player engages, the more it rewards the player. That is essential in gaming. And on top of that, it's even better on a replay. And the more you play it, the better it gets. It scores points in pretty much every single category for me. Yes, the menus are clunky and annoying to engage with, but I will say they're easy to engage with. You know where you're going. You know where the buttons are taking you. That doesn't always work. A la God of War Ragnarok, those menus suck. Those are terrible menus. Like you never know what you're looking at. It's over-designed and somehow too simple at the same time, and it doesn't seem necessary at all. Like that's just an example of a game that doesn't do menus right. The menus are done right here, or as well as they can be done for 2004, even though it is a little clunky the number of times that you have to go into the camouflage menu, right? But I just think it's forgivable because the game, I would rather do this than not have the camouflage system. Like the camouflage system, for me, earns its little bit of annoyance of doing it. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Realistically, you're only using 4 or 5 camouflages. You don't need to go. It would be annoying if you had to go in and look through all of them. But fucking realistically, when are you using the red squares camouflage? Once.
I used it
maybe.
once, yeah.
Yeah, literally. So other than that, when you go into that menu, you ideally know what you're looking for. Yeah. Hey, I'm in grass. I should probably equip the grass one. Hey, I'm pressed up against a tree. I should do the tree bark one.
But again, those actions are ones that bring up the menu really, mainly the tree part, where you're just having to get yourself off the tree, bring up the system, go to that thing, and then do it for a small amount of time.
I only use the tree bark twice.
Which I guess
in the game.
I guess I could say is the other issue with the
Tiger Stripe
system.
Tiger Stripe is the best overall one, right?
It is,
So
early game, yeah.
If you're not sure, you're jumping to Tiger Stripe to check that one out first.
I guess when we're ranking it, that is a little bit more of a mark against the camouflage system, where you're not engaging with it in its entirety. You're just kind of going to the standout ones, while they also give you tons of them to make you think like you use them.
But it's
more.
also fun to have that many.
No, it is. Yeah, it's fun. It's just not effective.
Sure. Yeah, but now we're in the thing of all right, do you just want to play the most optimally? Fine, here, one camouflage for the whole game. That's how the first 2 games work.
But it's fun stuff in the sense that it's kind of gimmicky and you don't mess around with it. Besides just looking at it and be like, I can.
But
make
it's also
red
fun
flag.
to mess around with. Why do you have why do you have the white? Oyami and the other one,
Kabuki theater mask,
the Kabuki theater face paint,
yeah.
right? That's fun. That's funny to see Snake. In 2004 standards, look like a woman.
Remember when I used that face paint unironically in the boss
fight?
Yeah.
There's at least one moment in the game where every camouflage has a use.
Oh yeah, they do.
Now again, are you going to? Is there a better option? Most of the time, yeah, there's a better.
I just remember the most emotionally impactful cutscene, and Snake is face painted like a Kabuki theater. Yeah,
which I will say
actually happened in our playthrough.
Was a cool moment because I did in that same moment I was doing the snow camouflage, and it was a cool contrast when the flowers all changed to red. You're standing there. It's especially cool with that skin there.
Yeah.
Let's have him. Where are you putting it?
This is number 1 for me by far. I think this is easily better than the last one, which is already number 5. I think hey, and then from these top 4, you are talking about heavily quality video games here, all for different reasons though. And I think Snake Eater checks every box, and the rest of these top 4 check a couple of specific boxes. Whoever wants to go next.
I was sitting on what you were saying, so I was like, okay, I was like questioning it.
You know what? I want Connor to go last. I'm gonna go next. This game is fantastic. It's a really good game. And I look at some of these games on the list, right? And my usual go-to thought, whether it be a good thought or a bad thought, is typically when I'm ranking head-to-head, I'll be like, oh, how quick am I going to be to, play through this game again? Replayability. You have to think about how valuable that is to, what your opinion is on a game, right? And for that reason, I'm going to put this game... the new number 25. I'm just kidding. No, of course not. No, this is the new number 1.
Going all in. Going all in.
Yes.
New number one.
Well-
God of War Ragnarok.
In that case, despite Tavin, I'm not putting it at number one.
Where were you? All right.
He was gonna
Cool.
put it at number one.
Yeah, you were gonna put it at number one.
Well, I said beforehand, thinking caps. Open, expanded mind caps, you might say.
Yeah.
Instead of thinking caps.
Uh-huh.
Since, just thinking's... Anybody can think. Thinking openly
Right.
is another thing altogether.
Well, everybody thinks.
Now... No.
I think.
You don't think?
No, I do not. I think. But I know I don't think. So anyway...
I think you might not think, but I think you do think.
I think I don't know what the hell I'm saying. And...
I can't tell if this conversation is Kojima or Sam Lake.
Neither.
Okay, no, it's
But as I was playing through this game, I had an idea of where the position was, and I was like, okay, I'm going to have to think about this.
So how far below Yakuza 0 do you think?
Well, the problem is I can't, as a matter of principle, do that. I want it to, believe me. But Metal Gear Solid 2's there and definitively improved it, so I can't piss Tavin off. Honestly, it begins, and Tavin would disagree with me on this.
You know what? You're right. Metal Gear Solid 2 is too high. Put it below Yakuza 0.
Yeah! There's an
No,
argument,
we-
there's an
we- no,
argument
we-
to be made there. But,
No.
Hades, there is an argument to be made. Because you had said before, like, definitively, no.
I think Hades is the only real hurdle here.
Because of gameplay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was going to be my big point. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, that's the hardest, that's the
In
best
this-
gameplay here.
In this current top 5, Hades plays the best.
And because of I guess what you were saying before made sense of like, hey, it does all these other elements as a whole better than, Hades, Last of Us, Final Fantasy VII, God of War Ragnarok. In that game, that's where that certainly definitively holds true. When you look at it from a larger scale, yeah, it has to be above that. It becomes a harder conversation when you talk about Final Fantasy VII, because narratively, and I'll tie this with Last of Us, because both those games have a better narrative. I say that because, as I said in my original review, I agree.
Last of Us, I disagree. Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's once again because continuously through it, more so with Last of Us, but more continuously, I'm constantly like invested in the characters themselves. Are the plot details as investing? No, but it's about character. And as I said before, when your codex partners aren't as great as the past ones were, and as good as the other characters are, Ocelot, Vulcan, they're not a constant source.
Man, you really like Natasha in Metal Gear Solid 1, huh?
Natasha, I never said her. I said Mei Ling. I said the commander.
He doesn't even know who Natasha is.
Natasha is
Sniper
the
Wolf.
weapons expert specialist of the first game that you have to actively call to have any type of conversation.
Oh, she was the only one I ever did.
Otherwise, you're not going to see her, and she's lame.
I never called her.
She's
I never.
boring.
She is boring.
Sigint is her, but like just way better.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that.
Because doesn't Sigan talk to you about like animals too? Or
No, that's the doctor. The doctor.
Yeah, paramedic we're talking
Paramedic
about.
animals,
Yeah. So if you save, paramedic talks to you about movies, but if
Movies,
you
yeah.
call paramedic specifically, she'll talk to you about animals and survival.
Plants.
Plants, animals, healing yourself. Sigint will talk to you about camouflage, items, weapons.
Mhm.
So like, there's a great conversation if you call him while you're in a cardboard box.
Well, I never did.
Snake, what are you doing? I'm in a box.
in a box.
Why? I don't know. I
I
just feel at home
yeah,
in the
that's
box.
But a lot of it comes with the gameplay and the general game design of Metal Gear Solid 3 that would put it above Final Fantasy VII. Once again, you're still with the strong, impactful narrative of The Last of Us and the thinking cap moment, which is God of War Ragnarok. I brought it up in the past. I have. And I'm in agreement with you guys, and I still am in large part, of we cannot change its position in the list because we said it, that's it. We have to we have to have integrity. And I agree, but through this game, I was running up with the issue of like, okay.
You also got outvoted.
What?
You
I
also
did.
got outvoted.
Well, I was not really like pushing it as hard. I was more just like, hey, should we consider this maybe an idea? But I was like, I understand why. Integrity of the list and all. Before I bring that up, though, because that is still important, at the time when I was like, okay, is this better than The Last of Us? It would end up being in my mind. It cleared God of War Ragnarok because of the previous issue. We kind of idea of, some games we would, like, on the list right now, we would rank higher than it if given the opportunity to do so. But when I was playing through the game, and of course that emotional ending hit, I was like, okay, it clears Last of Us to be the new number one. So I would be in that position, which is why it was funny to see Tavin all be like in the days leading up. I'm nervous at the end of the day.
Listen, I also had a running joke with you where like I would randomly just pass you by and be like, "New number 1, huh?
Yeah.
New number 1."
And
I knew this game was ranking high. Like no matter what, like there's no like, how can you objectively say this game is not top? Like I mean, it's better than the last one, right? So it has to be top 5.
Yeah.
Period. Yeah. I was worried if we're gonna get past Hades with him. I was worried if I was gonna get past Final Fantasy or The Last of Us with you. Like
I always knew Phil was going to put it number 1 because it's reasonable to say that it is, over the other ones. Hades is the biggest like issue, but he would put on. But I know you would be like, I know you would pump the brakes and say, okay, well, I like it the most, but for all reasons.
I know that I'm the highest on Hades out of the 3 of us, but like
for good reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Hades has debatably the best gameplay in this list, hands down.
No, easily.
I think Doom is probably the only other one that gets close.
It does get close, but
it doesn't get that close to me though.
It gets pretty close for me.
It gets close, but not to the point where it's hard to think about. Yeah, like when you think about it, you're like,
no, yeah, I'm still picking Hades over it. But if in pure gameplay, I'm still picking Hades over it. Yeah, but
yes,
all encompassing all the sliders, like, I just don't. I objectively like don't see if you're encapsulating all sliders. I don't see how Snake Eater's not number 1.
Yeah, and you can give yourself a little clap, Tavin. You're satisfied.
What's poppin', players? Welcome back to the 2 Penny Game Club, your monthly video game book club in which I, your host, Tavin Bothell, alongside co-host Say Hello to the People, Connor Elliott.
Hello, I'm here for a review.
And Phil Shoemaker.
What up?
Hello. We play a game in the background during the month, and in the beginning of each new month, we bring you a review of that game and rank it amongst the other games in the series. This month, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. We've been on a campaign to get through up to this point in the Metal Gear Solid franchise, where we've been actively pursuing Metal Gear. We did the first 3 games, and now we're doing 4. We're going to put a pause on it here unless the Great Wheel says otherwise.
Some of us under duress.
Yes.
Listen, did you have a bad time, though? Did you have a bad time?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. This one might have broken the camel's back a little bit. Anyways, of course, you can find all episodes of this series in the description down below in a nice little tidy playlist. I do recommend you go through and watch some of that, see how we got to this point, and see what we've reviewed up to this point. There's some great games. There's some not so great games. And then there's some games you probably haven't thought about or you never thought about in this list that I was very excited to get into. Shout out to Severed. Gentlemen, I, of course, am the Metal Gear Solid fan at the table. Well, the big fan at the table. I would hope by this point, the two of you would say you're fans of the franchise. Clearly not to my point, but, that you like the franchise and that I would hope that you describe yourself as fans.
Fairly certain fan is short for fanatic.
Yeah.
I would not call myself a fanatic. I'd say I'm a fan.
I wouldn't. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call myself a fan.
Really?
Yeah. I'm a fan of Metal Gear Solid 3.
If you said,
stay true.
Really, not even 2.
I'm a fan of what the meta shit that happens in 2. I think that's one of the greatest things games ever done.
If they came out today and said Hideo Kojima directed a new Metal Gear Solid game,
and it was the one that was 2 or 1.
No, I'm saying if there was a new game announced
today
by Hideo Kojima, Metal Gear Solid, whatever that means to you is whatever it means to you. Would you be like, oh, dude, I'm in?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm bought in.
The MGS 6.
In the same exact way, I would buy into.
Or he does some king shit and says MGS 5. This is the
that
real
would be
one.
That would be fucking fun. Hey, we're gonna finish it this time. Director's cut this, bitch.
That'd be pretty cool.
That would be the first genuine actual director's cut to a video game that we've ever gotten. Anyways, so yeah, 3 is my favorite video game of all time. I love 2. I love 1. This game is a little more tricky for me. And before we get into the review, of course, we all played on the PlayStation 3. Connor and I, a little bit under duress, played on hard mode. Phil, you played on normal?
Naked normal. Yeah.
Naked
normal.
Yeah.
Weaker gamer, I guess.
Connor started on naked normal, and then I fucked up the save file, so he had to play the rest of the game on hard.
Didn't really feel that much of a change. Funny enough,
I think it really only comes up in the boss fights.
Yeah.
Is really the only time that it like really.
I'm curious to. I never looked it up. I'm gonna look up the difference between naked normal and solid normal.
Oh, solid normal might be like the real normal mode. Naked normal might be unless naked was higher. I don't know.
I'll keep talking.
Okay.
Was a thing though? Okay.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, what is it? Yes. Metal Gear Solid 4 launched June 12th, 2008 on the PlayStation 3. This was their first time playing it, Phil and Connor. So I've played this game less than I've played the other ones, but I've played it quite a few times.
I will say I played around in the opening 15 minutes years and years ago, but
apparently the major change is you have access to more Drebin points.
Oh, really? Oh, that's not that big of a deal at all. June 12th, 2008, PlayStation 3 sold 6 million copies worldwide by 2014. Shipped over 3 million units on the day of release. Shipped, not sold. Was the best-selling video game in the U.S. in June 2008, selling nearly 775,000 units, not including bundled copies. The game was a significant title for the 7th generation of consoles, contributing to a sales boost for the PlayStation 3 console. Phil, if I were to ask you what you thought the Metacritic of this game would be, what would you say it is?
I'm going to reach 86.
Can I guess?
No, because you know it. It is a 94.
Oh.
Stupid.
I was going lower because I thought maybe, I don't know, 89, maybe 90. But like, I think 86 is pretty.
That would be more understandable. I think what a lot of this has to do is Konami and Kojima marketed this as the actual end of Metal Gear Solid. Kojima's never wanted to do sequels for Metal Gear ever, but like it was never something that was like explicitly said until this game. This was the one where they're like, we're done. This is going to be it. And then they made 3 more. And so...
Are you talking about Survive too?
Any more?
Peace Walker, Phantom Pain. I guess I was technically thinking about Ground Zeroes, but that's really more Phantom Pain.
That's just 5, The first mission of
Portable
5.
Ops was out by this point already.
I can believe
I
that.
forget. It doesn't matter. And it was pretty universally praised, obviously because of a lot of fan service, and new generation of consoles, new control scheme. All of these things were really highly praised. I pulled up the Wikipedia reception. The new control scheme, camouflage system, and shift to more freeform replayable gameplay. I don't know about that one. In particular, the Drebin point system and alternatives to stealthy play were particularly high praised, with a few minor annoyances. The variety of set piece events, details such as the psych meter and healthy provisions of secrets were also remarked upon. Eurogamer tempered their overall praise with concern that one of the chapters may induce ennui, but that
on Wii.
On Wii?
On Wii. Yeah.
What is that?
Depression.
Oh, but that the game quickly recovered. What? While Edge expressed mild disappointment that the Beauty and Beast unit compared poorly to the previous title's main foes, the Cobra unit. And then I got more. Generally, everything was praised. The depictions of characters, the performances, the graphical fidelity of the game, the way the game played. I did pull up IGN's review, which I think is interesting here, where they talked about the Drebin point system, which was highly controversial when the game released. Some critics will say that such widespread influence of the Drebin system and its points make the game too easy and eschews the traditional stealth roots of the title in favor of an action focus. This is an extremely shallow way to view what this new mechanic provides, which allows players to pick and choose exactly how they would like to play the title. Purists to the covert aspects of the franchise can sneak and crawl through the game with a focus on stealth, restrictions, their purchases of ammunition, or completely avoiding the Drebin system entirely. These players, much like, that's Connor's favorite type of praise of a game. If you can just ignore one of its key systems, then that's a good thing, These players will find plenty of new features to support them in their clandestine moves.
I know you were doing that as a dig towards.
Yeah.
But honestly, I would kind of agree with that.
I think it's more, that idea is more apt here than it was when Connor brought it up for combat in Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
I think it's more apt here. I still think that's silly.
I don't know. I think I think that the amount of choice that they give the player and that like the amount of variety you can choose to play this game, in terms of like if you want to have like some sort of like self imposed rules, like you're not using it interacting with any of the Drebin.
Yeah, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do non-lethal, no alerts.
I think you kind of laughed about it, but I think that would make this game highly replayable. At least for me, I could see myself going back and maybe even attempting a platinum on.
You've mentioned how this is one of the worst platinums.
This is one of the worst trophy lists. This game came out before trophies did, or at the very least, the game launched with no trophies. I know that for a fact.
I mean, I fully stand by that. Yeah, the list is fucking awful.
It's terrible.
But I think the game is a high enough quality to where I don't think I would get that annoyed in attempting a platinum run.
Well, gentlemen, let's discuss that just now. Why don't we? As a I would describe myself as a Metal Gear Solid mega fan. This game disappoints me in a lot of different ways. Something went wrong here. Something is askew. Something is off. I don't know what it is. Famously, Hideo Kojima tried to pass the reins to one of his peers for this game, and he wasn't going to direct this game. There was huge backlash against that. He kind of got pinned into becoming the director of the game, which, by the way, I should say, he actually co-directed this game. I forgot all my other stats. Developer, Kojima Productions. Publisher, Konami. Director, Hideo Kojima and Shuya Murata. Producer, Kenichiro Imazumi. And yeah, this is very much a Hideo Kojima game. The game is half cutscene, which is frustrating to the pacing. But I think a lot of its issues lie in just the structure of the game and a lot of its new gameplay mechanics and choices that they've made. I feel like there is a... Yes,
really quick, I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I did a quick Google search in the very beginnings of my playthrough of this game, just trying to figure out the ratio of gameplay to cutscene. Google came back at me and said, this game is 49% cutscene and 51% game.
It's a lot of cutscene.
Which is insane.
Now, I do think there are moments in the game, especially in the early chapters, where you can really experiment and play with the mechanics so you can prolong the amount of gameplay that you have there.
Yeah.
But as you get deeper into the game, that becomes less true.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead with what you're saying.
And I just think generally the structure of this game, a lot of the gameplay mechanics that they've added to this game, all work to just simplify what the player does in this game, even from chapter to chapter. And I find this to be the least creative from the player's perspective, the least creative game. Like, I don't feel like I'm being creative in how I handle different encounters, rooms, battles, anything like that. It feels like there is one true golden way to handle this game and nothing else. I think generally the game is too easy. I think Snake feels best to control than he's ever felt in the series up to this point, but the rest of the game is not designed or leveled up to him. So you feel like you're an adult in a room full of children, where you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna pop these little sleeping headshots against everybody and put everybody to sleep, and they're not gonna see me. I think the AI is still suffering from the game logic from the previous generation. They haven't been upgraded. I think level design is pretty forgettable here, if not straight up bad in a few moments. I think there are moments of level design that are really good. And boss fights run the gambit of meh to, oh, that was pretty dope. And overall, this story really disappoints. There's too much exposition. There's too much yapping and just blabbering. They're telling the player how to feel and not having real human conversations in which they can actually emotionally affect the player. And the biggest sin of all for me is pretty much the entire cast of this game do not feel like the same characters that they were the last time we saw them. I feel like pretty much across the board, everybody's character arc has been derailed here for the sake of the story of this game, but it doesn't. But they had to sacrifice where these individual characters were on their individual journeys in order to get them to play their part in this game. And yeah, I just feel like this one, though it is loaded with fan service and loaded with nostalgia bait, it doesn't feel satisfying. It doesn't feel like a satisfying conclusion to the story that we've been telling. Connor, this is your first time through the game.
Yes, it is. It is my first time playing through it, and I was going into this excited to play it because culturally in the gaming community, this is a big game. Mainly in regards to memes, people share, moments that happen in the story. To where I knew going into this, it is, as some have said, egregious with its amount of cutscenes. And I understood the same exact criticism for the other Metal Gear Solid games we played, and each time I went through those, while acknowledged those, I always liked how dialogue was done in those games. I like how the narrative was unraveled. So even though they were constantly throwing at you, point after point, line after line, over and over and over again, I was always sitting there engaged with the narrative. And when I've been thinking, because I beat this game about 2 weeks ago, a little more than 2 weeks ago, and ever since I've removed myself from the game, all I think are cutscenes. Cutscene this, cutscene that. When I try to think of the elements of gameplay to praise, and to say that really quickly, when I was first playing through it, I was like, I'm not going to like this game. I am not going to like it at all, from a gameplay perspective. During the first episode, I still would say, as I sit here reviewing it, that the first act I did not enjoy. Solely because I was not used to the controls. Metal Gear Solid has always had this thing where whenever I get my hands on a new one, even after playing all of the other ones, I have to get used to it. Kind of like with FromSoft games. I've become more intuitive with those as the years have gone by, so I was put back in that space with Metal Gear Solid. But inevitably, I smarten up and I get used to controlling it. And with that thought in mind, episode 1 was good. It was fun. Episode 2 was fun and good. It took me a second to get into it in that second episode, that second act. But I was like, okay, this game's going to be more fun than I was already feeling at the beginning. That immediately takes a nosedive when as it always had done up until this point, and I was always just like, great, I have to go through another hour-long mission briefing, or however the hell long those scenes took. And Act 3 did that, and then it put me in another cutscene that was interesting, but then it introduced a character. It didn't introduce a character. It showed more of a character that I didn't like how she was done further. Meryl, specifically. And,
If I may really quickly just direct to the chat, David No People says, there's nothing wrong with disliking it, but I think Connor didn't enjoy it because you have to be familiar with anime style of storytelling to understand Kojima's intent with Infamous 4.
So, that is hilarious and the biggest cop-out I've ever heard in my life.
I see that as, kind of a compliment because I think I might. Phil's my biggest competitor on this.
In terms of people that watch anime in this room?
I watch a lot of anime. As a matter of fact, I think the Japanese, in terms like this. I'm being derailed for a second, but that's fine. Because
thank you
for commenting.
Thank you, David, for being in the.
I felt it necessary to call attention to.
That's a great thing to call attention to. What was the big noise that you just made?
I know this guy, and he's fucking bullshitting me.
Oh,
so fuck you, David.
You just got rage baited.
I got not even rage bait. It was a good, you know what? I'm going to continue with my point because it's a good, interesting point because I do like Japanese storytelling as a general thing more than Western storytelling. I'm setting off the alarms for all those people that say fucking West games are so fucking woke. They're just the wokest of woke, and it ruins storytelling.
I don't really have a preference.
No, but see, I have a preference. It's not built off something as stupid as that.
Right.
So, David, you fucking asshole, you got me. Because that's the kind of thing he knows I would respond to in a way that would make him laugh.
I like the idea that he was just sitting there watching and waiting because we recorded a whole other podcast before this.
I should have known when he used my name.
Anyways, Act 3.
Act 3. It goes into the dumbest follow your target segment in any video game I've ever played. Because it just goes on.
Act 3?
And on and on. And it's not fun.
I don't remember him talking about Act 2.
He got through it real quick.
Yeah, I got through it real quickly because it's fun. You can play around. I could actually narrow down on that a little bit more. You can really hyper focus on using the war that's happening between the PMCs and the rebels, both using either stealth elements or action.
I was expecting like the rebels to shoot at me in Act 2.
They do if you shoot them.
Yep.
Like this guy found out.
Yeah.
Because
I got them back on my side.
If you watch the cutscene beforehand, like you see Laughing Octopus disguised as Old Snake killing a bunch of the rebels. But it's like so you'd think that the rebels be hostile towards Old Snake.
So we're gonna switch up our structure of how we do this, and we're gonna talk about each act here in a bit. So
I'll get to that real quick.
Let's get through this segment.
But it has a lot of the acts past that point just are inundated with cutscenes. Less Act 4, but we'll get into that later. And 3 is especially egregious, and the gameplay segments that are available aren't really good. So it kind of cuts your legs out from under you. Point is that when I think about this game, I can't help but think that I was just annoyed with the amount of cutscenes that were being thrown my way, to where a replay would make me higher on this game because I would skip all of them and I wouldn't have to sit there and listen to them. Maybe not with the mission briefing, but especially coming off of 3, where you can play around with the environment so much. This one kind of pigeonholes you into doing a follow quest or riding on a motorcycle or going through an old map, and it doesn't really incentivize fresh gameplay. Even the stealth mechanics are kind of made dumb by having an octo camo that immediately shifts to whatever your environment you're on is, whatever environment you're sneaking up against, whether you're on the ground or whether you're up against a wall, and it would make stealth far easier than it ever had been in other Metal Gear Solid games, to the point where I would only really get caught when I was carelessly going around corners, which is even easier to check due to the third-person gameplay that I think makes stealth somewhat better, but it's brought back again by the fact that active camo just makes every stealth encounter pretty easy, unless they happen to just come up right up on you. Especially that follow mission I was talking about. When I realized I thought they took away that octo camo. When I found out you can actually put it on again, it immediately became a simpleton's game of, basically crawl on the ground and don't get caught.
I didn't put it back on. I stayed in the trench.
I did for most of it. But it really is, I just need to stress, there are just so many cutscenes that any benefit and positive you can give to this game is lost in all of them. And to the point,
I'm not going that far.
There are certain, very strong segments, and I mean ones that last for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, that stand out in my mind. But that's it. Mainly because those first 2 acts where the most gameplay happens, feels like it's the smallest part of the game in comparison to the next couple acts. And, I just can't really think of any experience where you do this the way games are meant to be played, where you go through the narrative and you go through the gameplay segments without removing one of those entirely. And that's the only way to really enjoy yourself in this game to the fullest.
Is either you just watch cutscenes or you just play game.
Or yes. Yeah, basically.
I feel that. Mm-hmm. Phil, this is also your first time through Metal Gear Solid 4.
That's the thing. I wouldn't even recommend watching the cutscenes because they're not even that good. The narrative isn't enough to hold through, not character, not thematics. There's very few things I can even praise about the narrative. I can at least give some, positives to that if it had something of value to offer. It really didn't. Phil.
Yeah, so this was indeed my first time playing through Metal Gear Solid 4. And I think it wouldn't be far off for me to say that I was dreading having to play this game because of everything that I had heard about it. And I want to start off by just saying the things that I did not like about this game. The first thing is just how masturbatory a lot of the cutscenes are, and how much the fan service just is, and how prominent it is. But then, on the other hand, I started falling for the fan service. I'm not gonna lie, I started falling for it. And to arguably, this is a game where I've fallen for the most fan service in a franchise. Where I mean, people talk a lot about the new the new Mission Impossible movie and how it's just all fan service, and how there's remember this guy from this movie? That's how I felt playing this game. but I wasn't bothered by it. I wasn't bothered. I was like, oh my god, it's Eva. Oh my god, it's just anytime something else came up from, it's like, oh my god, it's Mei Ling. Oh my god, it's all these cool people.
Every name he's named, I've groaned at.
Mei Ling,
and like what's wrong with Mei Ling?
I don't need her. Why is she here?
It's a cool callback.
I guess, yeah, but she becomes
she's a captain of an aircraft carrier
she becomes
now,
like,
or a destroyer.
She becomes like important to the plot, and I'm like, well, you weren't important to the plot in the game that you were in. Like,
neither was.
You don't think saving's important?
Saving is important. The function of saving is important.
Hey, neither was Medic. MGS3. That's her nice.
Yes.
Paramedic.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
But imagine if Paramedic popped up in this game and was the most important. Oh, wait, she does. Anyways.
Let's say another thing that I didn't like, and I don't think I have a way to spin this like I did, like with the masturbation of all the fan service and everything for Kojima. Too pervy.
Too pervy.
Way too pervy.
Way too pervy.
Entirely too pervy, to the point where, like, I don't think I would have been comfortable having my wife next to me watching me play this game.
I almost thought it would be interesting, like, if you had asked Ashley to watch alongside with you.
She wouldn't have.
But as I was playing, I was like, I wonder if she would kind of enjoy some of the storytelling elements here. Like, she wouldn't understand it, but I wonder if she would enjoy it. And then I got to Laughing Octopus, and I went, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. No. But like overall, we mentioned in Piggy Bank when we were kind of doing some kind of foreshadowing as to when we were about to record this, about how one of us said this is our second favorite Metal Gear game. That was me.
I said leading into Act 3 or
in the middle of Act 2,
yeah.
Act 3.
Yeah.
Tailing the guy.
Yeah.
And then you turn around and you see the little guy following you.
That's incredible that you caught that. Yeah. Most players, 90% of players don't catch that.
I'm honestly, I was so surprised when you said that, because I was like, how do you not notice?
You're not looking behind you like that. You're just watching this guy.
Honestly, I didn't even watch him that much. I just listened for him.
Oh, that's fair.
Because he's whistling the entire time.
Oh, I see. Like, not the guy following you.
No, the guy that you're following is whistling the entire time. So like, I would, that tailing mission leads into other like areas. So like, there's the quick loading screen, and so there was a quick moment where I was like, oh fuck, where is he? He just went into this loading zone. I followed him in. Where is he? And then he started whistling. I was like, oh, okay, there.
Yeah, I hate it because like, I'll be right on him. I'll be right fucking on him. And he keeps moving during the loading screen, and I don't. Yep. So then you got to find him again. That's where I'm like, all right, come on.
That's something else I wasn't a huge fan of. But
so in that moment, you were like, this is my second favorite.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I think this might be my second favorite Metal Gear Solid game. Because like, the vibes of that mission were so Mission Impossible to me.
They are.
And like, it's just so cool. I don't know. There's something about it that I was super into.
I've always thought, I don't think I've ever said it properly. I think the team that makes Mission Impossible, the director, I don't need Tom Cruise in it, but like, like that production company and just everybody who works on those movies, I want them to make it a hopeful eventual Metal Gear Solid movie, but I doubt we'll ever get that anytime soon.
Yeah. But to kind of continue with me saying that it was my second favorite, kind of my favorite. It's kind of my favorite one. I know it's not the best one. It's far from the best one. The best one is still by far Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. But this one is my favorite.
Okay.
This one is...
Listen, I'm so glad we have one of these people at the table. Because these people exist online too, where they're like, we love 4. 4 is the greatest, like, or so much fun and great. It has all these great things. I'm so glad we have one at the table.
Like, I love the Octo Camo. I love the amount of choice in that the game gives you, of like, you can play however you want. Like, I was kind of switching it up between acts. I was probably like a good 75%. I was stealthy, like just using the trank gun the whole time. Act 3, I dug into the Mosin Nagant, the tranquilizer sniper. Dug into that a little bit.
Oh, you did get that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I read somewhere that was like a New Game Plus thing. So like when I saw it in the weapon selection, I told Connor, I was like, don't use that.
No, I had full access to it.
Oh, okay, cool.
You just tried to inhibit my game play.
You wouldn't have used it.
I only used it for Act 3.
Yeah.
I killed a lot of people.
Yeah, I don't remember. I can look at my thing for how many people I killed.
I don't remember the number.
I'll pull it up for when we do talk about the axe and everything. But yeah, I love the amount of choice it gives you, and like you can play however you want, and the Drebin point system is so fun to me. Just the amount that you can kind of play and fine tune how you want your experience to go. I just really enjoyed it. The big negatives for me are kind of what I talked about, and just how long the cutscenes are. That also is why I know it's like, not why, but it's one of the reasons why I know it's not one of the best games, is because like how often my eyes would glaze over in some of the cutscenes. It's like, oh my god.
I was on Twitter a lot during this one. You know.
I had Pokemon TCG Pocket on my phone, like auto battling while I was playing the game. But yeah, I really enjoyed my time with this game, and that's so surprising for me going into this game dreading having to play it. And
I had a suspicion you would like it.
I had a great time playing this game.
So, gentlemen, let's kind of get into it and have a more open conversation. I decided to structure this one just because this game's a little weird.
It's very weird.
Again, how do you talk about this game? When
I mentioned it before in my little review, it's hard for me to recall all of the fun, good gameplay elements of it when I'm just thinking cutscene, and I think of when I look back on a game, I always have like an emotion that is predominant. This one was boredom, which is never a good thing. I was bored through most of my experience with this game, and
this is gonna be a fun one to rank. This is gonna be a fun one. So
I'm not gonna be crazy. Like I literally just said, I'm gonna take subjectivity out of it and like my own personal like. Oh man, this is my favorite one. I know it's not the best one. It's easily gonna go below 3 and 2.
This is probably
3 and 2, not 1. He said.
Not 1. He said. That's nuts.
We'll see.
This is probably my least favorite Metal Gear Solid game.
That's wild.
Like sometimes I think I don't even like this game. I think I just kind of I'm kind of meandering on my personal feeling about it. I just think it's an okay. Objectively, I think it's an okay game with a lot of problems.
Phil, I'm gonna say it right now. You're gonna fucking adore 5. I think.
I don't think he will.
You don't think so?
Well, I think he'll like it. But I think like that game's got another batch of problems. Anyways, so we're gonna go through act by act a little bit, not in like hyper big breakdown of plot detail. We're not gonna do that.
This isn't like a plot recap.
It's just sort of a way to kind of guide our conversation so that we can hit all the different points that we all want to talk about, because there's a lot to talk about in this game.
Yeah, there is.
So let's start off Act 1, Liquid Sun, the Middle East. I've written down a couple of subtopics per act that I want to talk about. So if we don't hit on something, we can't talk about it, but there is a big chunky thing that we're going to get to eventually about each subtopic.
Changed.
I think the first thing gamers, fans will notice is the gameplay change. Now, like war.
War has changed.
It's changed.
All right, I will say, because before we go into the acts,
war has changed.
Yeah.
War has changed. All Out, war never changes.
Yeah.
All Out's more correct. Definitively.
Well, yeah, because there's no nanomachines in real life.
Yeah. Well, this is we had a big ass debate. He came home drunk as fuck and came ranting to me one night. And I was like, and I just kept going, but Connor, in the fiction of this world, it has changed.
It has changed.
It is different.
And again, that's kind of just a step down.
Guns don't have some kind of ID system where like you can't pull the trigger on it if you don't have your ID set.
Now, you guys are going to disagree with me on this point. This opening monologue of how war has changed is more iconic and I think just cooler in general than the war never changes monologue.
No.
A lot of that has to do with the fact that war never changes. Monologue goes in different ways every single time.
Fallout's not even a war game.
It's all about the after effects of war.
I mean, it's the aftermath of war is what it is.
Yeah.
It's the full of
I do agree with you though, Tavin. My stressing is of that line on its own. Because some people would argue that war has changed using what happened in 4 as a reflection of our modern society. When I think it's more relevant to it never having really changed. Even just the methods in which it's waged have changed. But by that same token, war has changed every other time war has been waged in most periods of history, like World War I, World War II, hell, even the Afghanistan war. But at the end of the day, exactly. But the core of why war is fought did never change.
But did any of those wars have little tiny Metal Gears that moo and shit green diarrhea?
They did not.
You know?
But they did have tanks at one point.
What about those same ones that you can shoot in the leg and make them fall down?
They're the same
Those are
ones.
just geckos. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm talking
That's what I'm saying. The same ones.
Same ones.
about. Oh, okay, yeah.
I wasn't like disagreeing with you.
Oh, okay, got you. So I think the biggest
And they
change
do, they
that
do like karate moves if you get too close to them.
they do, yeah, they kick you real hard.
Leg sweeps.
Take out half your health.
This is the most like crazy like Snake like. Well, I guess this is the only time he's ever done this. But Snake going ragdoll is the fucking funniest thing in the world to
Dude,
me.
it was so. It caught me so off guard.
It's just
just like flopping like that.
Because at most in 3 and in 2, he'll just get like knocked down and then he'll just get right back up.
It was such like a Half-Life flop too.
Like it felt like Breath of the Wild. Like it felt
Yeah,
like it does the same
yeah. No, you're 100% right.
But like anytime a gecko swept me with its leg, or like specifically like in the crying wolf fight, like if it like went too close to me and like shot the little, it's like a little grenade launcher or something that it has or something like that.
Never happened to me, so I don't know.
And because I was like staying prone, and did you ever in that fight? Did you ever did the camera like cut to crying wolf like being close? To
It
you?
has in past playthroughs. It has not this time.
Yeah, so I was in that like little gated area, like against like on the ground against the wall, and it was going to the left side, and it gave me that little thing. I was like, that's weird. Is that like a weird mechanic of this fight, like, or is that just the weird quirk of the game? And then like it was launching stuff at me because I guess it saw me, even though I had 95% camo on and I didn't move.
It's weird stuff sometimes.
And then I ragdolled.
So gameplay is the biggest change here.
Yeah.
We are moving to, instead of a isometric camera and the square being your action button or weapon button rather, we're moving to a more traditional third-person shooter over the shoulder. Hold the what should be triggers, but on the PS3 it's your bumpers and so forth and things like that.
I'll say bothered me for like the first half of the first act, and then I got over it.
Or maybe it was the whole first act.
I think it's
me, though.
I don't know. I'm so mixed on it because again, like I think the game design is still like how the AI acts and interacts is still rooted in the original 3 games is like way of thinking.
I was referring specifically to the
to the feeling. Yeah, I agree with you. It like I think it is a little weird that like punch and grab is on the right bumper.
Yeah.
But it doesn't like.
Well, grab's on the left bumper.
No.
That's for me.
The CQC grab somebody?
Oh, to like do the quick like throw. I'm talking about like literally like holding somebody and like.
Yeah, that's all on R1.
See, and that's
pretty sure it was on L for me.
No.
Regardless of the button it was on, I found, comparative to my other Metal Gear Solid experiences, where of course I would always trank people, shoot them in the head, I would always go up and grab them. For this game, it has to do with the level design. I felt like I definitely did that far less than I had in other Metal Gear Solid games, because it seems like it never really incentivized you to do that. In fact, it seems like you would get caught doing that more
They flood the
often
levels with dudes because especially in these first 2 acts where you are where you are given the most freedom mechanically. It's a war zone, so it's a flooding of NPCs who can see you, catch you, draw attention to you, all these different things. So you just end up, I feel, just lying on your stomach most of the game and popping headshots from afar. Yep. And so I'm like, it's just that, and it's why like games like Phantom Pain add weight drop off to the tranquilizer gun. Because the tranquilizer gun in all of these games is super overpowered.
Yeah,
it's the most overpowered weapon in the franchise by far. But in this game, it's ridiculous.
MVP for the vamp fight. MVP.
Oh my god, crazy, right? In this game, it's ridiculous.
For the vamp fight,
the tranquilizer,
it functions the exact same.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's an instant knockdown rather than having to put his health down.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Huh? I mean, you stab him with the syringe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's an instant knockdown to where you go up behind him and then stab him with the syringe.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I see. I thought it just did the same thing as regular. That's interesting. Anyway, so like the trank having no knockdown and you having so much control over where you're aiming, and it's much more fine-tuned than it was in any of the other games. It's just too easy to knock these headshots and just take out all the combatants. You don't feel creative. You feel like you don't feel like you're interacting with the scenario. You just feel like you're handling them all the exact same way, and it feeds into my Octo Camo. But you have something to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, not even necessarily about Octo Camo. We can get into that specifically.
I have a thing about Octo Camo. I love that you love it, but I don't like it.
And
one of my biggest complaints of MGS3 was how often you had to dig in menus, and
That's true.
they eliminated that.
I'm gonna flip that.
I'm so happy.
My only issue, to just touch on 3 a little bit, I wish they had a specific menu to operate in the same way you operate with the guns and your equipment to switch camo. But I do like how that game makes you try out what's best.
You're saying like the weapons and items, and you hold the triggers to bring up the items and so
like
forth.
a quick select.
If there was a camo version of that, that would probably fix all of my problems.
It would,
and we're getting it in the Delta remake, which I think is hilarious.
Exactly.
Like a quick select for the camo.
Yeah, and then it the screen wipes, and then it comes back, and you're in that camo now. I have a huge problem with Octo Camo. It makes this game way too fucking easy.
Yeah, can I say?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. We're going all over the place, kind of. To your point earlier about how it is so much easier to do stealth, and you do kind of the same thing: stay on your stomach, shoot guys with your trank or whatever. It's why in those first 2 acts specifically, because they're very comparable compared to all of the other ones. You just go balls. You kind of open me to this because usually I go against that with Metal Gear Solid games, but you start fighting. Start treating it like a third-person action shooter, and you have more fun than engaging with a stealth mechanic. And I find that to be an issue when you're playing a Metal Gear Solid game. And
I do as well.
It's not even doing that much more amazing than the other third-person shooters of the time are doing. Like Uncharted around that time is far better at that. And that's a game that's centered around its action-adventure style combat, whereas this one, it just felt like a breeze when I all of a sudden got in that mindset. And it became more fun, but at the same time, this kind of goes away after Act 2. You play around with it in 1 and 2, and then it goes back to doing stealthing again, which that's where I'll stop my point before we get to 3, but yeah. Going to Octo Camo is the big
Octo Camo just makes the player want to stay on their stomach the whole time, and yes, it is annoying to dig into the menus all the time in Snake Eater. I've always felt you don't need to do it as much as your first instinct tells you to do it, and you didn't always have the perfect camouflage in Snake Eater. Sometimes you just had to make do with being at 65%, and that forced you to engage in the encounter in a different way. You had to be creative or else you were going to get caught and shit was going to get messy, right? Here, the solution is always just lie on your stomach, wait for the camouflage to switch over, and then if someone happens to see you and starts working their way to you, they're not going to see you before the camo switch, which gives you more time, and then you just pop the headshot and you're fine. And you're just always going to be fine. There's no getting in trouble in this game. It's just always, all right, I'm going to keep crawling, and if I get seen, I'm going to pop a headshot, and then I'm going to keep crawling. And that's just frustrating to me. And on top of that, I think context was always something that was intrinsic to the level and gameplay design of the other games, and it's kind of just not important here. All these levels you interact with all these levels kind of the same way. And in the other games, there would be something to switch it up in some way. Now, in 1, it was really gimmicky with how they would switch things up. Here is the room with the poison gas. You will never find another room with poison gas in the entire game, But
hey, you can't shoot your weapon in this room, otherwise
you can't shoot your weapon in this room. It would be a bunch of one-off things that never showed up again. But I like that more than this. In 2, here's rooms with cameras. Here's rooms where boxes are moving, so you can run alongside boxes. Here's rooms with different levels that you can jump up and down between to try and escape guards. The use of lockers and vents were more creative in 2. And then in 3, our camouflage does this as well, but then just layout of level design was just way more varied and interesting. Your interiors felt dramatically different than your exterior level designs and so forth, and it just generally it just all felt different in this game. And a lot of it is centered around Octo Camo, but I think just generally just the game and level design in general is really samey. Now it's a creative samey, but it's all the same. If I show you one good magic trick, wow, that's a good magic trick, right? But I show it to you 5 times, you go, you got anything else? You're obviously really good, but can you do anything else? I don't think this game does anything else. Except when it gets really annoying with the tailing mission.
I was going to say, I'm not the biggest fan of tailing missions, but I was a fan of the fact that they used it to break up the monotony.
Sure.
Yeah. like, and honestly, I kind of felt like that was a good time to do, like, in my playthrough of the game, that was a good time to bring the tailing mission in there.
On paper, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, you know what I honestly think is, not narratively, but the style of Act 4, where that's a stealth mission. That is you are sneaking, and you gotta figure out how to be creative in that, right? That needs to mechanically switch with Act 3. If you get, it's like, okay, you had your fun blasting and shooting and experimenting with mechanics. Now we're gonna be tough stealth, and you should be stealthy, or else you're gonna have a time. And then if
they did do that,
yeah.
What you're saying mechanically, you want that in Act 3?
I want the hardcore stealth in Act 3.
Oh, okay.
And then 4 can be your gimmicky Taylor / set piece level.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I kind of like how they used that for Act 4, because that was like hey, we're back in Shadow Moses.
The nostalgia bomb. Yeah.
But like there's that, but also it's like
you have to do Shadow Moses in Act 4.
But
it doesn't work.
We're locked in. Hey, this is a stealth mission again.
Yeah.
We're back to the first game. You need to do it again. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's where it shines for me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a tricky balance. I don't feel like they nailed it, but yeah, you're on paper, you're very, very right, and I submit to that.
Have we kind of gone over into Act 3?
No, we're near there. I want to make a note about being location based, as like in the terms of like we are a globe trotting thing. I enjoy that.
I'm super into it.
I think I think it makes sense coming off of the last 3 games, 1 location, kind of 2 locations in the second game, and then a big like huge like area, damn near almost like a country in the third, and then we're going to the world in 4.
We're globe.
I guess that kind of makes sense, right? I just feel like it messes up pacing. In this, I don't feel the momentum from act to act. Like,
I absolutely did.
Okay, well,
it really worked for me. Like, I really liked the first act was, Afghanistan. Or was it Afghanistan in the first one?
Just the Middle East.
Stuff okay, so you're in the Middle East, right? This is a war zone. This is pretty topical for the time. Because stuff
2008.
happening.
We're in the middle of a war.
Right. Yeah. We're reintroducing, this is kind of how get used to how to play Snake here, right? And then Act 2, we're in South America. Guatemala?
South America.
South America. See, don't take any idea of location, but except for Eastern Europe.
I was gonna even that's fucking
that doesn't
better.
It looks
France. I don't know.
I would say either France or Italy or
it's
something
based off
like
Croatia.
Croatia.
I guess
Or
that kinda makes
Czechoslovakia. One of the two.
Okay.
Maybe they're the same country now.
Then,
one of them's changed. their
Act
names.
3, Europe. That's probably like my favorite location, except for Shadow fucking Moses.
Right.
That's like my favorite locale that we visit. And I really dug I brought it up before, but like the Mission Impossible-ness of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that really worked for me. And Act 5 being on Outer Heaven.
Yeah, just
Outer Haven.
Yeah, that's so short. It's almost Drebin.
I like him.
I like the character.
Yeah. He talks too much.
He doesn't really do anything.
I
have
you. Yeah.
I-
Doesn't he go have?
I feel like that's not.
I feel like he goes like this, but like
okay.
he goes like close to his face.
Oh, okay. But mechanically, I brought up that IGN review. Mechanically, Drebin is a problem for me. Because the game keeps telling you, hey, this is stealthy. You got to be stealthy. Please be stealthy. And then they put you in a war zone, which like is an interesting idea. How do I sneak through a war zone is an interesting idea. But then they give you a massive arsenal of the most cool, badass weapons ever. But, if you want to be stealthy, don't use those. Well, I'm going to use the fucking weapons and just the way the gameplay works with getting the weapons off of downed soldiers and selling them back to Drebin to get more weapons to help you in boss fights. Like, the gameplay loop just helps you to play into that system. And I think the game works better to play into that system. Then the game keeps telling me to not do it.
But my question to you is, why do you feel like you should? Because you can.
One, because it's cool.
Okay.
It's cool to load up and equip my M4 with all the cool little scopes and grips and laser targets and all that thing. That's cool.
And I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But
two, the game's just more fun to do that way.
No, I understand. For me, I didn't really go balls out until I'm with the rat. They call him
Rat Patrol 1.
Rat Patrol 1.
Yeah.
And then when we're escaping, that's when I'm going guns out, balls to the wall, like fully just killing all these frogs.
Sure, yeah, but do you have the question then becomes, do you have the Drebin points necessary to buy the cool balls out weapon if you hadn't been collecting weapons all the whole time up to that point?
If you're putting people to sleep, they drop them, so you can't.
Yeah, but like, what's the difference between putting everybody to sleep and just killing everybody versus putting key figures to sleep and trying to sneak through as quickly as you can?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's where it speaks to the openness of and like freedom of choice that it gives you, right? Sure. Where you can go balls to the wall as much as you can afford, right? Like in the opening. But if you play it how I played it and just put everyone to sleep and pick up all their fucking weapons, and then you're allowed to then make all these outrageous purchases and go crazy as you're escaping with the Rat Patrol.
I just feel like in games, if there is a clear golden, like this is the most optimal way to do things, or in this case, this is just the most fun way to do things, then it kind of negates the idea of, but you can choose not to.
Okay, that's a pretty good point.
Yeah,
but for me personally, I was like, okay, wherever I can, I'm gonna stealth. I'm gonna end up using these weapons eventually.
Sure.
Because I want to have fun, right?
Right.
But for the time being, I'm going to sneak around, and then whenever things kind of go chaotic, because they kind of go chaotic in every act a little bit.
A little bit.
So, like...
I think it depends on where you are in the level. There are moments in the levels where I'm like, okay, I am sneaking through... Yeah. South America, we're about to jump into Act 2 so we can talk about some other stuff that aren't so gameplay focused, and we can kind of start moving through some of these bits. South America is a great example. The first few like zones in South America, I think, are super stealth based, and you can get through there. But then you get to that electric plant where there's just a huge battle happening. At that point,
on turrets, people running up.
Turrets and mortars and all these things, people with RPGs. At that point, yeah, I'm just blasting through. But the game keeps telling me, Otacon keeps calling me on the codec and telling me, hey, you are not involved in this conflict. You don't need to partake in it. And you just need to sneak your way through to get to your actual objective.
The only time he called me, or didn't even really call me, he just kind of said over the radio, was in Act 1, where he's like...
That's the point I'm talking about. Okay. I know I'm mixing up my...
He's over-exaggerating is what he's doing.
Okay.
Right. What is your thing?
Oh, well, just that... Those are where the game becomes most fun. Because, to your point, what you were saying, as far as like, yeah, you're not supposed to engage in it, I feel like Solid Snake is a guy who he loves war. He loves partaking in war. He's always done it. He feels like the life of a soldier is all that he knows what to do. And there's points like, when example, Akiba in Act 2 puts his gun at Solid Snake, and he kind of enjoys being like, Act 1, yeah. He puts the gun in Solid Snake's face, and he's just like, your gun's not ready. He like criticizes him, right?
It's the reference back to the Meryl
back to
moment.
1. It's like, you have the safety on.
And that's kind of who I think Solid Snake is. I see him helping out those rebels as being like something he would ideally do. Like, because he's not going to do what Otacon tells him to do. Just because he says that, what is Otacon's like opinion on war relevant in this entire thing? Never really is.
But like, I feel that the narrative of the game flies in the face of that, because these are all proxy wars that don't matter. And Snake knows they don't matter. And Snake knows whatever the rebels or cause they're fighting for isn't a real cause. They're not freedom fighters. They're just victims of the capitalization of war in this world.
You're right. That comes into conflict with the fact the story isn't very well done.
Yeah.
But because you are right. That is, it's mainly when you like, I go out of my way to make sure, we'll talk about them in a little bit, the bosses are taken out non-lethally. I would kill every single boss prior to this in every other Metal Gear game, but this one...
This is the one that rewards you the least for not killing them.
But it's like there's narrative reasons as to why it's like, oh, you should be killing these people non-lethally.
Metal Gear 3, I was the least bloodthirsty out of any of the games.
Funny enough. Because I don't care about the lives of Russians, so I was just killing them left and right.
All right.
But real quick. Point is, though, that my point that I should have written down so I don't forget it would have helped. But the whole aspect of going back to the nature of war is that Snake is presented as this cold, unfeeling, mainly by Drevin. Like he's almost the embodiment of war, the way he perceives of things. They say this like later on. Like,
I know. I don't agree with that characterization of Snake.
Neither do I. And I'm saying that that's an issue because when I go out of my way, and the narrative kind of goes out of its way to make you feel sympathy for the boss fights and to take them out non-lethally, and I do so, and I'm almost treated as if though I killed them.
Do they make you feel sympathy for the boss
I
fights?
do, yeah.
In this
So
one,
so let's dive into the B&Bs.
they like
here.
try to whenever Drebin like calls you about them.
Even before that, when you see them like mentally breaking down, and it introduces them in the first act.
What is the reward for non-lethally taking him down?
It doesn't matter what you do during the beast fight. It's only in the beauty fight at the end. You just get their face camo.
Right.
That's
Cosplay as a woman.
Yep.
Happy Pride Month, by the way.
At the beginning, when I was using, we'll get into it a little bit with Act 3, I did Laughing Octopus's camo on my face because it slightly blended in better in the Russian world. Like, based off the walls and areas I was putting up myself against with the trench coat on, it just worked better. But, small little thing.
He knew he could put a face camo on, but he didn't know he could
didn't
put
go to Octo.
the full Octo camo on.
No, because I was like
I said, I fully knew you could go back. I just chose to stay in the trench coat with the young snake face.
An interesting challenge for yourself. I like that. I like that you chose to do that. So let's talk to B&Bs. I don't like them. I would probably even say I hate them. This is the most like egregious group of Metal Gear bosses I've ever seen in my life. Where they Connor, you can say that it worked for you. It doesn't work for me. I do not sympathize with them.
I'm not.
I think conceptually, I like all of them except for Raging Raven.
Like in terms of like how they play and how they fight. Okay, I can feel that. Yeah, Raging Raven's my least favorite.
Yeah.
It does not work to me that you're just showing me these psychopaths who are just they're so crazy and bloodthirsty. And
Screaming Mantis is helping suppress their emotions.
Right, and then now you gotta now they're sexy and you want to fuck them, and then they had a tragic backstory. You should feel sorry for them.
Let me give you this 6-7 minute backstory on this lady that you just killed.
That don't work.
It's not that did it. It's the moment when you beat their beast form and they're breaking down into their beauty form. They're more who they are as a person. And you get the sympathy of like, well, these aren't just like the people who I killed before, who are all the bosses from other Metal Gear games where they're enemy combatants that are trying to fight me. One guy killed a bunch of people earlier with bees. I have no issue shooting the hell out of him. The pain! And then you have that moment where you're like, well, I feel like Snake, because of what he's seeing, would take them out non-lethally. And that's the way you should be doing it. And almost like the game tells you that without saying it. And yet, at the same time, the narrative flies in the face of it.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't even think Snake would care about being non-lethal here. Like, I don't think Snake is non-lethal. Like, in general.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think he's actually that guy.
Is it possible to do Screaming Mantis non-lethally?
I don't know.
Yeah, because the way you beat her, it takes down her health, not her stamina.
Only the beast when you... Because
then she turns into the beauty.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So, yeah. Like... And even like this is their true form... The camera just literally goes straight to the ass and titties, man. Yeah. Like, how am I supposed to feel sorry for these things?
It's not done
because they're sexy. Like,
right
not
back to
done
the too horny of this game. Too horny.
It is. It's not good. Like, this is the weakest. This is the only time. Well, that's not the only. It's the only time with the entire catalog of bosses, or at least the core catalog of bosses, being the BBs. Where afterwards I was like, okay. You know, I didn't hate them, but they were nothing bosses.
But also,
I'm sure they say it in that introduction, but I never realized that the BB stood for Beauty and Beast.
I don't think they said it either.
I mean, they don't literally go, they're called the Beauty and the Beast core.
Yeah,
and then for shorthand, probably Drebin immediately starts calling them the B&Bs.
Yeah.
So you, as a player, just start, going, all right, it's the B&Bs.
And then I was like, oh my God, that's why Raiden at the end, whenever he's looking at himself and Rose, he's like, oh, it's like a real Beauty and the Beast story. Oh my
God. Oh, fucking. Anyways. I wrote down here for a subtopic mission briefings. We've kind of blasted through that. Those are long and boring, and I frankly don't need to be there.
I didn't even realize until Act 3 that you can. Oh, sorry, until Act 4 rather.
Yeah.
that you can like control the little Mark II, or I guess at that point it's the Mark III, and run around and collect batteries.
Yeah, you know, explore the little plane, which is neat. Thanks for giving me something to do during these long and boring cutscenes. I also have a problem with the presentation of cutscenes. I have a problem with a lot of things with the cutscenes in this game. Everybody's so fucking melancholy. Everybody is so fucking monotone. There's not a lot of like vocal delivery differences from line to line. Literally two characters between Raiden and Snake sound the fucking same. Like there's no music cues to like change the tension or the emotion of the scene in mission briefing specifically.
Yeah.
And just generally, I have a really big problem with how blocking is in the cutscenes in this game, which is a weird thing to care about in a video game. I don't know if I've ever cared about it in a video game before. Anytime somebody is feeling something, they have to take 3 to 4 steps forward and maybe like grab their mouth or adjust their glasses or do something. The amount of times Naomi, for no reason, takes 3 or 4 steps in just a direction and goes, like, you can't figure out any other way to make us understand that she's feeling something. This is Jennifer Hale. We are now at a point in animation where you can trust your facial animators to convey the feeling. I don't need her or anyone else. Otacon does it too, and it drives me fucking nuts. And to just take 3 or 4 steps every time they want to do something.
And them going into that hyper-focused, hyper-realistic, or at least close to it, graphic design, I think is where it starts drawing it back. Because they were able to do that with, like, MGS3, but not so much where they weren't able to do, like, those facial expressions you're talking about. And they are just lacking here. Old Snake, right, to touch on that real quickly, because he is the only character in which him acting differently than his character had already been established as makes sense because he's dying. But the thing is, and you mentioned this too, I was thinking in terms of the context of like, well, he's dying, so that makes sense. But I changed it kind of to where, why is he dying? Why is he getting old? At least, why is he getting old? There's two parts to it. Even there's him getting old and him going to die because he's becoming a biological weapon. Those things were separate, right? Like they weren't exactly the same.
So it's one of those things in the South America cutscene with Naomi.
Yeah.
They don't deliver this well. So I'm probably even going to mess this explanation up. Naomi says he's got about a year. That's because he's a clone and his cells are aging faster than they should, right? But then she also says, no, you don't. You actually only have 6 months because Fox Die is killing you because it's mutating inside you and killing you. But you don't even have 6 months. You actually have 3 months because Fox Die mutating is going to turn you into a biological weapon and you're going to start killing anybody and everybody around you.
Yeah.
So Snake goes, so I got 3 months to do what I got to do and then I got to kill myself? And she goes, yep.
Just have that.
It would be okay, Connor, if that is where we saw a change in him.
Yeah.
But that doesn't elicit a change in him. His change happens before the game starts, and he just becomes this old Snake character who I do not believe this is the Snake that we saw at the end of 2. This is probably the Snake I would believe exists at the beginning of 1. Where, I don't care, I'm just here for war. Yeah, that's Snake at the beginning of 1. And then Meryl and cheesy 90s video game writing, like, brought him back to life. You know, and he's a human being again. And then he spends his entire purpose for the rest of his life, this is his whole thing in 2, is I need to figure out how to make the world better so guys like me don't exist anymore, where we deal with this trauma of being used and manipulated by the government and just become tools of destruction. We are more than that. That's Snake's whole thing. That's his whole thing in 2 of find something to believe in and chase it. You know, that he tells right.
His name's John, right?
Yep. Yeah, John.
David.
Is his name David?
Yeah,
like David.
Big Boss is Jack.
John,
Jack. Big Boss is one of those.
I think he's John.
Names. Solid Snake is David.
David Hayter.
I don't think that was connected, but it's because Otacon's name is Hal, and they make the whole 2001: A Space Odyssey joke.
Oh yeah. Which I will. This is going to kind of give away. We're going to keep talking about other acts.
Well, no,
I don't think
Space Odyssey. It's. I'm sorry. Is it Dave or is it?
Yes.
I thought it was. I'm sorry.
Dave.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't allow you to do that.
I thought it was.
And
I'm sorry,
I believe
John.
the computer is called Hal.
Yeah, Hal 9000.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, and this is kind of spoiling where I might place this list or my overall like hardline opinions with what you're criticizing with Solid Snake, which should be the strongest part of this game, and he's not. And this can be extended to every other aspect of character and storytelling. And I don't think a game that, as you put with numbers, that is 49% cutscene can be considered a good game. With any other gameplay elements you have, if you're so...
I don't agree if the story was good.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't agree either.
Okay, yeah.
But it's not. That's my
Yeah,
issue.
I don't think it is. But let's talk about... Let's skip ahead through some of these notes here, and let's talk about the strongest part of this game.
Act 4.
Oh, Act 4. And just the huge nostalgia bomb that is going back to Shadow Moses.
Yeah. That dream sequence where you're back in the
beginning
of
fucking
MGS1.
dude.
So good.
It's so good.
In that split second where you get kicked out of that dream and it's that pixel face for
Yes.
a second.
And then you get to wear the face.
to wear
Also,
the
shout
pixel
out,
face, yeah.
shout out if you don't like playing Old Man Snake, you can just wear the solid Snake
The solid
face, and
Snake
you're like,
one,
all right,
yeah.
great. You're probably not going to do that. You're probably just going to wear the active camouflage thing because
That's what I did.
you know, it blocks the old man face anyway. You know, yeah. Shadow Moses is great. I think
so
it's
good.
What a perfect way to bring back something old and make it new again. It's broken down, much like our main character.
I really loved anytime you went to a spot that was like a major component of the first game.
Yep.
There's like the
Audio
auditory
flashbacks.
flashbacks. Oh,
Yes.
it's so good.
So good. I'm D. Like,
Oh,
oh man.
D.
I couldn't get it to trigger here, but there is a way in that heliport area to like approach one of the cameras, and Snake like a little like tiny cutscene plays where Snake like
Security
steps
camera?
out from behind the wall. It looks at the camera, and the camera just falls off and breaks, and Snake goes, "Aw."
Miss the old days.
You know, it's good
That's
stuff like
funny.
that. I love that the Mark 23 pistol is underneath the truck, just like the
Yup.
original game. Like
Yup.
you start. I think it's the game's best designed level.
Funny enough.
Which is hilarious because it's from 1997,
Yeah.
and it's the exact same. But I think it's the game's best designed level. I think they did a really good job of knowing that the player knows the map.
Yeah.
And taking advantage of that and
Yeah.
having fun with that in a bunch of different ways. You know, between like on like the small thing of like, oh, this is the room with the laser tripwires. So
Yeah.
then they put the
bots.
the bots
Yeah.
doing the lasers. They go,
Yeah.
clever. Or this is the part with the trip mines or the claymores. Well, there's no claymores this time around, but there are geckos
There's
who are
geckos,
hiding there
yeah.
who will explode and kick your ass. Like, and I'm like, all right, that's good use of you knowing that I know what's going on. Here,
Yup.
you know, and then the story gets stupid with Naomi. Jesus Christ, Naomi's one of the worst characters.
Hang on. This will be a visual gag.
Which to strengthen that.
Do I need to change my camera? Or? Oh, okay.
Oh. What?
Vamp, I'm the-
Oh yeah. Oh god.
Oh,
Why
yeah,
was
she's
she
rubbing
doing
up
that?
on him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's like a part where she like goes to like grab his penis, and he's got a knife on his penis. So she like grabs the knife, and he grabs her hand and pushes it back down.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, so you are whose side are you fucking on?
Right, right.
Like none of this makes any fucking sense. This is
Poorly
She's kind of
characterized.
just on her own side.
literally. And then
I like the.
I understand that Otacon has always been the wimpy little science dude who cries and pees his pants, right? But he's always been a little bit more than that. He's always been quite a bit more than that.
Yeah.
And in this game, he's just the wimpy little crybaby science guy who spends the game, a good portion of the game, just crying at his computer screen.
Yeah.
Now, listen, I understand heartbreak makes you cry sometimes.
It's true.
You knew this bitch for 35 fucking minutes. You fucked her once, and then now she's the love of your life? Otacon, you gotta do better than that, man. What are we doing here?
Yup.
So I will say, going back to the how fun it is to go through Shadow Moses again.
Uh-huh.
In Act 4, I liked they took away the normal soldier units that would always be in abundance and put the little robot guys.
Yeah.
Who work in abundance. They just, being able to easily take them out with the chafe grenade if it gets really serious. But just dodging their little lasers whenever you're going through the sneaky rooms was far more fun than any other stealth element that was included when you were going up against the PMCs earlier.
Because it's that contextual challenge
Yeah.
that I was talking about earlier, where like we are changing how you engage with these mechanics, as opposed to we've got these mechanics, play with them. Like we are forcing you to do something different. That's where challenge lives in games here. And then all of this amasses to the best moment in it. Should we pause and talk about Raiden real quick before we get to that?
Like what aspect?
Cyborg Ninja.
I mean, he's badass.
He's badass as fuck.
He is. Listen, he's badass. He's cool. Kind of just cool for the sake of being cool.
Yeah.
Rule of cool.
I'm
This
here
is
for
the
it, though.
problem of
Yeah.
being a 2008 Metal Gear Solid game where fans still hated Raiden.
Yep.
I hate Raiden in this game.
Now, see,
I
Kevin,
hate that he's a cyborg ninja. I hate that he's all depressed and an alcoholic.
Who
I hate that he's an abuser to Rose a little bit.
How is he an alcoholic? The nanomachines get rid of the alcohol.
They do. He's never an alcoholic.
I don't know. They talk about how he was coming home drunk all the time.
Back before he was a cyborg.
Yeah.
Before he was a cyborg.
So he's
Before
an
he left.
alcoholic.
Before he left, though. Well,
The
before he was.
nanomachines cure that.
Yeah. It was fine.
I don't understand what the problem is. I hate that he was an alcoholic.
Oh, because of what happened with 2. I get it.
Yeah, because that's not where we left him. That's not the character
Mm.
we had. We just made him become a victim of his
wonder-
backstory, in which he overcame in the second game.
Yeah.
I wonder,
In a bad way, too.
did he maybe become an alcoholic after Rose lied about the miscarriage?
No, this is before.
No, because this is before. Because she talks about how she was pregnant.
Right, but I'm saying between the time where she said she was pregnant at the end of 2,
Yeah.
right? And then
No, I'm saying in 4, she says to Snake, "I was pregnant and home, and he would come home late, and he would come home drunk and belligerent." Is
Oh.
what she says to Snake.
maybe it's her covering, so maybe he wasn't actually an alcoholic.
We're writing for the game now. You know.
Which,
Just saying.
I will say, though, Tavin,
We never actually talked to Raiden about his alcoholism, quote unquote.
Maybe
Which means
maybe-
Rose probably fucking made it up because
Maybe
she's
would've
a
been a
fucking
cool-
terrible character.
Yeah.
maybe would have been a cool
bet.
fucking conversation for
Okay.
Snake and Raiden to have
I
instead
agree.
of just talking about Dr. Clark, who's paramedic.
Phil, we need to understand something here with Tavin, right? Tavin, there's a reason why he is not as big of a fan of Yakuza 0 as us. Because the rule of cool, because he's a loser, doesn't affect him the same way it should any other rational thinking person. He says he doesn't like what happened with the cyborg stuff and all the things that happened with him drinking and such because of what happened at the end of 2. What he's ignoring is all of the stuff relating to Raiden in 2 sucked. So none of that matters. And
I don't think it
shifting,
sucks. I don't think it
shifting
sucks.
to doing cool stuff instead of bad writing and diving more into that is the proper choice. I get what you're saying with all
don't
the
agree.
stuff outside the robot stuff.
I'm saying replace all the bullshit that's in this game with actual character writing. The characters don't have human conversations in this game.
Yeah.
They only talk about the plot and what's going on and what Liquid's doing, which that's a big question mark. What the fuck is Liquid doing for most of this game? Instead
He's
of
dead. He's not actually there the entire time. so.
Instead of Snake being like, Raiden, what are you doing? We moved through this. I set you up, dude. We went on this great mission where we saved Sonny, which that should have been the plot of this game, is saving Sonny.
Liquid was just a lie. Wasn't actually there. He died in Metal Gear Solid 1. He was never actually there.
Whole
I
other
know.
dumb thing. We'll
And
get to that
it's-
even more later.
Through all the psychotherapy and fucking whatever.
It offends me so much how much this game boils down characters to like caricatures that you make fun of, or just completely derails them from their arcs in the last time we saw them. And they do it to pretty much every major character.
For the sake of a bad narrative.
Literally.
Yeah.
So let's get into the best part of the game. Dude, you control Metal Gear Rex,
Metal Gear
bro.
Rex, dude.
This
When
is
you're-
where
when
the
you're
rule of cool
stomping-
makes sense, Connor. This is where the rule of cool, you go, oh, that's badass. I
When
like
you're
that.
just stomping through all those fucking geckos,
Fuck
like
yeah,
as you're running
What a
through.
great sense of scale, because you know how big a gecko is, and these guys are fucking an inch tall on the
Yeah.
screen. You go, oh, Metal Gear is big.
Which I will say,
I think it was a fun way to, going back to Act 2, I thought it was a fun way to play with scale whenever you're on the turret on Drebin's car.
yeah,
I think that was fun too.
yeah, that too.
I will say that running segment's bad because I
It
didn't
is.
realize I had weapons until like I was almost at the end, and I was like, how am I so damaged? How can you do this without being damaged?
This is
I
a
was
you
like,
problem.
Oh, but then I shot, but then I started shooting,
Uh-huh.
and it was only like the past 10 seconds, and I survived. I never died once.
You didn't see the big Gatling gun
No,
in the,
never
in
once.
the
I'm
corner of the
stupid.
screen?
Hey, it was my fault, but the fact that I didn't realize that and still got through the segment on hard. When was I supposed to fail?
It's a power fantasy
Yeah,
thing.
but
right?
and I like that. But then why not? Why even have a health bar at all?
Do you
Why not
want-
just go through it? Like Venom, for example?
Do you want this to be hard? I don't want
No,
that
I don't.
bit to be
I don't
hard.
want it to be hard, but it didn't even take any interact. Like I didn't have to interact with it
because we have a combat challenge coming up.
My issue is I had no interaction with it,
Like-
rather than it was
okay.
hard.
Also, just to say, like in the part right after the run when you're fighting Liquid Ocelot in Ray,
Yeah.
isn't Ray supposed to be like way superior to Rex in every single way?
Ray is supposed to be the Metal Gear killer.
How shitty of a fucking pilot is Liquid Ocelot?
apparently not so good.
Pretty not good, man. He had all the advantages. Rex was fucked up. You had a factory issue Ray.
Keep in mind, this is not Liquid, so he has no experience.
Liquid Ocelot.
Liquid Ocelot, right?
I mean, Ocelot drove Metal Gear Ray in part 2.
That's true.
oh, he did. Yeah, he did.
He drove Ray a lot.
Yeah, I guess the thing is,
This guy sucks.
yeah, he just sucks. Yeah,
really
he just
bad.
is.
But in one of our reviews for one of these games, the conversation of Ray versus Rex came up, and you know, I pointed out at the end of it, I was like, I can't wait to get to 4 because it answers questions that you guys are already subliminally asking yourselves, and it's which one would win if we took the action figures and mashed them together.
Like,
which one would win?
Overall, Rex is just so much cooler.
It is,
than Ray.
man. Rex is the best Metal Gear in
Like,
the series, man.
There's a reason, like, so many people have aped like the general
what are
design
you gonna say
element.
what is a better Metal Gear than Rex?
Shacklehod.
Shacklehod is not.
It's not as cool.
It's not as cool.
It's a cool concept because it's a big turtle. It's cool. But
It's different.
It's not nearly as cool as Rex or Ray. I think if you're gonna talk about like coolness between those three, it goes Rex, Ray, Shacklehod.
Maybe it's done badly in the narrative, but Sahelanthropus.
Philanthropist?
No, that one
Sahelanthropus.
sucks. I don't like that one.
Design wise,
It's just a
That's one
big.
from
It's
5,
just
yeah?
a big neck thing. Like it's
One
a
from
it's a
5?
Gungan.
yeah, 5, yeah.
It's a Gungan, and I'm like,
The Gungan,
Gungan? No,
Gundam.
Gundam.
I was gonna say
Star
a
Wars.
Gungan's from Star Wars.
Philanthropist sucks. I hate it.
But no, I was gonna say, there's a reason like so many different. I mean, I have to say so many. There's a reason like Halo aped Rex's design for the fucking Mantis, right? Like Mantis mech.
Oh yeah,
It looks just like Ray.
Oh, for sure.
Or not
yeah,
Ray,
yeah.
Rex.
Yeah, I mean, Metal Gear. I think Metal Gear is the definitive mech.
Yeah.
Like, if you want a cool mech, you should be looking at Metal Gear.
I was misremembering it. Rex is the cool.
There you go. yeah.
I mean, Shacklehod is.
I was
but
like, you like the big
compared to
penis on
Shacklehod-
Philanthropist? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah. I think it goes Rex, Ray, Shacklehod in that order.
We've kind of touched on a lot of the other notes that I wanted to get to. The only one that I think really, really matters is everything needs explaining. Everything needs
And they'll explain it to you.
And they'll
needs
explain
to
it to
be
you.
explained.
I hate that this game turned Vamp from mystical vampire to another nanomachine.
Nanomachines.
I hate that the answer is always nanomachine.
It is 90% of the time always nanomachines.
Right. I hate we had a ghost in the last game and we didn't address it.
Nanomachines.
Like, it was just a ghost, right? We had a vampire in game 2 and it wasn't really addressed. It was just there.
23-year-old man.
But they
Who
never actually.
has photosynthesis?
Yeah.
but
photosynthesis.
they never actually call him a vampire. They just say
His name
vamp.
is Vamp.
so
But that's it.
that's not.
There is a hype recording that you can find on YouTube right now of your first time playing the game where Vamp is introduced and you go, why is he a vampire? Why is there a vampire in this world? And then the title name comes up and it's Vamp and I bust my ass laughing.
But they never actually call
never
him a
He
vampire.
sucks blood from a dude's neck.
You're talking about perceptions. He's talking about what a vampire actually is, and it never states that he is.
He's got cold breath in every environment he's in.
Well, actually, most people who would depict a vampire.
The cold breath is because your breath is hot in a cold setting.
Yes, but vampires have cold breath.
No.
It's always
that's-
always shown by
No, not
them
true.
breathing out cold.
But that would be the opposite.
I understand the like the thermodynamics of the hot breath and the cold air or whatever, but that's how in media that they show that somebody has cold breath is they
Haven't.
because
Vampires
humans are stupid.
are undead.
Uh-huh.
They usually don't breathe. They have no need for it.
I've seen vampires
They
coming out
have
with
to.
the
I
cold
know.
breath.
They-
Yeah,
it's,
that
it's
happens
either
all the
it's,
time,
it's
yeah.
either what you're saying or they don't breathe. Am I wrong?
Did you guys watch Nosferatu?
Yeah,
Good movie. I know. Oh, you did watch it.
it's well made. I think I've just decided I'm just that director makes movies that are not for me. A little too dark for me. Good art though. Great art. Great. Really well made.
Yeah. But anyway,
I hate that Kojima has to explain everything. Man, Rat Patrol 1 means Patriot, huh?
But before that,
Oh,
the fight between Ocelot and Old Snake.
really cool.
Really fucking cool.
Really cool.
The different phases of the fight being
Very
each
cool.
of the games.
And they all play differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Badass.
really like it. It does commit the gaming sin though of I've spent the entire game playing this way, and you have thrown another video game at me in the last few moments, and now I'm frustrated because I'm struggling to learn the mechanics of this thing while you're beating my ass. It was a little bit of that is because I was playing on hard.
Yes, which is the thing where it becomes more of an issue because trial and error is fine.
Yeah.
It's annoying when you're also fighting a hard boss
Yeah.
for the first time, you know, in that way.
And
What?
And there's just little small things that they do within the fight. There's always the transition from era to era. He always and he strikes the pose of whatever game he's about to elicit, right? Or
I like that they changed the names.
yeah, that's good. In the life bars too. It's so cool. And every single time, the first time Ocelot knocks Snake down, yeah, he poses on you, he emotes on you, and you have to wait for a button prompt to get up. Every time you start that fight, if you get knocked down the first time, you have to wait, and it's just like it's these tiny things that like just builds to my frustration.
Yeah.
You could just not get knocked down.
It makes the trial and error
Easier said
so
than
much
done,
harder.
huh?
You definitely got knocked down. Come on,
I got knocked down once. Oh, twice.
How many
got
times?
up a lot faster the second time, didn't you?
How many times did you go through that boss fight?
Once.
Oh, for
I didn't
me,
fail a single time.
we died a number of times each phase because each phase you would have to.
You gotta learn.
You would have very little room for error, and you had to have error. It's trial and error.
For me, it was always like, hey, dodge either backwards or to the side, or jump forward and do a quick jab with the momentum of your jump.
I also don't
forward.
think I appreciate that he's trying to add some dynamic. He's trying to make a more dynamic version of what we did in the first game.
Yeah.
And by that he's like implementing fighting game mechanics, right? Which is cool. Not that great, and a lot of the times I feel like the hitboxes were off, and sometimes I'd get hit and I didn't feel like I should have gotten hit, and sometimes I wouldn't hit him and I feel like I should have, and you know, like some of the dodge, like it didn't matter what direction I dodged sometimes, it's just that I had to dodge sometimes. There were times where I'm like, clearly I'm out of the way. His super punch that knocks out 70% of my health is not going to hit me, but because I didn't press the dodge button, it hits me.
It's more like 30%.
Come on, it's a lot. It's a lot of your
It's a
health.
lot. Though. That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot for one hit.
So fun. Oh, I sorry. Before this, I also like the fake out of the fox die. I don't know. You beat him in Ray.
I like it. I like it.
Like, just kidding.
Yeah, he's like, fuck it with you, bitch. Man, Ryden got hit by a boat.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
But then he comes back with lightning powers.
But no arms.
And no arms, and he's carrying it with his mouth.
I am Raiden. I am lightning.
I am lightning in the
rain. The rain transformed.
Great aura. Great aura in that moment. He's badass in that
Dude,
moment.
with the sword in his mouth, just aura farming. It was awesome.
Good on you, Ryden. You deserve it.
It's cool. It's cool. Definitely cool. He got overwhelmed really fast. The microwave
hallway. Yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Oh, at the end of that microwave hallway, as you're like mashing and everything, and when you get to the end, and there's all those little fucking robots rolling around.
Yeah.
That literally Act 5. I had finally purchased a grenade launcher. Fucking, you take care of those fuckers so fast.
I
just fucking grenade launch them.
I just run, and anytime they get close, you just roll, and then you're fine. You know?
It's more fun to fucking just
It is.
get rid of them all.
I love the microwave hallway for button mashing segments in games. That's my favorite one.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's not the hardest because I don't know if you can fail as long as you're pressing the button.
I don't know,
but I definitely felt the burn more than I had.
I don't know if I like it more than the first game's torture sequence.
I think that one's because that one's actually like challenging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that one takes the cake just because I hate giving things credit just because they did it first. I hate doing it. I'm the one that's against that the most.
I think the context here is different enough to where it's like
warranted.
I don't think it's a matter of like, oh, this one did it first.
Like
the button press.
I think
button mashing.
I think that one's my favorite, or what I would call the best one, and then this is a close second.
There's that moment in one after you're done where they're like, "Hey, put the controller up to your arm. We're gonna massage you."
Yeah.
I could have used that this one.
Very
This
funny.
is the one where I was like, "Yeah, I'd really like. I feel burned. My arm burns right now." You know.
Gotta get your mashing game up, dude.
Man, it's a great game. It's a great. Hey, I'm still up here. I'm still out here. You know.
There's some great writing in that final act. Moments.
In moments.
Overwhelmed by not moment.
The moment. The moment of Meryl and Akiba blasting frogs while they talk about getting married.
That's what I'm saying. That's fucking Pirates of the Caribbean 3 energy.
Super great. And that's where real Meryl comes out and goes, no, marry me. And I'm like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's what. And then immediately throws it away with, it's always been my dream to be a bride. No, it hasn't. That's
No,
not been your dream.
she was saying-
I also don't like that we're marrying Mr. Poopy Pants.
No, she
You're hung up on
wasn't
that.
saying it wasn't her dream to be a bride. It was saying it was her dream to have that type of wedding. Like,
I think she says the line.
I think she does too, yeah.
No.
I thought she specifically said, you played it more recently.
yeah, it wasn't my dream is to be a bride. It's like I want a real wedding with all this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
A
I
dress
see.
and a cake.
That's been my dream since I was
Does
a
she
little
not
girl.
say something to the effect of, I've always wanted to be a
It's
bride?
what he just said.
No,
It is it? Okay.
it's always it's been a dream of mine to have a real wedding that's separated from.
I think she caps it by saying, ever since I was a little girl.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not good because it is just like
It doesn't
I guess
feel
it
like
is now.
Meryl to me.
Yeah.
like-
But she has a fucking gun holster while she's in her dress.
that's very Meryl. That's very
It's
Meryl.
awesome.
I'm just saying, if you just cut that line, and I'm like, cool.
Also, by the way, Akiba's a good guy.
Akiba's
Yeah, what
great.
are you insulting?
What is he
him
good?
about?
What is he good about? What is he good?
He's the one who's unaffected by the nanomachines.
say.
So he puts
Because he's
everybody-
scared of needles.
He fucking
Yeah.
revives Meryl.
He does.
Well, I mean, Meryl's a baddie. I'd be doing the most to try
I'm just saying,
and
he
keep her
revives
alive.
her.
as well. Yeah, and he's probably shitting his pants while he's doing it too.
No.
He's also goofy and like he's innocent in a way.
Y'all are aware this is the same guy
I
who
like
shits
Johnny.
his pants in the first game.
Yes.
And the second.
Yes.
And it's his granddad in the last one. That was great. That was a great piece.
But
That
it's
was
fun.
fantastic.
It's Johnny.
It's Mr. Poopy Pants. The first time you see him, he's shitting in an oil can.
And he's a good man.
Johnny.
Except for the ass grabbing part. That was a weird part.
Meryl would never have been into him if he hadn't taken his mask off and revealed he's a fucking himbo.
Well, that and also the fact that he fucking revived her. He brought her back to life.
It is okay.
You're not getting married because you saved my life.
That's the same exact
You
issue.
are because one, he saved your life, and he's a fucking handsome
hot. He's
motherfucker.
hot.
Listen, this is the same issue with
His
Otacon
eyelashes are off
and
the chain.
Naomi. It's just not well developed relationship. Kojima, is he married?
I mean, it's
I don't know.
That
He's got a
relationship,
kid.
that relationship is more well developed than fucking Naomi and Otacon.
It absolutely is.
It is, but then I also
absolutely
think about
because they actually have a backstory.
But
Like
beyond
Meryl and
Yeah.
Johnny. Johnny even says, "I've been in love with you since I saw you in the first game.
That's
true,
fucking.
yeah.
That's a wild thing to say, bro.
Ever since you kicked my ass in the first game."
This chick kicked your ass and stripped you naked, and you're like, fucking, I
In
gotta have
Alaska.
more of that. This dude likes getting stepped on,
He
bro.
does like getting stepped on.
well, are you kidding? Of course he does. It's very obvious.
All right. Is there anything else we got to talk about with this fucking video game?
No, I think we're good. Let's rank it.
Let's fucking rank it. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, in this series, we rank every game we play in the game club amongst everything else. Why is it not showing?
This is my favorite Metal Gear game.
You're a madman, but I
It's far from
respect
the
you.
best, but my favorite.
Hello? I've never been more confused happening in my life. There it is. There it is. Okay. So the list is as follows. Stick with me. There's 35 games on the list. Number 35, Kingdom Hearts. Number 34, Fable. Number 33, BioShock. Number 31, Donkey Kong Country Returns Tropical Freeze. 32, that was. 31 is Prey.
I'm gonna say, pay no attention to the fact the numbers are wrong.
I may have cranked this one out a little fast and didn't do it right. 20
Cranking something.
30 is Tomb Raider. That's why I was seeing Tomb Raider came up. 29 Alan Wake. 28 Batman Arkham Asylum. 27 Uncharted Drake's Fortune. 26 Signalis. 25 Halo Combat Evolved. 24 Dead Cells. 23 Shadow of the Colossus. 22 Mario 64. 21 Resident Evil 4. 20 Portal. 19 Banjo-Kazooie. 18 Ratchet and Clank. 17 Pokemon Soul Silver.
Too low.
16 Severed. 15 Resident Evil HD. 14 Chrono Trigger. 13 Dishonored. 12 Metal Gear Solid. 11 Shovel Knight. 10, Portal 2. 9, Doom 2016. 8, Yakuza 0. 7, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty. 6, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. 5, Hades. 4, Final Fantasy 7. 3, The Last of Us 2, God of War Ragnarok. And number 1, Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater. Gentlemen, where are we putting Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots?
Well,
Let's start with the one who's the highest on this.
so number 10's Portal 2, number 11 Shovel Knight, number 12 Metal Gear Solid. Right?
Yes, sir.
Metal Gear Solid 4 is the new number 12.
Above Metal Gear Solid 1?
Above Metal Gear Solid 1.
I don't even understand. Elaborate, please.
Well, as I said before, I think this game is the most fun to like play. I can see myself replaying this the most. Granted, I can go back to play Snake Eater as well. I think the one of the 2 of the 4 that I would replay the least are 2 and 1. But I think that Metal Gear Solid 4, while having a abysmal amount of cutscenes, and the amount of them that like my kind of eyes glaze over, I'm here for the fan service. I'm here for the general like gunplay, the actual like fun point to point stealth slash action, and you know that fucking Metal Gear, the fucking Chapter 4 or Act 4 is just so phenomenal. And it's such a great callback and an improvement upon the gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 1.
Hey, if you like that active camo system, totally makes,
I love it.
Are we
makes
gonna
it for a lot of things.
are you going to give any credence to the impact the first game had? 'Cause I don't think this game has that at all.
I mean, how much are we talking about impact in this list?
Kevin's always talking about impact.
Impact-
No one
impact-
cares.
It's always something that should be brought up and is a slider that should be respected.
Oh, I'm so glad that we respected that slider for Kingdom Hearts. I'm so glad.
That game did nothing.
You're a piece of shit. You're a
Metal
liar.
Gear Solid. If the conversation and comparisons are going to be made with Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 1 was like generational game that hadn't been made before.
Changed video games.
Okay, if Kingdom Hearts never came out, we wouldn't have Final Fantasy games the way they are now. So
That'd probably be a good thing.
Maybe not necessarily.
So you hate.
I love the 7 remake games.
You hate
but
remake and
16
you
is a
hate Rebirth.
shitty fucking game.
You're
Kevin's
such
an
a
idiot.
piece of shit.
Kevin's
You're a
a piece of
liar.
shit, liar,
15
loser.
sucks. What
15
did
does not
14?
suck.
14 was
15 does
14 was the
not
MMO.
suck.
That's fine.
13 is also overhated in the context of when it was talked about.
Guys.
Kevin's being you say 13. 13 isn't influenced by Kingdom Hearts 2.
It was
Not
still
even
turn-based,
15.
I'm pretty sure.
What? Yeah,
13 was still turn-based, right?
Yeah, but that's not what Kingdom Hearts is known for. It's the integration of the kind of turn-based menu
No.
system and activating it. Oh,
No, I'm talking about. That's why it's not influenced by Kingdom Hearts. It's 13.
Oh, I
It's
see,
still
yeah.
turn-based.
Kingdom Hearts influenced what an action
but
RPG is.
even
Yes.
then, 15 isn't either. It's just an action-adventure game.
It's an action RPG.
Yeah, but not in the same way that like it plays like Kingdom Hearts. I mean, there's other action RPGs at this time. I would definitely.
I would
guess.
say 15 plays similar to Kingdom Hearts.
I would make an argument that Kingdom Hearts helped lay the foundation of what an action RPG is. End of story. So any action RPG takes influence, I would say, from the lessons learned from Kingdom Hearts, not, oh man, Kingdom Hearts knocked this out of the park. Like Kingdom Hearts went, oh, that's an interesting idea. What if we tweaked it? Like I like parts of what they did here, but not how we ended up.
Tell that to the reviewers of it at the time.
Hey, you know, this game has a 94 also, Connor. Where are you ranking it?
Well, yeah. So compare this with last month when we talked about Breath of the Wild. Kevin's wrong, of course, and he thinks the game is not as good as the general consensus is that me and Phil are far more of a part of.
Yep.
When we talked about that game, regardless of how contentious it might be, we spent a lot of the time talking about and arguing about the gameplay itself, rather than not only criticizing it, but I feel like we've talked more about those singular moments you find within that whole entire narrative of Metal Gear Solid 4, and the fact that the narrative's not even that good to begin with.
I missed the transition from Breath of the Wild to 4.
I'm saying that when we're talking about it from the perspective of a video game,
Okay.
we talked about this more like a movie than a video game, as opposed to Breath of the Wild, where we talked about it, of course, more than like a video game than a movie.
You spent like 25 minutes talking about just gameplay. And the
Yeah,
changes that
in
they
an
made.
hour and a half long
Say-
review.
I would say, in terms of us talking about gameplay to stuff that happened in the story / cutscenes, we're probably.
I think we're about even.
Wow.
Because
I would
also
say
remember
60
also remember the 20 plus minutes that are given to each of our individual reviews, and
That's
then,
fair.
you know,
Which in that isn't just focusing about gameplay.
I
It's
was-
more comprehensive.
I was gonna say
That's true, though.
probably a good 55-60% was talking about cutscenes.
In which, going to that percentile,
game.
yeah, like the game,
No,
where
it's 49% cutscene and 51% game.
when you have so much of your game reliant on cutscenes and narrative and all of those things, except for 5 moments really that stand out, how can you praise this game beyond just like it's overrated and it didn't even have impact? This is partly because of you guys, right? Because there is a game I would put it above. I refuse.
Yeah.
Put this above BioShock. This is going above Fable Anniversary,
God.
below BioShock. You know, even the game, because also like the
What
turret section of the gameplay.
What tier do you want it in?
What?
What tier do you want it in?
Oh, I'd put it below D.
In the D tier?
I can argue in C as well, but because it is like from a technical standpoint, it's a well-made game. It's just the focuses that it decides to dive into are not. You know, I would put it in C tier solely because on replays you can skip through the cutscenes and have an enjoyable time. I just don't think we should be, you know, using that as a metric for where it deserves to rank. And BioShock not only is just more fun and better as a video game, I have to put it below that.
The floor for this game is like 25, 26, above Signalis.
Well, let's see what Tavin has to say.
Signalis is way better than this game.
I believe that.
This is a tricky one. This is a very, very tricky one. I'm heavily conflicted. My ceiling is Signalis. It's not going above Signalis. My floor.
The Alan Wake tries to do something more interesting than this game does.
See, it's a thing. Yeah, no, it's a thing of like, I think this game is better than Prey. I don't think it's better than Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. But I don't care. Yeah, I'm gonna put this at the new number. No, I'm gonna put this at the new number 20. What is that? Number 30. I'm putting it above Tomb Raider, below Alan Wake.
Gotcha, that would be the new number 30.
Yeah. I think this game plays better than Alan Wake by a mile, by a country mile. But Alan Wake is more interesting narratively. We're doing something artistically that's super fascinating. I think the move to hyper realistic graphics was a bit of a mistake. It kind of took the magic out of Metal Gear here. Yeah, the amount of cutscenes in here, the amount of time that I'm glazing over, not paying attention, the amount of time that it's just boring. And just the general gameplay design doesn't really let these mechanics shine in the way that they deserve to. And on top of that, Phil, you felt like you had choice. And yes, you do have choice. I didn't feel the need to explore those choices. I don't think the game does a good job of convincing the player to do something new other than the one or two things that have worked the entire ride. And though the nostalgia moments are fantastic, though a lot of the fan service is great, there's a lot of it that's not. There's a lot of fan service that make me go, come on, can anything new happen in this game? Why does everything have to reference back to the first 3 games?
Very reliant on it.
Like, the reason Snake Eater is the best is because it's the least self-referential. Like, Metal Gear Solid is a remake. Huh?
It's a prequel.
Which is funny, yeah.
Yes, but Metal Gear Solid 1 just repeats what happens in Metal Gear 1. Metal Gear Solid 2 is cool in the sense that it's like, oh, but we're going to repeat like that. Like, but we're going to make that part of the theme, right? So that's cool, but it's inherently like it just a fucking, what is the snake that eats itself?
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros. I thought that's what it was. I just wasn't sure. It's just an Ouroboros of it's just eating itself. And then so 3 has to take a hard line, like shift into a different direction. It still uses the formula of a Metal Gear Solid game, but it just wipes itself clean of all the other baggage that comes with it. And I think 4 is the inevitable conclusion that you reach when your entire franchise is just referencing and repeating itself. At some point, the magic wears off. At some point, you, the creator, have less interesting things to say because you just keep repeating yourself. This is my least favorite Metal Gear. This might be my least favorite Kojima game.
Leave with that.
And I don't think I haven't played them all, but I've played the Metal Gears and I've played Death Stranding, and this one there's just a lot that there's a lot that make me go, oh, badass, but there's just so much more that makes me go, who cares? Why would you choose to go this route? What is going on?
This guy, Phil, put it above Pokemon Soul Silver.
Literally.
Well, it's because Pokemon Soul Silver is fucking low.
Oh, well.
I would only move Pokemon Soul Silver up maybe one spot.
Well,
okay, when we ranked it, we didn't even talk about how there was an entire second game.
Well, you didn't make us play the game. It was a long time. I was already like 40, not 50. I was like 30 plus hours deep into Pokemon Soul Silver by the time I
My total playtime for Metal Gear Solid 4 was 16 hours, 34 minutes, and 40 seconds. I used 3 continues, alerted 46 times, 166 kills, 24 recovery items used, procured 44 weapon types. Flashbacks, I watched 153. I used no special items, and total bonus was 30,090 Drebin points, and the current Drebin points I ended with was 102,365 Drebin points, with the title of...
I couldn't tell you all my stats. I know my playtime was about 1420. Connor, I think... Did you go 18?
Not 18. 17 was most.
17?
Maybe I think it was like nearing 18.
What was y'all's title?
Well, there's actually... it gives you a overall one, but if you look at the code, it gives you multiple ones.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I can't remember.
We all had it. We all had Hawk. I know that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was the main one that we all got also, but...
I had like 2 other ones.
Yeah.
I just didn't look.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is your review for Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns to the Patriots. Not the nicest thing we've done. Not the meanest thing.
I was here. I was nice.
You were nice. You were quite nice. I'm so glad you were here, Phil. I'm so glad you liked the game. You're wrong, but I'm so glad you liked it. And let us know how you feel about the game down in the comments down below. And until next time, have a great time.
Wheel.
Oh, fuck. I do it every goddamn time.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Something might be wrong with this wheel. Talk amongst yourselves while you waste my time.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
why would something be wrong?
Go ahead and just
What are you doing?
Go ahead and just talk about...
I don't know. I don't know what to do from here because
talk about what we took out.
Yeah.
I thought I could look and see more, but those are real small. Those are very
So,
small.
of course, ladies and gentlemen, the wheel is a random wheel where we've put... Currently, there are 113 games in the wheel. There's so many games. We just keep adding them. And...
Adding them faster than we're taking them.
Literally.
Do that way.
Yeah. Hey, what do you want?
We did this before we recorded.
No, this is something different.
What are you looking for?
See, I had an epiphany.
Yeah.
Before, I've been hung up on this ever since I did it
We're
once.
an hour and 40 minutes
Yes,
into this.
Banjo-Kazooie got chosen when I called it. I had an epiphany that it's going to be Warhammer 40k Mechanicus. I was making sure it's on the list.
That's not on the
It's
list.
not on the list.
Not on the list.
Well, that's your
You didn't
failure.
put it in the chat.
You never put it in the
I
chat.
did put it in the goddamn. I know I did. I did.
I can look for it right now.
I'll put it in for you.
And you know, I'm...
Mechanic what?
You could change it later. Just do that. Mechanicus.
Let's see.
Like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not like that, but who gives?
All right, well, it's in the list now.
There's
So-
no Warhammer in.
Yeah. So we are allowed vetoes of this list. We each can take one game out of rotation.
Hey, instead of what I chose, can I choose the Warhammer one? You just added?
No, please.
Are you being serious? Or
Yeah.
No, Phil! Come on, you fucking...
The fuck
Oh,
did you
Phil,
do?
for this list...
Partially for the joke. But
We, Phil,
I chose
you-
Bully. I chose
You
Bully.
don't know. You don't know what kind of enemy you just made by doing
Yeah?
that, Phil. I'm going to make your games that you want played on this wheel living hell until I deign to no longer.
On the wheel.
So we
Yes.
do
What
our...
you choose?
Yes, what I choose will
That's
be a
not the
game
wheel.
to punish you.
Okay.
So when it makes the most sense we play the games in the order of their released when necessary. It's not the hardest line rule, but we try to make it as hard line as possible. All right. So up until this point, we've been going in the order of the Metal Gears, but now we're at a breaking point. So both Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker and Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance are in the list at the same time. All right. So it could be either of those. We have the option to veto. You cannot veto a game if it was vetoed last time we spun the wheel. Last time, it was Persona 3 and Fable 2. So those two, I chose not to veto anything. So those two games must remain in the list this time. Now, we have vetoed Warhammer 40K Mechanicist or whatever.
Is it Mechanicist or Mechanicus?
Mechanicus.
Oh, okay. He put Mechanicist.
Is there a T at the end?
US. No.
Yeah, Mechanicus.
Why I asked.
I can't see it really.
Okay. This time around, it's Warhammer 40K Mechanicus, Death Stranding, and Tears of the Kingdom are all vetoed. No more changing anything. Here we go. Oh,
No more.
shit. I don't want that.
Why not?
Because I can't.
All right, guys.
Is that even the first one in the franchise?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, it's 20. It's
Oh.
2018. How was it the first one?
We're
Castle
playing
Crashers.
Castle
Castle
Crashers.
Crashers. Okay.
I'm into that. Jesus Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, through the month of June, we will be playing Castle Crashers. The first Monday in July, we will come with our Castle Crashers review and rank it in the list. This is a fun one. That's a cool one. That'll switch it up.
That'll be July 7th.
Wow. Okay.
We could
7th,
also,
not the first?
if we want to, we can do June 30th.
Let's do that.
We playing that together?
I'm totally down to play it together.
Seems like
You
it's
do
kind
it
of
online?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Castle Crashers.
We got to do that on Steam.
No, I'm pretty sure it's on PlayStation.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is. I have
Shit.
it.
Oh,
Castle Crashers Remastered.
Oh.
there it is. Castle Crashers. Until next time, have a great time. Gentlemen, say goodbye to the people.
Bye.